Well, good afternoon, race fans, and as you can see from the sky, welcome to this lovely Ellough Park circuit here in deepest East Anglia. We're just over the border in Suffolk, not too far from Lowestoft, about 100 miles northeast of London, at this new venue for the British mini bikes. And after what has been a very difficult year on and off the track, of course, you don't need me to tell you that. It's great to be back on track and racing, and as we can see from the drone footage, what a spectacular venue to kick things off here at Ellough Park for round number one of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. My name is Chris Czora, and together with everyone from Alpha Live, we thank you for tuning in and hope you enjoy the afternoon's racing. Qualifying is drawing to a close. After what's been a difficult morning, I would say. We've had a bit of overnight rain. The track was very wet and slippery this morning. There was light rain on and off through the morning qualifying sessions. The track was quite slick to begin with, but as qualifying's developed, the circuit has dried out and there's a very low forecast of rain. It's not exactly hot summer conditions today, but it's quite cloudy. But looking at the weather forecast, it's about 18 degrees and quite breezy. Very, very low chance of rain. The track is really drying out, and I would say perfect conditions for racing, actually. It's not too hot. The track nice and grippy. Certainly won't get too greasy out there if it doesn't get too hot. And this Ellough Park circuit, as we see, will be kicking things off for round number one. It's been around for many, many years, but opened up at the turn of the millennium. And under the recent ownership, as you can see, it's a really professional looking track. A lot of work going in to the infrastructure here. Based on a former airfield, there's a lot of hard standing parking for the competitors. Normally we'd say plenty of room spectators, but of course things are a bit different this year with the implications of coronavirus. Of course, no spectators here, so thank you for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the afternoon's racing. It's a very restricted paddock, of course. The riders out on track at the moment are the Pro-Am riders. We've got some of the top riders from British mini bikes. We've got some BSB stars here, and the fastest road racer in the world, Pete Hickman's here as well. And I think he'll be joining us on the mic a bit later on as well. Racing throughout the afternoon until around 6 o'clock here with all the race categories for youth and adult riders. But before things kick off, we're just looking at some of the qualifying laps here. There's a few drips of rain on the camera, as you can see, but it is drying out, and the riders carrying a lot more speed than they were at the start of the day. Of course, we will be having a closer look at the track a bit later on just to see how the riders cope with things. This is a new venue for British mini bikes. It's the first year in many years, actually, that bikes have been on this track. Very popular in the world of karting, Club 100, the likes of which come here. There's a lot of karting series use this track. A medium speed track, I would say, with some spectacular corners in the infield. We're just looking down towards here now, actually, and some of these midfield corners, medium speed, will allow a lot of scope for passing as well. If you look to the right of your picture here towards the EP initials, those are the last 2 or 3 corners. And I think when racing gets underway, it's going to be quite spectacular leading into the start straight, because to make a pass on this, I'd say medium length finish line straight where the grid is just to your left, the riders really will have to weigh up a pass about 3 or 4 corners ahead and start making the moves in towards the final few corners. As we cut to some of our competitors in the Pro-Am class, I think we just saw Dane Blackburn out there. These guys will be out racing a bit later on today. This is the final qualifying session. Racing will be underway very soon, and just allows us to have a good look at this circuit. Great, of course, to have British mini bikes back in action in 2020. Like all racing series, of course, action has been delayed due to government advice and so forth. There's far bigger threats to society, I would say, but it's nice to get what they call, I want to term the phrase, for a new normal almost, really. At least we can get back out on track and racing. A lot of organisation has had to go into this event to make sure it complies with all the regulations and make sure everyone's as safe as can be. Off the track, of course, there's a lot of planning in the paddock, the like of which every vehicle on site has to be registered, everyone on site has to be accounted for. Things that we don't really see normally in motorsport. It's usually a bit more inclusive than it is at the moment, you would say, in terms of allowing people into the venues. And of course, many of you watching today would have liked to have been here in person. Of course, we thank you for staying away from the track today to allow us to comply with the regulations, and we hope you enjoy this new circuit. As we say, it's in deepest East Anglia in Suffolk, not too far from the Norfolk border. It's around 20 minutes or so from Norwich, very close to Lowestoft and Great Yarmouth as well, to give you an idea of whereabouts we are in the UK. But as you can see, it really is a lovely venue. It's the first time, as we said earlier, that bikes have been here for many years, and great that the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship is one of the first to experience this brilliant track on two wheels. Talking to the circuit owners earlier, during the lockdown period, a lot of work was put into the venue to improve it yet further. They got further plans as well, but certainly is a very well prepared, well turned out circuit. So let's just enjoy some of the action from this Pro-Am qualifying session. As you said, of course, there's a few stars from the world of BSB out there today. Just for the information at the moment, Kyle Ride setting the fastest time in this Pro-Am qualifying session with a 47.932. Ash Barnes just a tenth behind, 48.043. The track really has been drying out, and a bit earlier on we were in the high 50s in terms of lap times, but it really has broken the 50-second barrier now. This track just over 1 kilometre long, 1050 metres, and as you can see from the overview, it's what we would say is a medium speed circuit. There aren't any really long straights like some of the venues, but there's some good medium speed corners, and it's the kind of track where there are a couple of obvious overtaking points out there, but to make a pass in a tight race, it's one of these where you would have to weigh up the pass perhaps 3 or 4 corners in advance. We see this lovely shot here of the main hairpin by the pits, leading to the left-hand side of your shot towards the grid, and to make the pass on that finish line straight, if you're dueling it out to the finish line, I think you really may well have to weigh this up about 3 or 4 corners in advance. There is a waved yellow on track, so I don't think we'll be getting any great lap times at the moment. Nothing serious. I think it's just a rider stopped at the side of the circuit. Might be the looking out from the infield. It's the number 8 of Ash Barnes, I think, was stationary in the middle of the track. Rider's okay. I don't think it might just be a mechanical issue possibly, but he is in a prone position. Another rider just in the barriers. There's nothing serious. I don't think anybody's injured. It's just a case of the fallen rider is on the racing line, so Kyle Ride will remain as the fastest rider in the Pro-Ams. Action will be getting underway very soon with the Ugly & Co MGP Junior SM 140 and 50s, pit bike spares stock 160B and 160A, the MGP GSM 90 a bit later on. Of course, mini bikes dealing with both the youth and adult riders. And great to see, of course, there's a few riders nowadays in the adult ranks that have come through the ranks now. They're starting to break into the adults, and we're just going to take a break for a few moments here because the session has come to a stop, this Pro-Am qualifying. I think we have got a rider, just requires a bit of attention out on the track. The medical car is out on circuit, so we'll give the medics a few moments just to deal with things. Great to be here, of course, for this first round of the British Mini Bikes here at Ellough Park. Actually, on a personal note, this is the first meeting I've commentated at in almost 8-9 months now, with the motorsport calendar pretty much obliterated. It's only just now, of course, that we're starting to pick things up. Of course, internationally, the likes of Formula One getting back on track with very different conditions to normal, but at least everyone can get back out there racing now, and everyone just starting to get back into the rhythm of things. This, of course, will be the first race meeting that a lot of these riders will have done for a very long time, so will everyone be a bit rusty? We shall find out. With some very good lap times this morning, though, so certainly no loss of pace, you would say. And everyone, of course, just enjoying the surroundings As we said, of course, it's using the phrase of 2020, a new normal. Everyone, of course, has to be accounted for here today. Face masks are the order of the day, out and about in the paddock. But once they get out on track, you wouldn't really notice the difference, of course. There we see the number 8 of Ash Barnes. He was stationary in the middle of the track before. I don't think he's the rider that was in trouble. He had some mechanical issues maybe, but everything seems okay with him. He's just been chatting with the photographer. As you say, this is the Pro-Am qualifying. This will be rounding out the racing a bit later on today. 2 races for the Pro-Ams. We've got some big names out there as well from the likes of BSB, up against some of the top riders from British Mini Bikes. Now we're just going to try and find out what's going on there. We see just the medics out on track at the moment. Hopefully nothing too serious, but we've got a few minutes left of this Pro-Am qualifying session. First race of the day, just to confirm, that's the Junior SM140s, brought to you in association with Ugly & Co. And they will be out in around 10 minutes time. Now whether we'll be seeing the Pro-Ams back on track for their qualifying was quite close to the end of that session when the red flags came out. But certainly looking very competitive. Just to run through some of the times of the riders out on track a few moments ago. Kyle Ride was the fastest rider with a 47.932. Those lap times really are tumbling as we head towards the latter part of the morning. Ash Barnes was second, just 1/10 of a second down. Richard Coop in third. Jack Bednarek in fourth. Joe Dickinson rounding out the top 5. And then we had Lee Jackson, Dane Blackburn, Pete Hickman in 8th position. Rhys Stevenson just a little bit further back. So this Pro-Am race, which will be taking place later on this afternoon, I think will be quite interesting, of course. We've got riders who don't really need much of an explanation. Established names in the world of professional racing. A lot of BSB riders enjoy the mini bikes, of course, but then they've got to come out of their familiar territory, you might say, against riders who are very much well drilled in the world of mini bike racing. So let's have a look at the Ellough Park circuit, as we say, just over 1 kilometre long, and it's a very spectacular one for the riders. So our first race will be getting underway, as you say, in just a few minutes' time. It looks like the medics are completed with that incident. Hopefully nothing too serious, but of course rider safety is always the important thing. We've seen some lovely shots of this Ellough Park circuit. It's a new track for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Seen plenty of the brilliant overviews of the Suffolk track. Let's have a look at the circuit. We'll be looking at the track in a bit more detail later on. And as you can see, it's very much an old airfield style track. And we'll look at that a bit in a bit more detail a bit later on. So we have the Pro-Ams out there. We're going to look at some of our younger riders for the first race of the day. Kicking things off, we have the Ugly & Co. Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140s and 50s. Just in the waiting zone at the moment. Just going to keep a close eye on those weather conditions. Looking at the weather forecast earlier, it did seem to be drying up, but we shall wait and see. Let's have a look, though, at the grid as they line up from the morning qualifying sessions. On pole is the 151 of Peter Willis, setting a 51.461 this morning. Just over half a second down was Daniel Goodman. Lewis Mullen third from Ty Butler. Luke Schofield and Teo Collymore in 6th position. Luke Hutchinson was 8th on the 56 from James Cleary. Mason Greasley, Matthew Wood, Joel Grigg and Luca Wilkinson taking us down to 12th position, just over 55 seconds. Nathan Ellis Ward, Chase Collymore in 14th position. Jack Newton, Bobby King, Joe Mosey Motzker in 17th position from Mosey and Thomas. And then looking further back, Harvey Brooks, Ruby Booth, Harry Pell, John Buckle, Stephen Tempest and Jack Knight. None of these riders actually setting a time here. Daniel Gilbert, Don Herbertson, Scott McGibbon, Jamie Callan, Ryan Tyers and Adam Jameson. Big group of riders for this first round of the series. Joe Woodward, Ian Blatchford, Stephen Blatchford, Brad Copeland, Sean Betton and Jake Marsh a bit further back. Taking us further down, we have the rest of the field going through, and a lot of riders actually not setting a time in the morning qualifying sessions. They line up further down the field. As we said, of course, it was quite wet this morning. Difficult conditions for these younger riders. They were the first riders out on track. And when we were looking at the weather forecast this morning, bad weather overnight, a lot of rain on the track. It was quite wet and slippery. Now, it is scheduled to dry up, but there does seem to be a weather front coming through, and I'm not too sure if we'll get away with a completely dry track. There were a few spots of rain a few moments ago, but I don't think it's anything too severe. But certainly, looking out of the commentary point, a few kilometres across the way, it looks like it's raining a few miles away from the track. So let's hope that bypasses the circuit, because it is starting to look quite good at the moment. The track is drying out. There's a lovely racing line out there as well. And the riders in this first race of the day just making final preparations in the waiting zone, out on track now for the formation lap. And as I'm sure you can see just from the camera lens there were a few drops of rain a few moments ago, nothing too severe though. So the riders now out on track, they're just going out for the formation lap. This of course is the first time they've been down on track for a few hours now, so just having a quick look at the circuit, they'll line up in position. And meanwhile, the Army of Recovery Marshals, which I'm sure you'll see in a few moments, running out on track. There is limited help available on the grid for these riders. A lot of the younger riders, of course, need somebody just with them on the start, just to make sure they're okay. Some of the less experienced riders, you might say. But that's one of the things that we've really had to deal with in terms of the social distancing. Very limited assistance on the grid. One rider in a bit of mechanical trouble there just after the first corner. Let's hope that's nothing serious. I think there is a recovery marshal on the way. The rider just pushing their bike away on the first corner. Everyone else making their way around to the final few corners now. And this corner we're looking at here just leading up towards the final section of the lap here, where it's really quite technical. And now just lining up, there is, just as you say, just one rider out on track still. The rest of the riders just making their way up to the grid for this first race of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes for 2020. Junior SM 140, Mini GP 140s, race 1, sponsored by Ugly & Co. And everyone's back underway now. The riders just assembling on the grid now. As you say, there are some recovery marshals out on the track to assist some of the younger riders, and limited assistance allowed on the grid. There's just one rider just lost the engine there, so as you can see, just making sure the bike's fired up. They've been in the waiting zone, of course. They should all be now warmed up and ready to go. We lost one or two bikes just on the warm-up lap there, just one or two engines cutting out or getting up to temperature, but everyone seems okay. We've just got the last couple of riders now making their way onto the grid. And I think that rider just coming through the middle now, that's the guy we lost on the first lap, so just making sure they get correctly in position. And of course, for these guys up at the front of the grid, this is nervous moments. They've been sat there for quite a while now, so just got to focus now on getting into that first corner first, as the last few riders now in position. There's one rider in a bit of trouble right at the back of the grid, just trying, you see the marshal at the back there, just calling a halt to the race just for a few moments whilst that bike's fired up. It's pretty much at the back of the field, but I think they're okay and ready to go. So here we go, 2020 gets underway for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. The flag goes up, and our first race of the day is underway. Great start on the outside from Peter Willis as they charge into the first corner. Got away very well indeed. Daniel Goodman and Lewis Mullen in there as well. Good clean start. Everyone seems to be round the first corner safely in this 12-lap race. And it looks like Peter Willis got a good jump on the field, got away cleanly. But everyone through the first few corners okay. Now up towards the centre of the course. And this dogleg hairpin, you would say, very tight indeed. This could be a good opportunity for overtaking as the day goes on. Past the pits now and into the final hairpin. And you can see Peter Willis already pulling away as they make their way round the final corner, down the start straight. And Willis leading the way, 54.331 the first time round from Daniel Goodman, Lewis Mullen in third. And a good start from Joel Grigg on the number 3. There he is in shot now, round the outside of Ty Butler, 97. Butler tries to fight back as they head towards the second corner to double apex right-hander. And this corner really does tighten in on itself. You can see from the aerial image there as 97 Ty Butler takes the position back. So the early battle for fourth place, Luke Hutchinson getting involved in this as well on the 56. Tayo Collymore on the number 8, just a little bit further back. Peter Willis already pulling away. But a good clean start to the race. It's everyone has got away cleanly on that first lap. We said, of course, it's the first time a lot of riders have been racing for months on end, so we're hoping that people weren't too rusty at the start. And certainly everyone's sensible in getting around that first lap okay. Peter Willis getting to work as we look at Luke Hutchinson there on the final corner, having a look at Joel Grigg. 64, Luke Schofield, the rider who's in trouble on the warm-up lap. Whatever was the problem, it seems to have eradicated itself because he's back underway now and up to 8th position, started quite cleanly. So as the leaders make their way towards the second half of the lap, we still see the number 3 of Joel Grigg in there as well. Luke Hutchinson and Tayo Collymore in this battle just towards the edge of the top 10. There's Collymore currently in 7th place. Schofield just behind James Cleary, and the 28 of Mason Greasley in there as well. Now they will have to remain in position because there is a yellow flag. Rider in trouble was the number 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Rider thinks okay, may have been some, may have just taken a tumble, but the rider's okay. There is a waved yellow just to make sure the riders stay in line. There we see just on the footage there. The rider that's down, Luca Wilkinson, but this seems okay and has gone back to the pits. Looks like he's out of the race though. So Peter Willis still leads by 1.3 seconds. Goodman in 2nd place, Mullen in 3rd. But all the action here currently for this battle for now 6th place. We see the number 3 of Joel Grigg, Tayo Collymore, on the move now, 14.7 seconds down on the leader, but starting to close up on Greg. James Cleary in there as well. There's Collymore. You can't miss him with that fluorescent yellow helmet. All over the back of Joel Grigg in the orange riding gear. And these two riders currently battling for 5th position as they make their way through the centre of the course. Second part of the lap now, and this really tight hairpin, a good opportunity to try and get down the middle. Collymore can't quite make it now, but he's lining up Greg to try for the hairpin. Oh, but Greg has got the line into the corner. Let's see what Collymore can do. He goes round the outside of Greg, trying to set him up into the final corner. But Greg blocks the apex well there and holds on to that position. Collymore having a look down, but Greg knows he's there, tries the outside, and will he make that move stick? He's used a lot of the track there to try and carry the speed through the first corner. Collymore down the inside, but can't quite make the pass stick. Still Peter Willis leading the way, number 151, 1.3 seconds ahead, as all the action though still in 4th place is Tayo Collymore all over the back wheel of the 5th place rider Joel Grigg. Now this battle starting to hotten up now, and this is allowing some of the riders further back here. James Cleary and Luke Schofield, 7th and 8th place, there they are. And I think Collymore desperate to try and find a way through because all the action is hotting up some of those riders towards the back of the top 10, starting to close up on this now because these two riders, they're battling for position, holding each other up. Peter Willis, Daniel Goodman, Lewis Mullen making their way through past the finish line now. Ty Butler in 4. And here we see the early action in 5th place. Collymore's made it through now though, so Tayo Collymore up to 5th place, Joel Grigg number 3, currently in 6th place, Luke Schofield and James Cleary just in shot there. Mason Greasley and Luke Hutchinson a bit further back. Nathan Ellis-Ward currently 11th place. Matthew Woods just gone through in 12th. And looking further back, Jack Newton, Bobby King and George Bartle currently in 15th place. The action still in this little group on the edge of the top 10. I think they are starting to close up on some slower riders, which might complicate things. There's one or two back markers just conceding that racing line, letting the faster riders through. A few new names perhaps, of course, in the British mini bikes. I think that's the 52 there actually of Harry Pell, just been lapped. Currently in 20th position. There he is in shot. Pell just going through the final corner, just riding sensibly, letting those faster riders through and gaining some experience out there on the track. This, of course, is a new venue for the great majority of riders. This Ellough Park circuit, well established in the karting world, but this the first race meeting for bikes for many, many years. So certainly when you compare it to the likes of Wilton Mill, perhaps, circuits like that are a lot more established in the world of British mini bikes, then this, of course, is a new track for everyone. Peter Willis has gone through and leads by 4.2 seconds from Daniel Goodman. Lewis Mullen still in third. All the action, though, still on the edge of the top 10. We've got Ty Butler on the 97 in fourth place. As Greg goes round the outside. Oh, there's 64 now. Luke Schofield has got past Joel Grigg. So Luke Schofield hit trouble on the warm-up lap, was able to get the bike to the grid. And now the race is underway. He's certainly settling into a rhythm. There he is on the green and white machine, number 64. There is a slower rider just in front. It may possibly be the 18th place Harvey Brooks. And there you see the rider just being lapped. Just the sensible riding there from the back marker, just holding their line, letting the faster riders through. And there we see the 56 of Luke Hutchinson. Now Joel Grigg losing a few positions here. They go down the inside of the 119. Harvey Brooks currently in 18th position. Jack Knight's the next rider to be lapped. And Greg, number 3, just taking advantage of the slower rider there. He pulls away slightly as they get bulked by the back marker. It's a bad place to encounter slower riders, one of the more technical parts of the track. But they all seem to be getting through. Peter Willis still leading the race, though. He's just set the fastest lap, 51.593. So these lap times are tumbling. As the track dries out, the skies looked a bit cagey before the start of this race, but it seems to, in the few minutes we've got since the race got underway, it does seem to have brightened up somewhat. And there's some great action here still on the edge of the top 10. Tyo Collymore is clear now in 5th place. And Joel Grigg, number 3, the rider in shot, has had a busy race so far. He's coming under some attention from the top 10. Mason Greasley having a look, with James Cleary just a bit further behind as we look at the 64. Luke Schofield now trying to catch up to Chase Collymore. Peter Willis on the 151 still leading the way. And here we see the 64 of Luke Schofield. Now I think that may be Luke Hutchinson just behind him on the 56. Yes, indeed it is. So there we see Schofield just crossing the line now. They got the number 10 of Ocean Thomas just in front of them. There's 56. Luke Hutchinson having a look. Oh, they come together on the first corner. Oh, both going for the same bit of track. I think that was a racing incident, really, and let's hope they're okay. There's 64. What a shame for Schofield, and he doesn't look too happy. Well, Hutchinson went down the inside, and Schofield had already committed to that line. Just one of those things, really, on both riders going for the same bit of track. I think they're both okay, though. They're just getting back onto back up right now. So wave yellows on the finish line. Peter Willis still leads from Daniel Goodman. Lewis Mullen in third. There's the wave yellows for that incident on the first corner. And looking out there, both riders appear to be okay, but Schofield in particular looks a bit disappointed with that one. I think he wasn't expecting Hutchinson to pull that move off. Just two riders going for the same bit of track there, I think. So the race goes on. Peter Willis still leads the way. Just a couple of laps to go. We see the midfield action again. Joel Grigg and Mason Greasley a bit further back. There's the 28 of Greasley having a look, as there we see just on the left of the track there. That looks like, I think Schofield's back on the track. Hutchinson's still trying to get the bike restarted. Ocean Thomas holding the inside line as the faster riders go through. Peter Willis, number 151, still your race leader. He's extended the gap now to 7.7 seconds. Mullen third, Ty Butler fourth, Teo Collymore in fifth position. Now moving on to the last lap. And Peter Willis, number 151, really in control of this race, down into the centre of the circuit now, making his way towards the second half of the lap. Has led this race from start to finish. Now coming down past the pits as this battle still goes on between Grieg and Greasley. Meanwhile, the 151 crossing the line. Peter Willis is the first race winner of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship for 2020. Daniel Goodman in second place on the 57. 7.2 seconds adrift. Lewis Mullen goes through in third on the 111. And we wait for Ty Butler, who's had a steady race, in fourth position. And that battle very close with the rest of the top 10. Butler should be coming through any moment now. And there's some of the midfield runners make their way through. Butler will be crossing the line now in fourth position. So Collymore fighting through into fifth. There's the 58, I think, back on track now. 56, I should say, of Luke Hutchinson. Nasty tumble on the first corner, but both riders okay. Joel Greig and Mason Greasley going through sixth and seventh. Very close for the last 3 or 4 laps for those riders. James Cleary on the 25 finished in 8th position. Nathan Ellis-Ward in 9th. And Matthew Wood rounding up the top 10. Jack Newton, Bobby King, George Bartle, Ossian Thomas and Jack Knight taking us down to 15th place. Luke Schofield got back on the bike. He finished in 16th place. Harvey Brooks, Ruby Booth, Luke Hutchinson, Harry Pell and Luca Wilkinson was a retirement early in the race. So great way to kick things off there with the Junior SM 140 Mini GP 140/50's first race of the day. We'll see those riders, of course, a bit later on this afternoon. So race one draws to a close. The Junior SM 140 Mini GP 140 is brought to you with Ugly & Co. The next group of riders currently making their way down to the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in a few moments' time. All these riders, of course, having 2 races throughout the afternoon. Some new riders and new race classes this year. So any moment now, we're moving on to our mini bikes. Mini Bikes B 160 race 1. They're currently lining up in the waiting zone. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time. Quite an exciting early race there for some of the juniors. Now let's have a look at our pit bike stock 160 race 1, where Jake Whittaker took the pole, 101.614. Gaz Pearson second, Kieran Boyd, Adam Jameson in fourth, Gary Carter and Ben Ree taking us down to sixth on the 141. Joe Woodward, Oliver Riley, Matt Lockyer, Mark Jarrett in 10th, Tom White 11th and Ben Johnson 12th position on the 22. Taylor Garner-Cook, Adam Pipes, Tommy Champion and Dean Quincy in 16th place, Jack Wolf and Joseph O'Neill in 18th place. Rounding out the field were Mike Smallbones and Connor Wyatt. Neither rider would say setting a representative time. Mike Smallbones 12 minutes 34, so unless he walked the track, I think it's fair to say that he hit some trouble in qualifying. And the mini bikes now making their way out onto the track for their formation lap. This race sponsored by Pit Bike Spares. And as always, we extend our thanks to all of the sponsors who help make this happen. New sponsor, I should say, for 2020, Rich Energy. And I would say quite a high-profile name there, of course. Rich Energy, formerly involved in Formula One, and really does show that British mini bikes going from strength to strength. And there's some quite high-profile companies starting to take an interest in this series and get involved. And when we look at the lofty ranks of the British superbikes and the TT races, the high-profile racing, the road racing, of course, in the UK and Ireland as well, a lot of the people involved in this series really do see this kind of grassroots motorsport, you might say, as a way of encouraging young talent to get involved, learn the racecraft, And like we see today, of course, there are quite a few pro riders here from the likes of BSB taking part in the Pro-Am races later on today, and it's really a great experience for some of the younger riders and some of the less experienced adults to see these pros in action and just to maybe get some tips, get some ideas of how they approach their racing. So this, of course, is our pit bike stock 160 race 1. Nobody getting under the 1 minute barrier in qualifying. Now, of course, as we mentioned before, was a very different track in qualifying. It was quite wet and slippery. These riders were some of the first out this morning, and there still was quite a bit of rain in the air. Even a couple of hours ago it was quite slippery out there, but as the qualifying sessions drew on, the track dried out. There is a dry line out there. So formation lap now completed, and everyone just starting to take their positions. A big group of riders, of course, in the pit bike, so the first few corners could be quite interesting. Everybody, of course, will be hoping to get through cleanly, stay out of trouble. It's a medium speed first corner, you might say. It's quite wide and open, actually, so it does lend itself well to a clean start. And then that second corner, we'll have a look at the onboard a bit later on, but the second corner quite interesting because you've got quite a wide entrance into the corner. It's almost a double apex hairpin, you might say, but the track just tightens in on itself, so you really want to be ahead as you make your way through into that third corner. It all gets a bit technical from there on in as we move towards the centre of the lap. So good start, very importantly. It's quite a technical track here at Ellough Park. It does seem popular with the riders. Everyone appears to be in place now. Just one or two riders towards the back just getting in position. And as always, our grid marshal's hard at work down there, just making sure that the starts are done as efficiently as possible. Pit bike stock 160. Race B about to go underway. Riders just getting instructions to get the visors down because we're about to go. The flag goes up. And pit bike stock 160 is underway. Tense moments at the start there as, somebody struggled getting off the line there. May have been Kieran Boyd. We'll have a look at the timing in a few moments as they go around the first corner. And, it's tight there at the back as there's a bit of bar bang in there, but everyone seems to have got through cleanly into that double apex right-hander. And again, looks like a good clean start. Everyone gets through the first few corners safely. Around the back there, Jack Wolf on the 88, 23 in there as well. Adam Pipes also. Looks like the 141 of Ben Ray got the jump on the field. I think it may have been Kieran Boyd. Struggled off the line, really slow getaway, but it's still there amongst the front. But Ray pulling away at the front as the rest of the pack make their way through the middle of the track. One rider in trouble just going off to the edge of the track, but everyone else appears to be okay. Certainly no incidents there, just seems to be a rider hitting some mechanical issues as the leaders make their way around the final corner. And it certainly is the 141 of Ben Ray in the lead. The rider in shot there, Kieran Boyd in second, Gary Carter third, Joe Woodward and Adam Jamieson. And just to demonstrate how quick this track is getting now, the riders several seconds quicker than their qualifying pace as we make our way through to the second and third corners. So it's Ben Ray that leads from Kieran Boyd, Gary Carter and Joe Woodward in there, Adam Jamieson, Matt Lockyer, Dean Quincy, Dougie Craven, Tom White and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10. It's very close actually on the edge of that top 10. Chris Edwards and Mark Jarrett a bit further behind as Ray tries to pull away, but the 609 of Kieran Boyd in second, just trying to stay in view. There he is, Boyd in second, and the man on the move there, I think, is the 46 of Joe Woodward. Let's have a look out for that number 46 because he is starting to close upon the leaders. Very close behind him though with Adam Jamieson, Matt Lockyer, Dean Quincy and Dougie Craven in there as well. So Ray leads over the start line, Boyd in second. Joe Woodward though, the number 46, starting to close on the leaders. There we see Gary Carter. As Adam Jamieson has a look down the inside. But Carter rides well, guards that inside line. 74, Dougie Craven going down the inside of Jamieson. And he tried to make that pass stick but didn't quite work out. And here we see now Joe Woodward with the grey riding gear starting to catch up on Kieran Boyd. He has a look down the inside but can't quite make that move stick. Now he's all over the back wheel of Kieran Boyd. Has a look down the inside into the hairpin, but Boyd's got that line. Let's see what Woodward can do. It's a technical track here. Really got to line up a pass 3 or 4 corners in advance sometimes. But Kieran Boyd covering those apexes there, making it very hard for Joe Woodward to get a toe as he makes his way down the start straight. Here they come into the first corner, side by side down the start, and Woodward has cut down the inside. Now, can he make that stick? I think he can. Yes, he does. And Joe Woodward, nice little move there as he goes into second place. Ben Rees starting to pull away at the front there at number 141. Fastest lap of the race with a 54.818. But Joe Woodward now clear in second. Now, can he close up on the rest of that lead group? Here we see just a little bit further down in the top 10. There's the 287 of Dean Quincy, sandwiching Gary Carter and Matt Lockyer just a bit further behind there. We just saw Adam Jamieson in there as well. These riders just on the edge of the top 10. Tom White and Mark Jarrett a bit further behind. There's one rider just in a bit of trouble there on the... Oh, as we see a faller. Oh, the front wheel just got away from him. We're just trying to identify who that rider is. It was one of our top 10s, I think. That's the 56 of Matt Lockyer, who is in was in eighth position, I should say. Just lost it heading past the pit straight. The front wheel just seemed to wash out on him there. And just trying to get that bike sorted out. The rider's okay, I hasten to add. But I don't know if he's hit some trouble, maybe damaged the machine. Looks like he's out of the race at the moment. Back on track though, we see the number 27 and the 154 a little further down the field. Tommy Champion, meanwhile, moves up to 15th place as we see this battle towards the back of the field. Very close indeed. Race still leads 3.4 seconds from Joe Woodward, Dougie Craven. All the action though further down the field. As we see, this is the waiting zone just to the left of the track there. Quite a technical part of the track here. The riders really can try and get down the inside like we see just there. I think that's actually Taylor Garner-Cook currently in 13th place making the move. The 154 of Tom White currently in 9th. These riders just on the edge of the top 10, but it's all very close indeed. Still a long way to go in this race, 7 laps remaining. So there's the 154 of Tom White. Mark Jarrett in there, 27, currently in 9th place. Gary Carter hit trouble on the number 11. He goes down to 14th position as they go to the first of the hairpins on this lap. And one of the first real overtaking opportunities. The track speeds up in medium speed. Left-handed carry a lot of speed through this left-hander in shot now. Mark Jarrett there, 27 with some of the Pepsi logo on the side of the bike. They're very Kevin Schwantz-esque, you might say. The looking back in the 500 ranks in the late 1980s. That's got to be some sort of Kevin Schwantz tribute going on there, the former 500 GP World Champion. And he's currently in 9th place. Ben Johnson just goes through in 7th. Tom White, Mark Jarrett. There we see him in shot there on the 27. Right on his tail, though, is the 561 of Connor Wyatt as they go through the first corner. Mike Smallbones, Joseph O'Neill and Taylor Garner-Cook in there as well. Very, very close indeed on the edge of this top 10. Man on the move at the moment, though, is the 3rd place, number 74 of Dougie Craven. He's just set the fastest lap of the race by quite some margin, actually. 53.493, fastest lap of the race. The track, as we said, seems to be drying out all the time. But still, this midfield battle on the edge of the top 10. Very close indeed. There's the 17, Mike Smallbones, just on the edge of the top 10. Joseph O'Neill in there as well. Taylor Garner-Cook just a bit further behind. Now the question is, this battle on the edge of the top 10, will they fall in range of the lead if you've got 5 laps to go? And of course, these riders trading paint, battling for position here. They're going to slow each other up somewhat. But I think they will still stay on the lead lap by the end of the race. There we see the 154 of Tom White going into the first corner in 8th position. Jarrett, Wyatt, Smallbones all in there as well. The number 90 of Joseph O'Neill looks like he's moved up to 12th position. Taylor Garner-Cook in there as well. But Ben Ray still leading the race on the 141. Woodward in second, made that early move into second place. Dean Craven, fastest lap of the race as we concentrate on this very close midfield battle. But Dougie Craven, they've just gone past the start line now. 74, Craven has set the fastest lap of the race again, 53.475. As we see Tom White with his train of riders behind him, just going into the hairpin past the pits. White currently in 8th position. All getting close at the front with 4 laps to go. Dean Quincy goes through in 6th, Ben Johnson 7th, getting clear of this little battle now as the edge of the top 10. These runners make their way through past the line to complete another lap. Very, very close indeed as they go into the first corner. But Ben Ray, the number 141, still leads the way. Woodward 2nd, Craven 3rd. Jarrett pulls away slightly in 9th place. Connor Wyatt on the 5-6-1, currently in 10th place. Mike Smallbones 11th. Joseph O'Neill in there as well. Rider stationary in the middle of the track there. Hit some mechanical trouble. And Dean Craven again, the fastest lap of the race. They've just gone through the first corner into the 2nd and 3rd corners, and this battle for the lead is starting to get close. Hopefully we can have a look at this in a moment, because the battle for first place is really starting to hot up. They're in the centre of the circuit now. Just looking towards the edge of the top 10 as the leaders make their way towards the pit area. Race to lead. Here we are. This is the battle for the lead. There was Craven just out of shot there, making their way back towards the finish line. We still see the 7th place battle going past the finish line. I think they may fall into touch with the lead as it carries on. Looking towards the final few corners now. And Ray still leading the race. This battle on the edge of the top 10 going through the first corner. Now we have 2 laps to go, and Dougie Craven, is on the move in 3rd place. Another fastest lap, 52.9. Around the first corner they go. There we still see Tom White battling off that train of riders on the edge of the top 10. But here's the battle for the lead now. There's Craven, 74. Wood was closed up on Ray, who ran away with things at the start, but a 3-way tussle for that lead. And there we are, there's Ben in the lead, number 141, as Craven goes down the inside of Woodward and makes the move stick. So Craven up to 2nd place, 2 laps to go. Now, can he get through? Dougie Craven has been the fastest rider of the race in this second part of the race. He's been getting quicker and quicker as it goes on. And Ben Ray, number 141, who has led pretty much the entire race, has got a battle on his hands. Here they come, up towards the final corner. And Craven is on a mission here. He goes round the final corner, down the start straight, but I don't think... 1 lap to go here, of course. I don't think he's going to make the move into the first corner. Ray, of course, knows he's there. Woodward just shadowing in 3rd. So Craven now having a look down the inside. Oh, but Ray blocks him on the inside. Oh, what a move there from Craven into the 2nd corner, and holds that inside line to prevent Ray from getting through. Ray has a fight back down the inside and retakes the lead. Any one of these 3 riders could win this pit bike stock 160 as we go into the final half of the lap now, and things get really technical from here. Some really good overtaking opportunities. So Craven, Ray now back into the lead as they head towards the final hairpin. And Ray's got to be brave coming into this corner, carrying the speed. It's going to be a drag race to the finish here as Woodward tries to line up Craven. Here they come round the final corner, and the 141 of Ben Ray round the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and in a thrilling climax to this race, Ben Ray takes the checkered flag by 0.3 of a second from Dean Craven, and Joseph Woodward threatening there in 3rd. Very, very close race to the finish. So very well done to those top 3 riders. 0.7 of a second covering the top 3. Adam Jameson goes through in 4th. Chris Edwards in 5th position. And that close battle on the edge of the top 10 just making its way back towards the finish line now. But what a great race between those top 3 riders. Ben Ray Lee winning the race from Dean Craven, and Joe Woodward in 3rd. But Craven, he didn't win the race, but still celebrating with a wheelie as the rest of the top 10 making their way through. Just look at the timing charts there. White goes through in 7th, Jarrett 8th, Wyatt in 9th, and the number 90 of Joseph O'Neill rounding out the top 10 from Mike Smallbones, Taylor Garner-Cook. So certainly the action hotting up here in the Pit Bike Stock 160 Race 1B. Dueling it out to the line, less than 0.7 of a second, covering the top 3 riders in our second race of the day. So as our Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B make their way back to the paddock, we will of course see those riders later. Waiting to go out onto the track now, we have our 160s Group A. some of our fastest qualifiers in the morning session. And everyone just waiting now in the waiting zone to go out onto the track. We'll have a look at the qualifying times in a few moments. And of course, being the Group A is a little bit quicker, with John Buckle taking the pole position on a 56.526. JJ Cunningham was second, just a few tenths behind. Jim Lovell third, Rhys Stevenson fourth, Ryan Tyers and Chase Collymore. One of the young stars of BMB running up the top six there. Jamie Callan, Phil Dickens, Ed Peet, Richard Cooper, Sebastian Barron and Nathan Summers in 12th position. Andrew Jones was in 13th place from Julian Gromit. Simon James Dean in 15th place. James Moxkier in 16th. We'll find out who 17th place is, but Daniel Gilbert was in 18th position. Ben Rybicki in 19th. Dominic Herbertson, Scott McGiven, and rounding out the 22 rider field with a 101.254 was the treble 5 of Nathan Smith. So our pit bikes now, the race Group 1, making their way out onto the track for their formation lap. And as with the riders in the previous two races, a very different track to what they encountered in the morning. The rather nasty rain clouds we had about half an hour ago before racing got underway seem to have moved away. And there we see, thank you NHS key workers on the trackside art on that final corner. Been a tough year, of course, for everyone really, so hats off to everyone involved in the NHS and all the key workers who've been out every day since the whole lockdown period started earlier in the year. And Ellough Park just paying their own little tribute there on that final corner. As the pit bikes line up, there's John Buckle sitting first on the grid, gets that preferential outside line sweep into the first corner. Cunningham in second. Jim Lovell, Ryan Tyers a bit further behind. There's the 2-3 there. Looks like Rhys Stevenson in there as well. Just a bit further behind, there's the diminutive figure of Chase Collymore. Also a very established rider in some of the junior ranks, really making a name for himself in British mini bikes. Just one or two riders making their way now towards the back of the grid. Just one or two riders maybe out of position there. The grid marshals just making sure everyone's lined up correctly. And there we see this very wide open starting grid here at Ellough Park. Nice run into the first corner, medium speed first corner. And the entrance to that corner is very wide as well. So everyone filters through quite nicely into that first corner. Good getaway from the grid is essential, of course, as the green flag goes up. And the pit bike stock 160s. Race A gets underway. Good start. Everyone gets off the grid cleanly. Charging into the first corner. Buckle gets away well as they pile through that first corner. And everyone gets through cleanly. It tightens up now into the second corner. Nice fast entry into this corner, but it really does tighten up on the exit through into the hairpin for the first time. So John Buckle leads. Looks like Cunningham and Lovell getting away with him as well. They go into the hairpin for the first time. Everyone gets through cleanly. And right on the tail, looks like Jim Lovell's gone through to second place on the number 97. The rest of the midfield runners making their way through for the first time. Past the pits for the first time now and through into the lead. Looks like Jim Lovell has taken the lead. John Buckle drops down to third position. Round the pits hairpin for the first time. Back onto the start straight go the leaders, and it looks like Jim Lovell has now taken the lead. Ryan Tyers, good start to the race for him. He's up to second place. John Buckle in third. Rhys Stevenson, Richard Cooper, JJ Cunningham, Chase Collymore, number 7 in 7th position. Jamie Callan, Phil Dickens and Julian Gromit rounding out the top 10. I'm pleased to say another good clean start to the race. Very fast and furious, but everyone's staying out of trouble, as I think that's Ryan Tyers. 18 on our graphics, and so maybe on a borrowed machine, I think, so it looks like number 55 on the bike, and he's doesn't matter what the number is, he's certainly taken the lead. Nice little move into that dogleg hairpin. Past the pits they go. And one of the slowest parts of the track really does favour the brave, who can outbrake down the inside into that corner. and then things start to speed up. We go round the final corner, back on the power, as Lovell stays on the back wheel there of Ryan Tyers. They go into the first corner, so Ryan Tyers, 55 on the bike, number 18 on your graphics there, so can only assume it's a borrowed bike maybe. Leading the way, looks like Cooper in third on the 47. John Buckle, the pole sitter, drops to fourth place. We settle in nicely from Rhys Stevenson and JJ Cunningham. There's 20. Buckle, he was in fourth, and well, I think that's Rhys Stevenson on the back wheel. JJ Cunningham, there he is actually. So Cunningham moves up another position. John Buckle fighting back though around the outside and retakes that position. So it's pretty close at the start of this race. There's the race leader, Tyers, Lovell on his tail. Cooper, Buckle, and oh, down the inside goes John Buckle. Great battle there with treble three of JJ Cunningham, who retakes the position. The lead is now going down the start straight, and a new race leader, Richard Cooper, number 47, has taken the lead as they go around the first corner. And here we see this battle going into the second corner. There's the 55, the race leader Ryan Tyers now back into lead. Oh, was down the inside. Good little move there into the hairpin by the 47 of Richard Cooper. And he makes that move stick. Look out for 1, 2, 3 though. That's looks like the machine of Rhys Stevenson. Well, I think has made that move stick on Lovell. Goes through into third place. Yes, he has. Past the pits they go. And Ryan Tyers. Now I think he's trying to line up Cooper here as you go down in towards the start straight around the final corner. And Tyers has got to get out that corner well. But oh, look at the inside here. Just there's the race leader 47, Rhys Stevenson. Has a look down the inside, and 1, 2, 3. Rhys Stevenson moves into second position. Great move there. Immediately switches down the inside to guard that line. So Ryan Tyers, the fluorescent yellow riding gear there, number 55, had visions of taking the lead there, but couldn't account for Rhys Stevenson, who moves into second place. Richard Cooper, meanwhile, the race leader on that 47, has set the fastest lap of the race, 50.746. So once again, the race pace drops as the circuit dries out and gets more grippy. Stevenson on the 1, 2, 3, trying to close up on Richard Cooper, but he can't shake off Ryan Tyers in third. Jim Lovell still watching there in fourth place as Richard Cooper goes down the start, has a quick look over the shoulder, but he is clear now. Another fastest lap, 50.621. There's Ryan Tyers still in third place, Jim Lovell fourth, JJ Cunningham and John Buckle, pole sitter, a bit further behind in sixth place. Four-way battle for the lead here though, as Richard Cooper starts to establish himself at the front. There we see that yellow cone just on the outside. I think there was a pothole there. Was remedial work going on before the racing got underway, but appears to be okay now. Just out there just for rider safety. And as we look at the drone there momentarily, we go past the pits, and Richard Cooper still leading the way. Stevenson in second, Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell. Past the finish line we go once again, and it looks to me like Stevenson is starting to close here. Fastest lap of the race for the 1, 2, 3 in second place, Rhys Stevenson. So catching up is one thing, of course, getting past can be another. This double apex right-hander, and I'm sure that Richard Cooper knows that Stevenson is with him in second place. Stevenson looks quicker at the moment, but he can't find a way past. Here we see this spectacular left-hand corner. The riders can carry a lot of speed through there. And these two riders starting to pull away from the rest of the top five. It's turning into a battle now between Richard Cooper and Rhys Stevenson. Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell falling back slightly. We would say the third and fourth place riders could still get involved in this if these two riders start trading paint, battling for position as Stevenson lines up Cooper going into the first corner, but can't find a way through on the inside. Cooper, nice line through the first corner. Stevenson again has a look down the inside, but can't quite make the move stick. Richard Cooper holding on to that lead. And it looks to me like Reece Stevenson's a bit quicker at the moment. Again, he set the fastest lap of the race, 50.223. But that counts for nothing, of course, because Richard Cooper has got the track advantage as they come into the hairpin. They have got slower traffic in front of them, though, so that could play a part in the closing 5 laps of the race. Just looking a bit further down the field here, we've got a good midfield battle starting to develop here on the edge of the top 10. I think that was the 51 of Phil Dickens. Chase Collymore in there as well. He's currently in 7th place. There's the 14 of Jamie Callan. 51 then Phil Dickens. Unidentified rider on the edge of the top 10 as this great little battle here on the edge of the top 10 makes its way through. Still pretty close for the lead. There's Chase Collymore on the number 7, heading this train of riders into the first corner. So Collymore just ahead of Callan. Callan currently in 8th position. Phil Dickens, very close battle as the leaders now making their way up towards the final corner, and they are starting to catch up on slower traffic here as we should be looking towards the finish line very soon. Collymore goes through. Richard Cooper and Reece Stevenson side by side into the first corner. Still very close on the edge of the top 10 with Chase Collymore heading off that group of riders. And looking towards the middle of the track very soon. Still looks like Cooper and Stevenson battling away for that lead position. Meanwhile, Lee Jackson moves into 7th place from Chase Collymore. Three laps to go in this pit bike stock 160 Group A. There we see the number 89 of Sebastian Barron around the first corner. Currently in 18th position, Daniel Gilbert just behind him. And these riders are going to be closed on by the leaders very soon, who are battling through into the first corner. Should be just in shot there. There they go, just to the top of the screen. And Cooper and Stevenson neck and neck into the second corner. This battle for the lead is really starting to hot up. Here they are. And they're dealing now with some of the midfield riders as well. So Richard Cooper doing a great job here of holding on to the lead. Stevenson 1, 2, 3 in second place, looking very threatening. 1.5 laps to go. And Stevenson knows that he's going to have to really pull something out of the bag here to snatch the lead. Into that dogleg hairpin they go, one of the slowest parts of the track. And Cooper holds on to the racing line. Past the pits they go. Stevenson having a look down the inside. Oh no, but Cooper shuts the door. Here they come now then. Should be making our way through towards the final lap. Stevenson, second place, having a peek down the inside last lap. So Stevenson, fastest lap of the race, of course, showing the pace, but he can't find a way through because Richard Cooper, number 47, the race leader, doing very well to hold on to the lead. It's been a very close battle so far, but they stayed out of trouble. There are some midfield runners ahead of them now, so slower traffic, and of course those slower riders, they're battling for position as well. So this could get very tight now for the final half lap. Cooper still leads. Stevenson in second place. They're approaching slower riders though, and these riders battling for position in the midfield, so they won't be obliged to move out the way particularly. Oh, look at Cooper there, threading his way. He's got to go round the outside of the slower rider now. This could get interesting. He gets ahead of, puts a bit of gap with him and Stevenson, and here we come towards the checkered flag. Oh, that's close, but Richard Cooper, by 0.2 of a second, takes the checkered flag from Reece Stevenson. Ryan Tyers goes through in third, and it should be Jim Lovell in fourth place on the 97, a bit further back. But there's the race winner, number 47, Richard Cooper and Reece Stevenson. And Cooper just threading his way through some of the slower traffic there on those final few corners and holding on to the lead. And when you're leading a race, that can be a nerve-wracking time, because we say, of course, slower traffic, but look at these riders in the midfield. They've got just as much right to be in the race as anybody else, and they're battling for position as well. So whilst the etiquette would be to let the faster riders through, which of course most riders will attempt to do that if they can, does mean, of course, they don't want to sacrifice their own race in the process. So difficult last lap there for those two leaders, and a very close midfield battle there just as they go through. That was Sebastian Barron, Daniel Gilbert and Nathan Summers in 20th place having their own battle. Just gone through now, but everyone seemed to stay out of trouble, and a very good first race there. Pit bike stock 160 1A just drawing to a close. And here we see some of our junior competitors for our next race of the day, Junior Supermoto Mini GP 90 Race 1. We'll be looking at the grid in a few moments' time. The riders now in the waiting zone. I think everyone is present and correct. There is still one or two riders just coming in from the circuit from the previous race. So just a very brief delay. We'll have a look at the lap times in the meantime though. And lining up in first position is Daniel Stevenson from Arnie Carr. Luca Wilkinson was in third. Those three riders breaking the 1 minute barrier. Jack Newton in fourth, just over 1 minute. Charlie Cunningham and Hudson Cooper in sixth position on the 2:17. Looking further down the field, Brooke Champion was in seventh place. Leo Solio in eighth on the number 36. Charlie Ward and Finley Hanna in 10th place. Owen Tempest and Ollie Brooks in 12th position. 12 rider field, and only a few riders breaking the 1 minute barrier this morning on this 1 kilometre circuit. In all of the other races though so far today, we have seen the lap times really tumble. Temperature at the moment, the air temperature 18 degrees, so good conditions for the bikes, I would say. It's quite humid as well, the track drying out all the time. Still a very slight chance of rain, but as I'm sure you can see from the footage here, the sky's brightening up and the track really has dried out. The lap times really have tumbled as these first races have gone underway. So we have our young stars lining up on the grid now for their first race of the day. Of course, we've got 2 races per class this afternoon. And don't want to invoke the commentator's curse here, but in the early races today, it's been some very close racing, but most riders staying out of trouble. So let's hope that we get that once again. So Daniel Stevenson on the number 11 lining up at the front of the field. Parents of the riders can offer limited assistance here, but it's very strict at the moment. These parents of the riders have to vacate the grid as soon as they're told to by the grid marshal. There is one rider at the back just getting a bit of mechanical assistance. I think the rider's okay, just getting that bike fired up, but I think everybody else is okay now and should be good to clear the grid. There are some recovery marshals out there to help some of the younger riders if they get into trouble. Everyone's okay though at the start, and the Junior Supermoto's MGP 90 gets underway. Oh, great start there from, now that was that Arnie Carr possibly. Round the first corner they go. The first 4 or 5 riders really breaking away. It was Daniel Stevenson gets through with the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Jack Newton's well placed. Everyone gets through the first corner cleanly. So looks like Stevenson has got a good jump on the field. Good clean start again, though everyone seems to have stayed out of trouble on the first 2 or 3 corners. There's the number 76, Luca Wilkinson. Third place, 46, a bit further behind. I think that may be the 464 on the lap screens of Brooke Champion. And they make their way now towards the second half of the lap into the hairpin as Daniel Stevenson leads. There's the 76 of Luca Wilkinson, Arnie Carr. But Stevenson on the number 11 really starting to pull away as they cross the line for the first time. Stevenson just going out of shot there. He really has cleared away on that first lap. Already setting a 58.19 as Arnie Carr has a look down the inside of Luke Wilkinson, but doesn't quite make the move stick. There's the 83 of Carr in third position. Jack Newton in fourth, Charlie Cunningham, Brooke Champion and Finley Hanna in seventh place. Hudson Cooper, meanwhile, has moved into eighth position. It's been a clean start to the race, but all the action here. Oh, it's down the inside. Great little move there from Arnie Carr into the hairpin. Good, clean block pass there as he goes into second position. Wilkinson drops to third. Luca Wilkinson had some trouble early on in the first race of the day, but seems to have recovered well into, still sits there in third place. But Carr is really clearing away in third. There's the 135 of Jack Newton, closely followed by Charlie Cunningham. As we look at Arnie Carr, let's have a look at the lap times here. Daniel Stevenson setting a 56.14. Arnie Carr with a 58.72. So Daniel Stevenson, number 11, the race leader, is still the fastest rider on the track. There we see the 34 of Charlie Cunningham going around the first corner, but not quite close enough to make a move on the race leader. There's the 63 a bit further back of Owen Tempest. The Solly was in there as well. Ollie Brooks and Charlie Ward a bit further ahead there, just on the edge of the top 10. Hudson Cooper, meanwhile, has moved into 7th position on the 217. Finley Hanna drops down to 8th. There's the 36 of Leo Soliu in 9th position. Charlie Ward and Owen Tempest 11th. Ollie Brooks just a little bit further behind. But a good clean start to the race. All these 12 runners have got away cleanly and are all still in the race. Really coping well with the conditions, improving all the time. There's the 27. 63 of Owen Tempest. Just behind that was Charlie Ward, I think, in 10th place. So we just saw in shot, looks like the novice bib there. I think maybe Leo Soliu. Of course, some of these junior categories see a lot of the novice riders taking part, and sometimes they have the novice bibs on just to indicate that they are an inexperienced rider. And this, of course, is all about gaining experience as well and getting more track time. Daniel Stevenson, meanwhile, with 9 laps to go, has set the fastest lap of the race, 56.14. The gap goes up to 8.71 seconds. Arnie Carr, the number 83 we saw at the start of the race, got through to 2nd position, but can't quite do much about the leader at the moment. Luca Wilkinson, 3rd place. Jack Newton, as we see Daniel Stevenson already starting to lap some of the back markers. Looks like he's gone past the 63 of Owen Tempest and 27 of Charlie Ward. Well, 127 of Charlie Ward. Those two riders having their own battle, of course, for 10th position. Ollie Brooks a little bit further behind in 12th. There's the 36 of Leo Soliu with the fluorescent bib, currently in 9th place, and lets the leader go through. So Daniel Stevenson, number 11, all on his own at the front. Arnie Carr in 2nd place is quite a way back, over 10 seconds behind at the moment, as we see Stevenson making his way through that dogleg hairpin, quite a technical part of the track. Running his own race at the moment, doesn't have to worry about anybody else putting him under pressure, just needs to make sure he gets those lines correct, stays out of trouble, and not do anything silly lapping the slower riders. So Stevenson goes through. Just behind Stevenson was the 8th place rider there, number 13 of Finley Hanna. There's Leo Soliu just a bit further behind in 9th. So perhaps Soliu will start to see the 8th place of Hanna. There goes Arnie Carr in 2nd position. Luca Wilkinson in 3rd. And there's Daniel Stevenson, number 11, as the rest of the top 10 making their way through. Jack Newton goes through in 4th. Charlie Cunningham in 5th position. And running up the top 10, we should be seeing Hudson Cooper and Brooke Champion. There's the 34 of Charlie Cunningham, not too far behind Jack Newton as they go into the 2nd corner. And Jack Newton, the 135, looking nice and neat round that double apex. Right-hander into the hairpin he goes. So Jack Newton in 4th place. Cunningham just behind, and I think, just looking down the track, I think that's 1 or 2 of the back markers just ahead of them there. So looks like Newton may have to be careful here just to make sure he gets through those riders cleanly. Arnie Carr clear in 2nd place. Daniel Stevenson, incidentally, has set the fastest lap of the race with a 55.92. There's the 127 of Charlie Ward. I think has dropped a few positions there. Still on the edge of the top 10 though. Charlie Cunningham, 34. 5th place, battling with Jack Newton for 4th position. Approaching half distance now in this first Junior Supermoto MGP 90 race 1 of the day. There's the 127 of Charlie Ward, still in 10th place. 34 of Charlie Cunningham in 5th position. Daniel Stevenson, incidentally, the race leader, has set another fastest lap of the race, a 55.92. As we focus at the moment on Charlie Cunningham, still sitting strong in 5th place. Just ahead of him there, though, is the 135 of Jack Newton. Newton currently in 4th place, And the 76 of Luca Wilkinson currently alone in third. Arnie Carr just a little bit further ahead. 5 laps to go in this JSM MGP 90 race 1. And at the moment, Jack Newton being closed on slightly now by Charlie Cunningham as they go past the pits up towards the final 2 corners. This really tight left-hander, and it's important to get through that corner cleanly and keep the power down to get the momentum onto the finish line straight. Let's have a look at those lap times, and oh, Charlie Cunningham is closing up. He just gets another second there on Jack Newton. Meanwhile, Stevenson looking strong at the front as he makes his way through towards the final few corners. Round the final corner he goes, and number 11, Daniel Stevenson, your race leader, still running in the 56-second territory, so he's carrying some good pace at the moment with 4 laps to go. Round the first corner he goes, down the back straight into the double apex right-handed corner. That third corner he does tighten in then. He's closing up now on some of the slower riders, but he's got a decent gap here. He's leading the race by 20 seconds. Doesn't really need to take any risks. There's the 63 of Owen Tempest, currently 11th. Stevenson nips through. Then we've got the 127 of Charlie Ward, still there in 10th place. And as they head towards the second half of the lap, Stevenson clear of those 2 riders on the edge of the top 10. Alongside the pits he goes into the hairpin. Final few corners of this lap, and he's looking very smooth at the front. Daniel Stevenson, your race leader, number 11, as we look towards the finish line. And here he comes round the final corner. 3 laps to go for Daniel Stevenson. Just dropping a bit of time there, 57.3 last time round. He had the midfield runners to lap, so that slowed him up slightly, but he has still got a very big gap from Arnie Carr in second place. Still Luca Wilkinson in third, and it's getting close to that battle for second place as they make their way around the final corner. And here comes Stevenson, and there, well, we just saw Arnie Carr in second. There they go into the first corner. There's the 76 of Wilkinson. Carr holding the inside line round that first corner. Oh, we're looking this way and that way, but just look down the road, I think, because the really is coming under pressure now from Luca Wilkinson in third. Wilkinson trying to find a way through, but Carr knows that Wilkinson is there. But round the outside there, Arnie Carr holding on to that second place. Wilkinson having another look as we head towards the centre of the track. They flick right and head towards the hairpin. Into the dogleg they go, and Wilkinson still there in third. Past the pits they go. 2 laps to go. Daniel Stevenson still leads, but this is the battle for second place. Arnie Carr, number 83, in second place. Luca Wilkinson in third. And past the finish line they go. 2 laps to go. And again, Arnie Carr looking over the shoulder. Wilkinson in third. Tries to go down the inside. They've got some of the back markers in front of them, though, now. So another complexion there. There's the 127 of Charlie Ward, still in 10th place. 217 of Hudson Cooper, who's slowing down. I think whether he's hit trouble, I don't know, but nonetheless, the second and third place battle. Oh, look at that, down the inside from Luca Wilkinson. Cheeky little move there into the hairpin. There's half a gap there left by Arnie Carr, and Wilkinson snatched it as Carr tries to fight back. 1 lap to go, and Daniel Stevenson still leads the way. Crossed the line and all on his own at the front as the battle for second place still as close as ever as they head past the pits and towards the final hairpin. Arnie Carr now back into second place. So this one's going to go down to the wire. Around the final few corners they go. Arnie Carr, number 83, in second place. Luca Wilkinson in third. They get the 1 lap forward, and again Carr looking over the shoulder. Trying not to look back too much. Again, he's looking over his shoulder. Sees Wilkinson there. Carr drifting wide into the entrance, I should say, of the third corner. Holds a nice line. Wilkinson again has a look down the inside, but with 1 lap to go, we're waiting for Daniel Stevenson to cross the line. Wilkinson still in third as they exit the hairpin. And taking the checkered flag goes Daniel Stevenson, number 11. Superb race for him, over 30 seconds ahead, but all the action behind for second place as Arnie Carr and Luca Wilkinson still battling for that second place. Daniel Stevenson, a really good race win for him, but here's the battle of a second. Wilkinson really doing all he can to try and get through, but looks like Arnie Carr is going to hold off Good riding there from Arnie Carr to take second position. Into the final corner they go, and Carr in second, Wilkinson third. Battling to the line there. Jack Newton a bit further behind in fourth, but what a great ride there from Daniel Stevenson. Almost 1 minute, 30 seconds, I should say, ahead at the end. So Carr in second, Wilkinson third, Jack Newton and Charlie Cunningham a bit further behind. Hudson Cooper, Brook Champion and Leo Solier making his way up to 8th position. Brook Champion on the 464 in 7th. Finley Hanna, Owen Tempest, Charlie Ward and Ollie Brooks rounding out the top 10. Lining up now, we have the Mini GP 190s, Reece Stevenson from Pete Hickman, Jordan Rushby, Daniel Goodman, as they get underway into the first corner. So Stevenson leads, looks like Hickman in second place. And Mini GP 190/70 sponsored by Race Fasteners Pro Light, as Stevenson gets away. Hickman in second. Those two breaking away now from the rest of the field. Looks like Daniel Goodman still in third place. And there we see Hickman, looks like in second place. And the leaders now making their way around the last few corners, heading towards the start-finish straight. And as they cross the line, it's Reece Stevenson from Pete Hickman in second place. 50 seconds, really are picking up the pace, those top two riders. Daniel Goodman third, Jordan Rushby, Lee Jackson, Richard Cooper and Luca Hopkins. Third through to seventh place, having a great battle here. Looks like Goodman in third, Rushby, Jackson and Cooper, and Luca Hopkins on the 41 just a bit further behind, as down the inside I think goes Lee Jackson, moving up a place on the number 14. Some very close contact racing here. Can't afford to leave a gap anywhere as they head towards the dogleg hairpin. Stevenson still leading from Hickman in second place. Pete Hickman, of course, the fastest road rider there is. Outright lap record holder in terms of speed at the Isle of Man TT. Which he can't do this year because it's been cancelled, of course, but good to see him along here. And I believe he'll be coming up to talk us through some of the races a bit later on as well. Can't do anything at the moment, though, about Rhys Stevenson, who picks up the pace once again. The gap goes up to 1.6 seconds at the front. 49.06 is the fastest lap of the race from the 1-2-3 of Rhys Stevenson, who still is there. He is. Stevenson into the dogleg hairpin. And that hairpin a lot tighter than it looks on entry. Hickman still there in second, keeping the pressure on. Third place, still the number 14 of Lee Jackson from Richard Cooper. Daniel Goodman and Jordan Rushby just a bit further behind. Rushby in sixth, and Luke Hopkins on the number 41 running out the field as the leading group make their way down the start straight into the first corner. And again, Stevenson pulls the gap slightly on Hickman, not by very much. There's not much in this one, and let's have a look at the lap times here. Hickman, I think, is the actual pace of the race is starting to pick up here, because Richard Cooper in fourth position on the 47 now, setting the fastest lap of the race with a 48.55. Hickman just closing the gap now on Stevenson. 9 laps to go in this mini GP race, and Hickman just shadowing the back of Stevenson, now starting to put the pressure on. 8 laps to go. Stevenson leads, Hickman in second place. Hickman goes round the final corner. There he is on the number 60 into the first corner, and the gap goes down again slightly, just by half a second. Less than 1 second now, covering Rhys Stevenson and Peter Hickman, first and second place. These two riders now starting to break away from the rest of the field. And there we see Hickman. As we say, less than 1 second covering these riders. Still Lee Jackson and Richard Cooper battling for third place. Jordan Rushby, Daniel Goodman and Luca Hopkins running out the field. But Hickman starting to close all the time. A bit more aggressive under braking as they go past the pits into the right-hander. 7 laps to go next time round. Rhys Stevenson has led the entire race, but Peter Hickman is really starting to apply the pressure as they cross the line once again, just eking another 1/10 of a second out of the lead. Rhys Stevenson 48.82 last time round, number 1-2-3. There he is, your number 23, your race leader. Into the double apex right-hander Hickman, I should say, looking aggressive into the hairpin. Peter Hickman in second place on the number 60, and Hickman closing up all the time here. But Rhys Stevenson still leads the race, and as they always say in racing, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. Hickman is now all over the rear wheel of Rhys Stevenson, but Stevenson knows he's there and will do all he can just to make that bike at the front, the number 23, as wide as possible. Hickman gets on the power out of the final corner. Pete Hickman into the first corner. Another 1/10 of a second out of the lead. Here we see just a bit further back the battle with Lee Jackson and Richard Cooper. Oh, down the inside. Oh, that was a brave move there from Richard Cooper, who incidentally sets the fastest lap of the race that time, 48.54. So the pace really picking up throughout the field in this one. There's the third place man now. Richard Cooper up to third. Lee Jackson now in fourth place, trying to fight back. Meanwhile, Hickman all over the rear wheel of Rhys Stevenson as they go past the pits and in towards the final few corners. They're just going so fast, they've gone out of shot momentarily there. Jackson still on the back wheel of Richard Cooper, trying to retake that position. Meanwhile at the front, 5 laps to go. And Rhys Stevenson maintaining the pace at the front. This battle for third place though, Cooper and Jackson still neck and neck for third place. Daniel Goodman, Jordan Rushby and Luca Hopkins just a little bit further behind. And now it looks like Richard Cooper has maintained that third place and just pulling away slightly, but certainly Lee Jackson on the number 14 very much involved in this. These riders 6 seconds down on the leaders. Richard Cooper on the blue and white machine there, number 47, with the fastest lap of the race, 48.5. set that 2 laps to go, 4 laps to go in this race. Still very close in that battle of a third as they go through the hairpin. 4 laps to go as Stevenson leads, and still we see Lee Jackson on number 14 all over the back wheel of Cooper. Can't find a way through though as they go into the first corner. So first and second very close, less than a second covering those, and nothing at all between Cooper and Jackson, third and fourth. Daniel Goodman, Jordan Rushby and Luke Hopkins just a little bit further behind. Rushby just looking to see where he's gone. Not showing on the lap chart at the moment, so we may have lost a rider. Let's just keep an eye on that lap chart as the race goes on. Closing stages now of this Mini GP, first race of the day, and Stevenson still leads from Hickman, 3 laps to go. There they go over the line, Hickman all over the back wheel, the gap increasing those slightly to 1 second, still nothing in it between those 2 riders, and a close battle. Here they are, still in third place, Richard Cooper and Lee Jackson. Cooper again though setting the fastest lap of the race, 48.53 for the number 47 as he holds on to that third place. And Reece Stevenson, 23, pulling away slightly from Peter Hickman in second. I would say if those two had started battling for position, these 2 riders in shot now, Cooper and Jackson, they may have closed up. We could have had a 4-way tussle for the lead, but at the moment it's still quite steady between the top 2 riders. Maintaining a good pace as Richard Cooper, fastest man on the track, tries to pull away from the number 14 of Lee Jackson as we go into 2 laps to go. Jackson around the final corner, there's Cooper. And again, another fastest lap of the race for the number 47. There he is, just going around the first corner now. Richard Cooper again, fastest lap. 5.3 seconds down on the race leader. 2 laps to go. So realistically, unless anything drastic happens between the top 2 riders, then I think Cooper would have to settle for third. But he's trying his best to close up on none other than Peter Hickman in second place. 1.6 seconds down on Stevenson. And Reece Stevenson, number 23, the race leader, as we approach the final lap, has done a great job here. He's got some very established competition behind him and has settled into rhythm and maintains the pace at the front as we head towards the final lap. There goes Stevenson, the race leader. Hickman in second. Stevenson nice and neat round the first corner, maintaining a good pace, and pulls away again from Hickman. The gap goes up to 2.1 seconds. And looking across the track, well, it's a bit late now, 1 lap to go, but I think Cooper is starting to close on Hickman with just over half a lap to go. And there is that great psychological thing, of course, when you see yourself closing up on the rider in front. Stevenson at the moment, barring disaster, is going to win this race. He pulls away from Hickman, but Hickman is starting to be closed on now by Cooper. I don't think Cooper's going to get close enough to go for a pass as Reece Stevenson makes his way round the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and Reece Stevenson, great ride for him. Punches the air as he goes across. He's pleased with that one, and who can blame him? Hickman in second has a glance over the shoulder. And Richard Cooper again, another fastest lap of the race in third. He really was closing at the end there. Lee Jackson just tagging behind in fourth position. Running out the field is the number 1 of Daniel Goodman, Luca Hopkins in 6th, and we lost the 52 of Jordan Rushby. But what a ride from Reece Stevenson, number 23, came under a lot of pressure from Peter Hickman. Held it off though and got into a groove, started to pull away, and he looks quite pleased with that one. Who can blame him, because that was a hard-fought, well-deserved race victory. Hickman in second, Richard Cooper though in third. Now he'll be encouraged a bit later on because he really was the fastest man on the track in that second half of the race. So if he can get there with the leaders at the start in race 2 a bit later on, then perhaps he could be a factor for the victory, because he really was closing up on Peter Hickman towards the end of that race. So Mini GP drawing to a close. Some great action there in race number 1. and sponsored by Saimoto's, one of the biggest race classes at British Mini Bikes. It's the veterans, with Richard Rice setting the pole position this morning with a 54.547. Julian Gromit second, Steve Booth in third, John Bolsover fourth, Ben Douglas and Dervin Elaine in sixth place on the 89. Sean Betton in seventh place, Ross McCartney in eighth, Gary Carter ninth, Robin Kyle in 10th, Andy Williams and Ian Wareham in 12th position. Very competitive qualifying times in the midfield, with William Horner in 13th place, Tony Reveley 14th, Alan Brooks, Matthew Corbett, Mark Jarrett and Joseph O'Neill in 18th position, Stu Bateson 19th, Stan Gill, Peter Ricks, Roy Marsden, and not setting a time were Gav Tappenden in 23rd, James Bosquier in 24th. Neither of those riders setting a lap time, so they'll start at the back. But the Pit Bike Veterans, sponsored by Saimoto's, very popular race category, always draws in a big group of riders, and a bit of everything here. There's riders who've taken up the sport later on and getting into racing, former track riders, people from the world of road racing and circuit racing, perhaps wanting to stay involved in racing, but perhaps a little bit kinder on the body, you might say, on the short circuits. But the racing is always fast and furious with the vets. Plenty of action still to go for our first group of racing for the day here from Ellough Park. Round number one of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series. After such a difficult start to the year for everybody, of course, not just in racing. Great to be back on track with some degree of normality returning. A lot of precautions, of course, being taken into account for this first round of the championship, given the coronavirus epidemic. For everyone doing the best they can, and we can get racing under the current government conditions. And looks like everyone is ready. A short pause on the grid, just making sure everyone's in place. The green flag goes up, and Pit Bike Vets Moto number one is about to get underway. Flag drops, and away they go. Oh, one rider struggling on the line there. Everyone else gets through. There is one rider left at the back as well as they charge into the first corner. Gav Tappenden getting a good getaway there. Might have been Peter Ricks who struggled to get away as they pile into that second corner. And once again, pleased to say it's a good clean start. Everyone gets through the first two corners cleanly. One or two riders left on the line, but no issues. Looks like Tappenden leading. Roy Marsden, Peter Ricks, Richard Rice in there as well as they go through the second half. Up there's a little bit further back, the 127. Joseph O'Neill in there, number 90, William Horner, a bit further back on the edge of the top 20. So Tappenden looks like he's got the jump on the field as they make their way around towards the final few corners, heading towards the finish line at the end of the first lap. Here they come round the final corner. Let's have a look at the lead order as they go through. So it's Gav Tappenden that leads, 46 on the bike. Roy Marsden in second place, Peter Ricks, Richard Rice, Julian Gromit, number 75, fastest lap of the race. Steve Booth, John Bolsover, Ben Douglas, Ross McCartney and Sean Betton rounding out the top 10. And here we see our battle for the lead. This looks like Gav Tappenden and Roy Marsden, different numbers on the bike to the allotted race numbers. So 46 Tappenden and second place Roy Marsden on his tail. Marsden having a look on the inside as he goes through the dogleg hairpin, but can't find a way through at the moment on the 75. Unless that's Gromit that's gone through. Let's have a look at the lap times when they come through, because Julian Gromit was the fastest rider on the track, although here they come round the final corner. Ooh, second place just getting stood up slightly on that final corner. So it is Gav Tappenden leading, Marsden in second, Peter Ricks in third. Peter Ricks is starting to close slightly. John Bolter in there as well on the number 142. So this is the number 46, Richard Rice, Julian Gromit on his tail, and the 86 of Steve Booth. And the final corner they go. Tampton, I think, a bit further down this. This seemed to be the number 46 of Richard Rice leading the way. Gromit in second. Booth. Sean Better now, number 837, closely followed by Ross McCartney and Robin Kyle. Yellow flags on the first corner there as a rider goes down into the tyre barriers, but the rider up on his feet. We can't see who the rider is. There is a wave yellow on that first corner as somebody's got it wrong. 68 of William Horner going through there. He's okay, down in 19th position. Perhaps pick that up on the lap charts when they come through once again. So Richard Rice, we've got Tappert, Marsden and Ricks, top three on the lap charts there. But Richard Rice leading the pack at the moment. You go around the first corner. Wave yellows on the finish line here as Sean Betton goes through, closely followed by Ross McCartney. 189. Dervin Alleyne in there as well. Robin Kyle, Ian Wareham and Alan Brooks go around the first corner. There is the yellow flag on the first corner. There is a fallen rider, but appears to be okay and pushing the bike away. Whether they'll get back in the race, it looks like they've parked the bike on that first corner, so there is one rider out. Rider unharmed, but out of the race. So things carry on with Tappert and Marsden and Ricks having their own battle. Richard Rice round the final corner, leading the pack. Julian Gromit and Steve Booth, and on the number 86 there we see the number 79 of Ross McCartney having a look at the 189. Dervin Alleyne in there as well. Ian Wareham and Alan Brooks a bit further behind, just on the edge of the top 10. Ross McCartney, 79, having a look down the inside as they cross the line. Yellow flags in this time, so they get a clear run into that corner. Dervin Alleyne on the number 189, setting his fastest lap of the race. McCartney and Robin Kyle on the number 199, just a bit further. Oh, was on that corner. Now, was that Kyle that went down quite heavily on the exit of that third corner, high-sided the bike? No, it was definitely wasn't Robin Kyle, still on the track. One of the midfield runners going down quite hard, and the red flag has come out. The Betts race comes to a halt. We'll try and identify. It was one of the riders in that midfield scrap there that went down on the exit of the third corner, high-sided the bike, and went down in quite a heap. So as you can see, the red flag is out. Accident in the midfield. We'll try and confirm who that rider is in just a moment, but one of the midfield runners went down quite heavily on the third corner. Appeared just, it looked like it just caught the corner of that, the end of the accident, a high-sider, I think. The rider just spat off the track and currently lying down quite some distance from the circuit itself. So that was quite a spectacular fall for that rider. It was in that midfield battle. We thought it was Robin Kyle at first. We saw Kyle going round, so I think it was the 189 of Dervin Alleyne that went down, just battling on the edge of the top 10. So Alleyne, he is about and moving, I should say, but just receiving some medical attention. It was quite a hefty tumble. Appeared to high side, and he was thrown quite some distance off the track. Medics on hand now, though. He's being dealt with at the moment, and hopefully is nothing serious. So pit by Betts, race one. Red flagged with just over 6 laps remaining. Just awaiting what's going to happen with this race. It was red flag with 6 laps remaining, so the fallen rider was the 89 of Dervin Alleyne. Went down on the third corner, and we thought it was a high-sider at first, but just seemed to lose. It was more like the front end seemed to go out, washed out on him, and it was quite a high-speed tumble. He's still down, just receiving some medical attention. Everybody else out on track at the moment. And there we see they're just discussing the race so far, I think. That's the 142 of John Bowles over there, number 3 Roy Marsden. 3rd and 4th, I believe. We're just going to confirm these. We've got Tappan, Rice and Gromit still on there as the top 3, but it was the 86 of Steve Booth that was leading the pack. The riders, we're just going to get some confirmation from race control as to what will happen for the remainder of the race. I'm pleased to say, actually, that the 189 of Dervin Elaine is sitting up and getting back on his feet. He looks a bit rough and ready on his feet, actually, but there he is. There's Elaine on the 189. It was quite a nasty tumble. He was down for quite some time. The medics quick on the scene to check if he was all right. But we're going to have a restart in a moment. But good to see that the 189 of Dervin Elaine, who was running, I believe, confirm this, in around 8th position at the time, took quite a nasty tumble. He is out of the race, and whether he'll take part later on today, I don't know, because he does look a bit unsteady on his feet, but hopefully it's nothing serious. Of course, there is the after when you fall off the bike, sometimes maybe you might not break anything, but just the winding, there's no way of breathing at all. It just knocks the wind out of you, and sometimes you just have to stay on the floor for a few minutes. And as always at these both the two-wheeled and four-wheel meetings, medics always on hand to deal with any injured competitors, and doing a great job very quickly on the scene. Thankfully, well, let's touch wood here, thankfully we've not seen much medical attention today, and let's hope it stays that way, of course. Dervin Elaine, a hefty tumble on that 3rd corner though, and well, we're just looking out. You can pretty see in the middle of the pack here, there's on the track Dervin Elaine, as the rest of the riders go onto a formation lap. It looks to me like Elaine is going to get back on the bike. Now, to check the rulebook here, if he's allowed to restart. Still under a red flag condition here then for the first pit bike veterans race, stopped due to an incident involving Dervin Elaine on the number 189. He was down for quite some time, needed medical attention, but pleased to say that he seems okay, and well, it looks to me like he may even be allowed to join in with the restart. Whether he'll have to go to the back of the field. 6 laps completed. Pit bike vets. The race will be restarted in just a moment. It's the Ovale 110 Cup, that spectacular new one-make series coming up next, of course. And there we see 189, that's Elaine, who caused the red flag. He was down for quite a while. Nice looking bike though, actually, the retro Yamaha graphics on the go there. And I don't know what's happening here though, but Elaine, good to see that he is back on the motorcycle. And doesn't look like he's going to be allowed into the restart, but hopefully we'll see him a bit later on. If not, everyone else meanwhile is on the final corner, just sorting out the grid here. Alan Lord, the series coordinator, down on the final corner discussing with the riders how we're going to restart this race. One suspects that we're just going to head back. Well, it looks like they're going for another formation lap by the looks of things. Evidently not happy with the formation so far, so just letting everyone get back into position. They will be going around slowly under Wave Yellow's pit bike vets. Race number 1, as we say, we are still under a red flag scenario, but the riders back out onto another formation lap. We're hoping to get the conclusion of this race very soon indeed. Always a action-packed race. Elaine, meanwhile, the rider who caused the red flag, is not taking part in the restart. He's back in the pits now, but he walked away from that one. So saw him walking back to the pits, so hopefully we shall see him later on. I'm just going to pause for a moment just to see the riders are going back to the waiting zone now, so we'll just get an update as to what's happening out on track, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments. We're going to hold on calling the vets at the moment because the riders now in the waiting zone. Here we see some of our riders in the next race, which is scheduled, the Oval 110 Cup. This, of course, is the brainchild, very much in the UK, of Peter Hickman, who we saw out on track earlier. New, relatively new class, of course. This is new for 2020, the Oval Cup. Just to give you, these riders about 8 to 12 years old, the age group. And it is a one-make series for the Oval bikes. They must have sealed engines as well, something that we see a lot of the time in karting, having to run the sealed engines, and this is a sealed engine series, which means no tampering with the engine, so they're all stock engines, you might say. And we're going to have a look at the Oval 110 in just a few moments. So Oval 110 Cup race number 1 about to come up. Back to our junior riders, of course. These riders aged between 8 and 12 years old. So, of course, the pit bike vets was in progress, but was brought to halt following the red flag. Riders still in the waiting zone now. Just waiting for confirmation on this, but I believe that we're going to be running the 110s in a few moments. The Oval 110 riders, there we see 2 of them in the waiting zone. I believe they're going out on track very shortly. They'll be followed by the vets' conclusion of that race, but let's just wait and see on that one. Meanwhile, the Oval riders just in the waiting zone. As we say, this is a new race class for this year. Peter Hickman, who we saw a few moments ago from the BSB and the road racing world, very much involved as an importer with these bikes. And something you might say that is a grassroots way of getting riders into the series. As we said a few moments ago, all the bikes must be sealed engines. Engines are inspected, they are all built to spec. So the bike's very much equal machines. If you're not familiar with a sealed engine, it's pretty much what it says on the tin. They have a seal on the engine. Usually it's on the cylinder head or the block, which means that the seal has to be broken to be able to get into the engine to work on it, which means basically that there's no real way you can play with the engines to make them any more powerful. It's all the same for all the riders. So the emphasis is very much on the rider's skill. These Oval GPO 110 machines. We'll have a look at the grid in a few moments' time, but we're just waiting to get the confirmation that the track is clear and ready to go. So we have got a delay before the Oval bikes get out onto the track. There is some oil on the first corner. There we see the marshals on track. There was a rider who went down in the vets race. This wasn't the cause of the red flag, incidentally, but there was a rider that went down on the first corner. And reports of some oil on the track. So there we see the marshals just down there with the cement, making sure that the track is safe and ready to go. And of course, especially with two-wheel competition, oil on the track, any sort of fluids on the track can be potentially quite dangerous. So the marshals very quickly on the scene to make sure that that oil spillage is mopped up and ready to go. You see the cement going down, the dust just to absorb that. And we'll be underway very shortly with the Oval 110. As we say, it's quite a new class for the Rich Energy Mini Bike series, and a lot of the ethos, of course, is towards grassroots racing, and this is the kind of thing where, for a modest cost, you might say, you can get involved in the sport, especially with the younger riders. It's a way of learning the trade now. I don't know if this is connected to the mini bikes, but somebody, I think he's bypassing the social distancing here. He's not allowed in the paddock by car, so he's going to parachute in. I think that's optimistic, really, but, well, wouldn't be surprised. There is an airfield, actually. This is an airfield circuit, so whether there is still an active airfield just down the road. So I've got some parachutists. As I say, I don't think this is connected to the mini bikes. We would like to get some aerial action. We get the big races, of course. I don't think they're gate crashing either, but some off-track antics here. There we go. Of course, the East Anglia, it's quite a relatively flat area of the country, and there's, like we say, many airfields around here. This is one of them. The track was first in place going way back in the 60s and 70s for karting, but in its modern incarnation was around the turn of the millennium. This was really developed into a proper racing circuit. Present owners have been here for about 4 years or so and have been continually improving the track, as we've seen through some of the superb drone footage today. Just see how well turned out the track is. Off the track, there is the opportunity. I think some of the competitors this weekend have rented some of the pit garages. Plenty of garages out there in the pits, and there has been the opportunity for competitors for a modest cost to rent some of these garages, have their own pit bays out there. Pit garages is a very professional setup here at Ellough Park. It's, as we say, it's an airfield venue, and a lot of the parking, you would say, is one of the old airstrips. There is still an active airfield down there. In fact, there is just out of shot. There is an aircraft taking off, which I think is connected with the parachutists, rather than me. And as you look on this aerial footage, you'll see some of the overflow parking on the edge of the track. That's one of the old airstrips. But it gives you an idea just how well turned out this circuit is. And just looking out onto the track now, here we see the O'Vale Race 1 about to get underway, and we'll run through the grid for the morning qualifying. Harley McCabe was on pole position with a 50.89 from Luca Hopkins. Henry McCartney, Zach Weston, Ruben Bray and Arnie Carr in 6th position. Laken Payne in 7th, Daniel Stevenson, George Bowes, Ralph Croft, Izzy Carter and Cameron Ancliffe on the number 7 in 12th place. Monty Hillier in 13th, Dan Deering in 14th, and not setting a time, so starting at the back is the 144 of Kobe Garbutt. O'Vale race number 1 about to get underway very soon. This is a relatively new category for British mini bikes. Originally Italian-made machines. It's a one-make series, as we said before, sealed engines as well, so the emphasis is very much on the riders. Of course, British mini bikes is intended very much as a grassroots way of getting into championship racing. So a lot of the mini bikes regulations, there are regulations on what they can and can't do, but this very much is a stock series, you would say. These fabulous little bikes, they look like, this is great for the younger riders, they look very much like mini superbike machines. They are well turned out, and of course, many years ago, you would say that youth road racing very much was mini motos, that sort of thing, and mini bikes. But now there's the opportunity for these riders to ride these scaled down. They look very much like mini MotoGP bikes, very attractive looking bikes, you would say, and great for the riders to experience this racing at such a young age. Of course, these riders aged between 8 and 12 years. Lining up on the grid now, and O'Vale Race 1 will be underway in just a moment. Everyone appears to be in place, and we'll be underway for the first race for the O'Vales in just a moment. Everyone in position now. The green flag is about to go up, and race number 1 for the O'Vales is go. McCabe gets a good jump from the outside into the first corner. Everyone appears to have gone away cleanly, and there they come piling into that first corner. Will it be clean? They all go through that cleaned up oil patch. It seems to have been cleared out, and everyone away nice and clean into the second corner. So Harley and McCabe got a great jump at the start there. He leads the way. It looks like Hopkins in second place. Henry McCartney had a good jump. Now the top two breaking away now. This looks like Harley McCabe leading from Luca Hopkins. So this, of course, for the first time, Ovale new class of British mini bikes. This is the first ever Ovale race in the UK. And taking a keen interest off camera, actually, we can see Pete Hickman watching this one. Very much involved in the setup of this series, as Harley McCabe and Luca Hopkins going neck and neck into the first corner. McCabe got a good jump from the rest of the field, but Luca Hopkins gone away well and is staying with him on the number 41. Has a look down the inside. Oh, but not close enough to go for the pass. Harley McCabe had the line on the outside and holds on to the lead. Hopkins in second. Henry McCartney on the number 31 is still in third place, but dropping behind just a little bit. There he is in shot number 31. Zach Weston and Arnie Carr, who we saw earlier, in fifth place. And of course, riders can enter more than one race class, so we saw Arnie Carr battling for that second place early on and running well in this one as well. We should see the 83 in just a moment. There he is, closely followed by Daniel Stevenson, another rider who's doing another double duty. Ran so well in the mini bikes earlier on the number 11. He's currently in sixth place. Ruben Brain, George Bowes a bit further behind, but here are the two leaders, Harley McCabe and Luke Hopkins. The rider in second has set the fastest lap of the race and again has a look down the inside into the second corner, but can't find a way through. Hopkins with the fastest lap of the race, a 52.44. So Hopkins faster at the moment, but can't find a way through. Harley McCabe doing a great job of holding on to the lead on the 179. Through to the middle of the track now. It gets a bit more technical into this dogleg hairpin, and down the inside goes Hopkins. Oh, but again, can't get that front wheel inside. Harley McCabe holding on to the lead as they go past the pits and into the hairpin. Back towards the finish line now. Hopkins sweeping around the outside, trying to get a run down the star straight. Here they come. Past the finish line. There is a slower rider in front as well. This could make things a bit more complicated as well, but Harley McCabe has got the drive into the first corner. I think that's Dan Deering who goes a lap down, number 80. Yes, it is. So Deering holds his line, lets the faster riders through. Henry McCartney and Zach Weston still battling for third, but it's still Harley McCabe that leads the way from Luca Hopkins. Henry McCartney still there in third, Zach Weston, Arnie Carr and Daniel Stevenson in sixth. Seventh place is George Bowes. Laken Payne in 8th place, 9th for Ruben Bray, Ralph Croft in 10th position, and the rest of the field rounded out by Cameron Ancliffe, Monty Hillier, Izzy Carter, and the number 80 we saw a moment ago, Dan Deering, a little bit further behind in 14th and a lap down. There we see McCartney in 3rd, Weston, there's Arnie Carr, 83, Daniel Stevenson on the 11, George Bowes, Laken Payne, and back to the leaders now as Luke Hopkins has another look. Harley McCabe incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race. And there's McCabe, the black and orange riding gear. Hopkins again trying to look, but Harley McCabe, the race leader, number 179, doing a great job just blocking those apexes, making it difficult for Hopkins to find a way through, and Hopkins all over the back wheel of Harley McCabe, just trying to find an opening somewhere. Let's see what it can do now as we get towards the slower part of the track now. It gradually turns right into this dogleg hairpin. And Hopkins, again, has a look on the inside, but it wasn't going to happen there. He has to tuck in behind McCabe and hold on to the lead. Harley McCabe there, 179, still your race leader. And Hopkins again trying to find some traction out of that final corner to get down the inside, but again Harley McCabe holds on to the lead. So it's Harley McCabe leading, Luca Hopkins in second place, Henry McCartney in third, Zach Weston in fourth, Arnie Carr in fifth, Daniel Stevenson sixth. George Bowes goes through in seventh place with the 41 of Laken Payne just a bit further behind. So 41, Luca Hopkins trying to get past the 179 of Harley McCabe, who's led the entire race. And McCabe doing very well to hold on to the lead here because Hopkins is putting him under a lot of pressure, and there's still quite a way to go in this race. 7 laps, I believe. Let's have a look at 7 laps still to be run. So there's McCartney in third, still 35, Zach Weston in fourth. Arnie Carr from Daniel Stevenson. Stevenson has a look down the inside as we go back to the first corner. McCabe and Hopkins nip down the inside. That's Dan Deering again in 14th place on the number 80. And they've got another back marker in front. I think that might be Izzy Carter on the number 46 just in front of them. Hopefully Carter will be where they're coming. Holding the line. Oh, and this could get close here. There's Carter. Izzy Carter a lap down, sees the leaders coming and moves out to the way just in time so they get a clear track through. Montehillier and Cameron Ancliffe, the next riders just to be lapped. They're 11th and 12th. And still Harley McCabe on the 179 that leads the way as they make their way through towards the final corner. And there we see Ancliffe and Hillier in front. So could back markers have a part to play in this race? 5 laps to go. Oh, and cutting to the inside, Luke Hopkins. Now this could be the moment he makes the pass. Can he make it stick? They're side by side into the second corner. And Hopkins gets down the inside and takes the lead. So Luke Hopkins, your new race leader. Harley McCabe fighting back on the inside, but can't make the move stick. So after several laps of pressure, and with some of the midfield runners being thrown into the mix there, Luca Hopkins on the number 41 has taken the lead. Harley McCabe still in second place zone, trying to fight back. Now let's see what happens here, because perhaps Harley McCabe's got some better lines, and Luca Hopkins, who's gone through into the lead, perhaps Hopkins has got some better lines than McCabe. So Harley McCabe in second place on the 179. Could be using this now just to weigh up what's going on here, just see what Luke Hopkins is doing on the track, what lines he's using, and try and fight back. This is where racecraft comes in, of course. So McCabe trying to fight down the inside. Harley McCabe looks quick, but he can't shake off. So Luca Hopkins looking quick now, but he can't shake off Harley McCabe at the moment, as McCabe has a peek down the inside but can't find a way through. So McCabe now, it's his turn to look at the lines here that Hopkins is using. See if he can just stay on the back wheel of Hopkins and try and find a way through. There's 3 laps to go. Luca Hopkins, with a lot of pressure, has taken the lead. But Harley McCabe has got the fastest lap, 51.2 line, half a second between these two riders. It's still Henry McCartney in third, Zach Weston in fourth, as they close up on Dan Deering. Holds the inside line, lets the 2 leaders through. McCartney still in third, Weston fourth, Arnie Carr in fifth, Stevenson sixth, George Bowes, Lake and Payne, Ruben Bray and Ralph Croft. Rounding out the top 10, Cameron Ancliffe, Montehillier and Izzy Carter a bit further behind, with Dan Deering rounding out the field. Here we see Arnie Carr on the number 83, the white helmet, lapping Izzy Carter. Still got Daniel Stevenson behind. There's the number 37 of Montehillier, currently in 12th. Cameron Ancliffe just in front there, about to be lapped in 11th on the number 7. 3 laps to go. And at the front we've had a change, because Harley McCabe has gone back into the lead. So Luca Hopkins looked threatening at the start of the race, got through to the front but wasn't able to break away. And Harley McCabe has found his way through to the front. They make their way towards the hairpin. We see this aerial footage of that midfield battle as well. So it's still the 35 of Zach Weston in third. Arnie Carr's gone through to third. We seem to have lost. I saw Luke Hopkins go through there. Not showing up on the lap charts, whether there's a fault with the transponder. So it's still McCabe. Hopkins, you probably see on the graphic and on the lap charts, is showing here as not being in the race. So whether the transponder's failed or something, I don't know. There, he's definitely there. There's number 41 with 1 lap to go, and this is going to be a battle here. Hopkins has a look on the inside of McCabe, can't find a way through, and this is one last fight now. They've both got used to the track, used to the lines. They know the strengths and weaknesses, you might say. And Harley McCabe has got to make that Ovale bike as wide as possible on this last lap. They go through the hairpin for the final time, back onto the power into this fast left-hander. Nice sweeping line through there, as Hopkins having a look on the inside as they head towards the dogleg hairpin, but not close enough to go for the pass. They go through that slow hairpin, back onto the power, past the pits. McCabe 179 still leads. Hopkins having a look down the inside. Oh, it's not close enough. McCabe holds that line in towards the penultimate corner. Got to get onto the power around the final corner. Here they come towards the finish line. And Harley McCabe, it's going to be that takes the checkered flag. Sir Hopkins, for whatever reason, not showing on the lap chart. I think that may be a transponder fault. And both riders congratulate each other. That's always good sportsmanship. McCartney goes through in third from the 35 of Zach Weston. I'm saying my apologies because, as we said, the graphics don't look entirely up to date here. I think what's happened possibly is that the transponders failed with Luca Hopkins, so one would imagine the lap scorers will have seen that. They'll be able to manually insert Hopkins back into second place. McCartney third, Weston fourth, Carr in fifth, Stevenson sixth, seventh for the 41 of Blake and Payne, eighth for George Bowes, ninth for Ruben Bray, Ralph Clough running up the top 10. Further back we have Cameron Ancliffe, Monty Hillier, Izzy Carter and Dan Deering. Riders of all abilities out here. We've got some very competent young riders at the front, some of the novice riders at the back. They're all enjoying themselves out here at Ellough Park today. Getting plenty of track time. They've been here all weekend, of course. Back to the mini bikes in the moment. The Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B will be coming up in a few moments' time. But what a great first race, and what a great advert, you might say, for the Ovale bikes, with a great battle at the end there between Harley McCabe and Luca Hopkins. So this new formula for 2020, what a great start that was. So here we go with the Pit Bike Stock 140 Race 1. Nathan Gardner on pole from Rob Shearer. Simon James Dean, Pete Marsh, Matt Lockyer and Sean Betton in 6th position. 7th for Jake Marsh from Stephen Tempest, Darren Coleman, Gaz Pearson in 10th, Lewis McKay and St John Richardson in 12th position. William Horner 13th from Darren Hall, Ian Kane, Stephen Blatchford, Matthew Corbett and Fahad Ladder on 38 in 18th position. Adam Pipes in 19th and a mystery rider, try and get that name later on of course, in 20th place. There might be a update on the transponders there for that rider possibly. So this is the Pit Bike Stock 140 getting underway very shortly. It's very much a stock-based formula, so very limited modifications allowed to the bikes. All designed to keep the costs down and the racing close. And this race brought to you in association with Parker Racing. Part of the appeal, of course, to the riders in British mini bikes is that there is a bit of a class for everyone really. There's youth and adult races, of course, and for some people racing more on a budget, of course, you've got the stock-based classes where it's possible to buy a machine and with very limited preparation be able to be competitive. For those who want to spend more on quicker machines, there are also super mini race classes, a bit more scope allowed to play with the bikes, you might say. Everyone seems to be ready for this Pit Bike Stock 140 in association with Parker Racing. The green flag goes up. Nathan Gardner on the 254 on pole. And away they go. Oh, there's a rider stopped on the line. Everyone gets through safely. But Simon James Dean on the treble 6 gets underway. One rider stuck on the line. Let's hope they'll get away, which they do. Everyone else through the second and third corners cleanly. Well, there is a rider stopped on the first corner. Seems to be some mechanical trouble maybe. Not too sure who that is at this stage. I'm sure they'll pick those up on the lap charts when they come round. But great start there for the third place rider on the grid, number treble 6, Simon James Dean. There goes Nathan Gardner, I think, is down in second place. So Simon James Dean leads the way. There's the 254 of Nathan Gardner in second place. Rob Shearer, 23 in third. Sean Betton and Matt Lockyer also well placed. And with that great start, there is a yellow flag. There's a stationary rider on the first corner, so they're going to have to slow down here. But Simon James Dean leads the way. Gardner in second. Rob Shearer, Pete Marsh, Sean Betton in fifth. Stephen Tempest. And I don't know if that was Matt Lockyer possibly or Gaz Pearson. Somebody seemed to struggle for traction out of the first corner. Back on the green after the first corner, there is a wave yellow going into corner one. There was a stationary rider who I think has managed to get away now, so we are under a clear track. But Simon James Dean getting away well. Just to recap, of course, with the weather this morning, it was quite wet and slippery out on the track, so different conditions now, racing underway. The afternoon looking quite good in terms of the forecast. There's a great move there from Rob Shearer, getting down the inside of Nathan Gardner into second place. But as we said, the track is starting to dry up now in the afternoon and getting quite quick, so up to second place. Got the number 45, Pete Marsh in there as well, Rob Shearer, and Nathan Gardner dropping to fourth after quite some pressure from that leading group of riders on the 254. But Simon James Dean on the treble six, the race leader, got the jump on the field at the start. I've got a mystery rider in second place. We'll try and identify who that rider is, but is closing up on Simon James Dean, the race leader. Marsh still in third place, Shearer, Gardner and Tempest running up the top six. Betton, Matt Lockyer, Gaz Pearson and St John Richardson on the 65, currently in 10th. Gardner started on pole on the 254, but has lost a few places and is coming under some pressure from Stephen Tempest and Sean Betton behind him. As the 723 of Gaz Pearson pushed wide on the penultimate corner, losing a bit of momentum down the main straight. Into the first corner they go. And 45 Pete Marsh in third place, 23 Shearer fourth. Gardner now settling into a rhythm in fifth place, but he's coming under pressure from Stephen Tempest and Sean Betton on the 837. As a look down the inside going into the hairpin. There we see the pole sitter, Nathan Gardner 254, Stephen Tempest on the 02. Right behind him, Sean Betton, Matt Lockyer, Gaz Pearson in 9th. Richardson is a bit further behind in 10th from Darren Coleman. So 24, our race leader. Change at the front. Simon James Dean got the jump on the field, but drops down to second place, and still all the action just through the second half of the top 10. As Nathan Gardner still there in fifth place on the number 254, Tempest in 6th, Sean Betton, Matt Lockyer, Gaz Pearson going round the first corner. And there we see the fourth place rider, Rob Shearer on the number 23. Richardson and Coleman 10th and 11th, just a bit further behind this battle. As the 837 of Sean Betton now moving into 6th place, gets clear of Stephen Tempest and trying to close up on Nathan Gardner, who's now settled down into 5th place. And trying to close back up actually on Rob Shearer, the number 23. Gets a bit tight to a hairpin there, battling for position where everyone stays on two wheels. Let's have a look at Sean Betton there, number 837, as he tries to close up on Nathan Gardner. 7 laps to go in this pit bike stock 140, race 1. Unidentified rider 24 still leading the way, and Simon James Dean in second. As, down the inside goes the 56 of Matt Lockyer on Stephen Tempest. Brave move down the inside there going into the first corner. And Lockyer moving into 6th position. That's a very fast first corner, and you really have got to be committed down the inside to make that move, stick it down the inside nice and early, because it'd be so easy to come to grief on that first corner. But Lockyer making the move stick, and he moves up. Now trying to close up on Nathan Gardner. 7 laps to go in this Parker Racing Pit Bike Specialist 140 stock for the pit bikes. And the man on the move here is the 56 of Matt Lockyer. Has a look down the inside of Nathan Gardner. Can't find a way through, but now trying to weigh him up down the finish line straight. A bit further back, we've got some action in the midfield. Czora looks like he's being closed on now by Gardner in 5th. Matt Lockyer all over. This is the man on the move here. Matt Lockyer setting his fastest lap of the race, 55.169. Has a look down the inside of Gardner and makes it move. Great riding there from the 56 of Lockyer, now closing up on Czora. And Nathan Gardner was closing the door there, so Lockyer had to be brave there to make that move stick on the number 56. Now closing up on Stephen Tempest. And Nathan Gardner dropping to 6th place, but still in there, trying to get back involved with that battle. There's the 23 of Rob Czora, currently in 4th place. And Matt Lockyer currently, with the exception of the leader, is the fastest rider on the track. 24, our race leader. There is a machine in trouble in the centre of the track, so there is a waved yellow flag just after the first corner as we look at Matt Lockyer closing up on Rob Czora. Yellow flag's back in. That rider in trouble seems to have got back on the track as again the same place. Matt Lockyer goes down the inside into that second corner, takes the place from Rob Czora, and Lockyer, number 56, moves into 4th place now. Next man on the track in front of him is Pete Marsh. And those top 3 riders breaking away a bit now from the rest of the top 10. So 24, the race leader, Dean in 2nd place, 7.8 seconds down, Marsh in 3rd. Matt Lockyer, the rider we're looking at just now, up to 4th place as Czora tries to fight back down the inside. Making their way up towards the final few corners, and it's still 24, the race leader. Dean now 9.3 seconds down in 2nd place, Marsh in 3rd. Let's have a look at the lap chart here, because Matt Lockyer, the rider we're focusing on here, in 4th place, is closing up, but not by very much at the moment on the 3rd place, number 45, Pete Marsh. So Matt Lockyer now clear in 4th. He's left Rob Czora behind. I don't know if Rob Czora has hit trouble, but he's losing a lot of pace. Gardner goes through into 5th place. So whether the 23 of Rob Czora made a mistake, I don't know. He seems to have picked up the pace again now, and he's starting to put Gardner back under pressure. But all of a sudden, Matt Lockyer, the rider we're looking at now clear in 4th place as he makes his way past the pits through the hairpin. 24, still the race leader with 3 laps to go. Dean in 2nd place. And in fact, here's the number 45 of Pete Marsh, who's actually starting to close ever so slightly on Dean in 2nd. There's the 35 of Jake Marsh. I can only assume they look similar sort of bikes as well. They may be, must be related, I think. And Marsh really does need to lap this rider to get back with the 2nd place. There's the 35 of Jake Marsh, currently in 2nd place. Pete Marsh in 3rd, a lap ahead, but needs to get through because he is closing up on Simon James Dean in 2nd, who's lost a bit of pace. 24, still the race leader. Two laps to go. Looking at the lap chart here, it's still Dean in 2nd. Marsh struggling in 3rd. He's going to have to settle there because he was closing up on Dean, but he has lost a bit of pace. Matt Lockyer, the rider we focused on earlier, is closing up on this battle. There he is, coming into shot now, actually. Matt Lockyer, number 56. Nathan Gardner still in 5th place. Gardner picking up the pace, setting his fastest lap of the race in 5th. There's a rider broken down in the middle of the track. I don't think it's one of our leading group, though. 2 laps to go in this race. 24, unidentified rider still leading the way. Dean in 2nd place. Marsh, the rider we're looking at now, in 3rd, but losing time. And Lockyer closing up on this battle now. There's Lockyer. There's the treble 6 of Simon James Dean as we head towards the last lap. 24 crossing the line to take the last lap board. It's still Dean in 2nd place. Simon James Dean on the treble 6. Here we see Farhad Lada, number 38. Overtaken there by Jake Marsh and Pete Marsh right on the tail there, still in 3rd place. There's a waved yellow just after the first corner, but it seems to have been cleared up, whatever it was, only a minor incident. Won't affect the riders too much. Oh, as Pete Marsh gets into trouble high sides, and this might allow Lockyer through. Oh, but Pete Marsh did very well there to recompose himself very quickly, because Matt Lockyer was ready to pounce, and I think Nathan Gardner's not too far behind as well. Here's the 24, the race was the race leader. This is the treble six of Simon James Dean in second place. Now, whether our race leader is riding not for points, I don't know, but this is Simon James Dean. The race has been taken by our mystery rider, but Simon James Dean on the treble six, second on the track, will cross the line. So Dean in second, and oh, it's going to be close here as Matt Lockyer takes third place almost on the line. Pete Marsh crossing the line in fourth place. He will rue that mistake on the final lap. Pete Marsh, Nathan Gardner, strong finish to the race in fifth place, and Rob Shearer, Sean Betton, Stephen Tempest, and moving up to ninth on the final lap was St. John Richardson. There's Richardson in ninth place, and William Horner rounding up the top 10, so plenty of action in this first race for the Pit Bike Stock 140. Let's have a look at this again. The 45 of Pete Marsh, the back end just stepping out on him slightly. Lucky to stay on the bike, went onto the grass. Now look at 56 there. We saw Matt Lockyer almost make the pass stick on the approach to the hairpin, but just about lost out. But he did take third on the line. Sponsored by Brat Bikes is the Super Minis, and this really is a fast race category. A lot of these bikes, well, they all are basically repurposed old motocross bikes. We've got the, of course, this is the old Honda CRF 150s, really made an impact on mini bike racing. And the 85cc two-strokes, mostly KTMs and Husqvarnas out there. And these bikes originally designed for the youth motocross market, but really have found a home as mini supermoto bikes, and this is really a fast, spectacular race category. The CRF 150 launched about 10 years ago into the youth motocross market. Didn't really take off in motocross racing, but has found a home on the tarmac, and this looks set to be a great race. We'll have a look at the qualifying time for the morning. The track really was getting quick this morning, and Kyle Wright set the pole with a 47.406. Half a second ahead of Joe Dickinson in second place. Ash Barnes in third from Dane Blackburn, Jack Bednarek, and Richard Holmes-Williams in sixth place. Gaz Roberts was in seventh from Lyndon Netherland. Lawrence Wardle in ninth, Jonathan Lee in 10th, Paul Curran and Bjorn Esmond in 12th position. 13th for Dom Herbertson from Simon King. Callum Ricketts in 15th place, Jordan Pritchard 16th, Luke Biddle and Lee Thompson 18th place. 19th for Mike Smallbones from Howard Taylor, and the last rider to set a lap time was Darren Barker. Tom Lewis, Simon Chambers and Alan Brooks not posting a qualifying time. They will start at the back of the grid. The track was drying out this morning for the qualifying session for the Super Minis, but nonetheless a very fast pace in the qualifying. Even the slowest rider, 56 seconds, which ran this just over 1 kilometre circuit, really would say that it's a fast race in store here. So Ash Barnes on the KTM 85, third on the grid there. Looks like the Husqvarna, number 48. In second place, Kyle Ride. So in the past, this very much was a one-make series for the CRF 150 four-stroke for Honda, but we've seen a lot of the 85cc two-strokes coming as well, so I'm sure you can hear. Got a mixture of two-strokes and the four-strokes head-to-head. One thing in common they both have, though, both the two-strokes and the four-strokes, they're both very quick. Perhaps the 4-stroke might have the advantage of the torquier power maybe, but those 85cc machines really are peaky. As been said in motocross that the 85cc bikes have the best power to weight ratio of any of the bikes. 85cc engine with a very light frame. Here they go. Super Mini is about to get underway. The flag drops and away they go. Everyone gets away cleanly into the first corner. Joe Dickinson on the 48 gets the jump on the field. Tight into that first corner. Oh, one rider goes down. Pick that number, it's the 35 of Jonathan Lee that went down, but straight back on the bike. So everyone back underway running, the rest of the field making their way through the second and third corner. Super Minis Moto 1 underway cleanly. So is Joe Dickinson on the Husqvarna 85 getting the jump on the field. It's Husqvarna leading KTM, 2 strokes first and second. And then the first mile 150, that looks like Dane Blackburn, veteran of this race class, was in third. Here they come through towards the final few corners. There's the midfield making their way through the hairpin. And as they make their way down the finish line straight for the first time, it's the 48 of Joe Dickinson that leads. Barnes in second on the number 8. Dane Blackburn in third. So Blackburn third. Looks like Holmes Williams having a look though in third place on the number 126. Gaz Roberts, Lyndon Leatherhead, Lawrence Wardle, Kyle Ride in 8th place. Paul Curran and Bjorn Espen rounding out the top 10. A clean first lap, everyone gets through okay. Dickinson leads, Barnes in second, Blackburn third, Holmes Williams in fourth. Fastest lap of the race incidentally, 50.608 on that first lap, so we'll get an idea of the race pace in just a moment when they come through for their first full lap. Of course, lap number 1, that was from a standing start. Oh, trouble there for number 41. Just high-sided out to the hairpin, but nothing too serious. That maybe Bjorn Espen possibly. The leaders make their way through. Here we see the battle between the 114 of Blackburn. 2-stroke versus 4 here. Blackburn on the Honda CRF 150. Holmes Williams looking at the shape of the plastics. I believe that's Husqvarna for Dane Blackburn on the 114. Bill Dickinson that leads from Barnes. And now the battle for third. Here we see them in shot. It's Blackburn third. Holmes Williams fourth. And moving up now, Kyle Ryder gets past the 212 of Gaz Roberts. Ride now up to 5th place. And 126 Holmes Williams tries to square the turn off there on Dane Blackburn, but Blackburn's got the line. Oh, and that has allowed Gaz Roberts to get through. So Holmes Williams, 126, tried to square the turn off and left himself open to be repassed there as Kyle Ride, number 48, is on the move down the inside of the 114 of Dane Blackburn. Ride looking good. He moves up to 4th place. Joe Dickinson still leads. Ash Barnes in second. Dane Blackburn was in third, but the man on the move, very accomplished rider, of course, Kyle Ride, now the fastest rider on the track, 48.673 last time round. 9 laps to go in this Super Mini Moto 1. And here we see Kyle Ride, number 48, charging now as he makes his way towards the front now. Can he close up on Ash Barnes and Joe Dickinson having their own battle for the lead? Here comes Ride in third, and Ride is closing all the time. So number 48, Kyle Ride, really starting to put the pressure on the 2 race leaders. Now a little bit further back, number 47, and here we see the leaders now. So Kyle Ride, of course, we know him from the world of British Superbikes. Bill-based Suzuki rider for 2020, and showing his class here as he starts to put the pressure on Ash Barnes. 3-way battle for the lead now as we make our way towards the final corner. Dickinson still leads, Barnes in second, Ride in third. Oh, Ride goes down the inside of Barnes. Now, can he make the move into the first corner? Yes, he can. So Ride up to second, Barnes drops to third. Into the second corner we go, so it's 248 at the front now. Dickinson leading the way, Ride up to second. So Kyle Ride, one of the up-and-coming riders in British Superbikes, is up to second place now. has guested in Moto 3 in the past as well in the Super Sport World Championship. So Kyle Ryde, very accomplished rider, and starting to put the pressure on Joe Dickinson. Takes the lead, so Kyle Ryde, your new race leader. 7 laps to go. They are starting to close up on the traffic though, so this race far from over as Dickinson, there's Barnes in third on the number 8, trying to stay with these 2 leader riders. Fastest lap of the race for Kyle Ryde was a 47.417, 2/10 of a second ahead of Dickinson. Barnes still in third. Meanwhile, Dane Blackburn setting his fastest lap of the race, 49.237. He stays in 4th place from Richard Holmes Williams and Gaz Roberts in 6th. Lawrence Wardle, Lyndon Leatherhead, Bjorn Esmond, Paul Curran rounding up the top 10. So 1-2-8 moving to one side just to let the leading group through. Kyle Ryde and Joe Dickinson get through, as does Ash Barnes. Dane Blackburn and Richard Holmes Williams in there as well, Gaz Roberts. But here's the 48 of Kyle Ryde. There we see the Bill Bay Suzuki Hawk Racing BSB rider showing his pedigree here because he worked his way through to the front. Here we see, looks like Wardle, I think they're number 414, Lawrence Wardle, Lyndon Leatherhead and Bjorn Esmond. Lawrence Wardle, 27 in there as well, Simon King and Jordan Pritchard a bit further behind this little battle here. Lyndon Leatherhead and Bjorn Esmond having a good battle on the edge of the top 10. 5 laps to go in this Super Minis Race 1. It's been very fast at the front and a great ride through the field from Kyle Ryde. This Ellough Park circuit in Suffolk looking in great condition. Really has dried out well and perfect conditions for the racing as well. It's not too warm either. Well, sometimes it can go the other way if conditions get too hot. It affects the performance of the bikes, the grip on the track, but about right here. Leatherhead and Bjorn Esmond still battling. There's the 07 of Howard Taylor, currently in 18th place, going a lap down. Mike Smallbones about to be lapped as well. .27 going round the outside of Taylor, puts him a lap down. Still Kyle Ryde that leads from Joe Dickinson and Ash Barnes in third on the number 8. And Ryde has extended the gap now to 2 seconds from Dickinson. There we see still the number 07 about to be lapped by, well, that's 47 in there as well. That's, I believe that's Paul Curran in 10th place. It's Bjorn Esmond, 27. Lyndon Leatherhead just ahead of him. Some very accomplished riders here as well, of course. Plenty of big names in the Super Minis race number 1. 3 laps to go in this first moto, sponsored by Brat Bikes. Howard Taylor, 18th place, Mike Smallbones a bit further ahead, Darren Barker and Lee, I think that's Darren Barker just a bit further behind now. 3 laps to go in Super Minis race 1. After this we've got the Parker Racing Stock 140A, followed by a race a lot of people looking forward to, the Pro-Am race in a couple of races time. But we've still got a very fast Super Minis race underway here as crossing the line, Dane Blackburn and Richard Holmes Williams are starting to do battle here. 2-stroke versus 4. So Blackburn on the Husqvarna 85cc 2-stroke, Richard Holmes Williams on the Honda CRF 150 4-stroke. As we said at the start of the race, these both originally youth motocross machines, converted into effectively British Mini Bikes Supermoto spec almost. Very quick machines and always some great racing in the Super Mini category. As the 126 of Holmes Williams having a look on the inside, but not close enough to go for the pass on Dane Blackburn. As we head towards the final lap, Kyle Ryde has crossed the line to take the 1 lap board. Our attention now though on Dane Blackburn, number 114. There he is, and right on his tail, Richard Holmes Williams crossing the line. Here they come into the first corner on the last lap. So Holmes Williams can't find a way through on the first corner. And now trying to line up Blackburn as they go into the hairpin. Holmes Williams has a look, but he can't get down the inside. Blackburn gets on the power. Still shadowing his rear wheel is Richard Holmes Williams. as the leader now. Kyle Ryde, here he is, number 48, making his way around the final corner and takes the checkered flag. Great riding there for the young star Kyle Ryde. It's going to be a second place for Joe Dickinson. Ash Barnes crossing the line in third. And then the battle of a fourth. Oh, there's a back marker there, though, in the way. Bit of bad luck there, but Dane Blackburn holds on, with Richard Holmes-Williams and Gaz Roberts just in there as well. Mike Smallbones, I think it was, on that final lap. There he is, number 212. So Kyle Ryde and Joe Dickinson discussing notes there. And the thumbs up for Ash Barnes as well. That really was a good first race for the Super Minis. Rest of the top 10 making their way through. Bjorn Espent up to 8th place. Lyndon Leatherhead Lyndon Leatherhead in 9th. Paul Curran rounding up the top 10 from Dom Herbertson, Simon King, Jordan Pritchard, Jonathan Lee, Luke Bithell and Callum Ricketts on the number 458 was the final rider on the lead lap. But there's your winner of Super Minis Moto number 1, Kyle Ryde. See more of him later on, of course. Coming up next in just in a few moments, so down in the waiting zone, it's the Stock 140A, brought to you with Parker Racing. Here we go then for the second of the main pit back races, 140 Group A. Some of the top names in British mini bikes out onto the track, and topping the qualifying chart this morning was Ben Lord with a 51.184 from Ryan Tyres, Jim Lovell, Dom Herbertson in 4th, Mick Lord and Phil Dickens rounding up the top 6, John Buckle, Ed Peed, Jamie Callahan, Chase Collymore in 10th. I don't know who 11th is, but Simon Patterson was in 12th. Scott McGibbon in 13th from Dougie Craven. Reece Peacock in 15th place. Adam Jameson 16th. Sebastian Barron and Aaron Sandler taking us down to 18th position. Chris Edwards and Dan Merrin running up the top 20 from Joe Woodward, Shane Hopkins, Nathan Smith and Ian Blatchford in 24th position. So some of the top names in the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Series on these Pit Bike 140 machines. Making their way back towards the line. This is of course, 14 years and upwards. Good to see Chase Collymore in there, who of course was one of the, or still is you might say, one of the main names in the youth categories in British Mini Bikes, now going head to head with the big boys. And this, as we say, it is a stock-based category, so this basically means no engine modifications, so that includes porting of the engines as well. Looking in the rule books for the stock 140 class, it is quite straightforward what can and can't be done. There are very clear rules for the modifications, but certainly relatively stock-based class, you would say. It is more minor modifications and headed more towards a budget-based class. Which means, of course, you, with a modest outlay, can get out there, get a bike competitive without having to spend big money. So here we are, Ben Lord sitting on pole position. There is a rider just in about a bit further down the grid. I think it's the 147 of Ed Peed. Just hit a bit of trouble on the start grid there. I think you just have to get the bike fired up, but it seems like everyone is ready. Green flag goes up. And Pit Bike Stock 140, brought to you with Parker Racing, gets underway. Oh, they get crowded in the midfield there as Lord leading them up towards the first corner. They charge through the first corner again. Looks like a clean start around corner 1. Here they pile into the second corner. This second corner here, it just starts off quite quick. It just gets tighter and tighter, and then the exit, very important to get the rundown into the hairpin. Looks like Lord Tyres and Lovell all in there as well. Mick Lord, Don Herbertson a bit further behind as well. Very fast start to this mini bikes. 140 Group A. Very close, but for the first half of the lap at least, it seems to be no incidents. A good clean start to the race. So it's Lord Tyres, Lovell, Mick Lord in there as well, Dom Herbertson, Phil Dickens, all very close in the top 10. They make their way up towards the finish line for the first time. And crossing the line, it's Ben Lord from Ryan Tyres. Oh, rider in trouble just down by the pits. I think that's the number 69 of Mick Lord, who was in the top 5. So Mick Lord on the final hairpin, hitting trouble, and he is in last place. So it's Ben Lord that leads as Tyres has a look down the inside into the hairpin. Oh, but Lord shuts the door. And Ryan Tyres, number 55, in second place, going to have to try and fight again. Jim Lovell in third. 3 of the big names, of course, from British Mini Bikes, first, second and third. Very established names. Don Herbertson in there as well on the number 11, trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. As Lord leads to the hairpin. Tyres looking quick, but he can't find a way through. Now let's see what Tyres can do on this final corner to get the jump down the finish line straight. Ben Lord, of course, knows he's there as they go into the first corner and claims that first corner from Ryan Tyres. Lovell still there in third, but Ryan Tyres doing all he can to try and snatch that position as they go into the second corner. Better exit there from Tyres though, and takes the lead. So Ryan Tyres, good exit out of the third corner and takes the lead on the exit from Ben Lord, who's still there in second position. Jim Lovell not too far behind in third. Dom Herbertson in fourth. And now let's see what happens here, because Ben Lord in second place, not losing the gap between him and the leader. And this, of course, is where the racecraft might come in here for Ben Lord, because Ryan Tyres has taken the lead, still got 10 laps to go, so this might give Tyres the advantage, well, Lord the advantage here, seeing the lines that Tyres is using, trying to weigh up to repass later on in the race maybe. Tyres, of course, will want to try and break away as Lord goes down the inside into the second corner. Oh, but Ryan Tyres shuts the door. This will allow Jim Lovell and Dom Herbertson to close up as they go into the third corner. Re-battle for position, yellow flag just on the first corner. Rider in trouble on the start line straight, but doesn't seem to be anything too serious. The action goes on regardless at the front as Ryan Tyres trying to break away from Ben Lord, but he can't find a way as Lord looks down the inside into the hairpin. Oh, it's close, but Ryan Tyres slams the door shut. And this, of course, this battle for the lead is allowing Jim Lovell and Dom Herbertson to close up all the time. John Buckle a bit further behind in fifth place as they cross the line. Ryan Tyres guarding that inside line. Can't really take too wide an entry into that first corner, because that would allow Lord to find a way through. Dom Herbertson, incidentally, the fourth place rider, setting the fastest lap of the race with a 51.429. And Ben Lord in second place. Just a quick glance over the shoulder. He knows that third and fourth are starting to close up here. And I think he's been looking at the lines that Ryan Tyres, number 55, is using here. And will try and repass. Well, still 8 laps to go. Third and fourth getting close as well, as the fastest man on the track, Dom Herbertson, in fourth place, starts to put the pressure on the third place rider, Jim Lovell. These two riders closing up. Now, as Lord has a look down the inside into the first corner on Ryan Tyres. Ben Lord with the fastest lap of the race, 50.899. Now, you'd almost wonder here if Jim Lovell and Dom Herbertson would perhaps work together, try to close up on the two race leaders here, rather than do battle for third. Because they are closing on the leaders. Chase Collymore, incidentally, the young rider, has gone up to fifth place, gets past John Buckle, just a bit further behind this battle, as Ryan Tyres and Ben Lord still battle for first and second place. They are neck and neck as they make their way past the pits. Lord going down the inside, there he goes, and Ben Lord takes the lead from Ryan Tyres. 7 laps to go now. Let's see, it's been back and forth all race. Can Tyres fight back? They go down the finish line straight, crossing the line. So Lord leads, Tyres in second. Still Jim Lovell and Dom Herbertson third and fourth, ready to pounce on these two leads. There's Lovell, number 97. Ben Lord, number 1 on the bike, leading the way now. Ryan Tyres. This is a fantastic race. Certainly the closest so far today in terms of action. Let's see what Tyres can do now. Of course, we were saying about Ben Lord trying to weigh up his rival and find a way through. Now, of course, Ryan Tyres has dropped to second, but he's not letting Lord get too far ahead. As Dom Herbertson, nice little move there into the hairpin, but Jim Lovell's got the line and holds on to third place. Past the finish line they go, so Ben Lord, fastest lap of the race, 50.7. Ryan Tyres only a tenth slower though. The battle now for third place, Jim Lovell and Dom Herbertson starting to battle for third and losing ground on the two leaders. As Ryan Tyres closes back up on the race leader Ben Lord. The battle still on for third place though between Dom Herbertson, number 110, and the 97 of Jim Lovell. There's Lovell there. 97 on the bike. Chase Collymore still in fifth place from John Buckle, Phil Dickens, Ed Feed, Jamie Callan and Aaron Sadler rounding up the top 10. Dougie Craven currently in 11th place from Adam Jamieson. Reese Peacock, Sebastian Barron and the 200 of Simon Patterson currently in 15th. As again there, number 110. Herbertson having looked down the inside, can't find a way past Jim Lovell. 4 laps to go. Lord still leading now. We look at youth versus experience here. Chase Collymore, one of the youngest riders in the race, the number 7, very much a youth star, and showing is a name to be reckoned with in the stock 140s as well, because he's got past John Buckle. Buckle trying to fight back, but Chase Collymore's got that line covered, the number 7, currently in 5th place. And Collymore, a rider who's really grown up around the British Minibike Racing Series. Quite a rider, and certainly showing that he's a force to be contended with some of the more experienced older riders. Buckle trying to find a way back through though. John Buckle's certainly not giving up. Ben Lord pulling away slightly at the front. They have got some traffic to get through. As there we see Chase Collymore still holding off the 20 of John Buckle. Ryan Tyres incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race, 50.6, half a second between him and the race leader Ben Lord. Still close to being third place between Lovell and Herbertson, and Collymore and Buckle, as you can see, almost trading paint into the second corner. As round the outside goes Buckle, and that's going to be a brave move. He can pull that one off. No, he doesn't, because Collymore shuts the door. Great riding there from John Buckle. He had to really carry a lot of speed around the outside, and that move didn't quite come off though. But nonetheless, he's certainly keeping the pressure on Chase Collymore. Heading towards the final 2 laps as Ben Lord crosses the line. You look at Chase Collymore going past the pits. Ben Lord, meanwhile, going around the first corner. As we look at Buckle trying the outside of Collymore again, as he's going to line up Collymore for a pass down the finish line straight with 2 laps to go. Here we see the battle of the third as Dom Herbertson has got past Jim Lovell after many laps of pressure. Ben Lord, meanwhile, on the number 1, 1.5 laps to go, coming under a lot of pressure now from Ryan Tyres. Here we see Collymore and Buckle still battling away for that 5th position. Buckle all over the rear wheel of Collymore. Heading now towards the final lap of the race. The 2 leaders, incidentally, making their way down the finish line straight. Ben Lord leading from Ryan Tyres as the 1 lap board goes out. We look at Chase Collymore fending off John Buckle as they make their way past the pit area into the second corner. Ben Lord still leading from Ryan Tyres. It's still Dom Herbertson in third from Jim Lovell. 1 lap to go, and here we see Chase Collymore from John Buckle. And it's still neck and neck, as at the front we look at Ryan Tyres on the aerial footage going down the inside of Ben Lord. They're coming up towards the pits for the final time. And in sight of the flag, here we are, we see Ryan Tyres snatching the lead from Ben Lord. There's some back markers there though as well. They're side by side up to the finish line, drag race around the final corner, and Lord round the outside takes the checkered flag. What a finish to the race from Ryan Tyres, bumped slightly by the lapper And that was the only, all the advantage that Ben Lord needed to get through. 1/10 of a second separating those two who traded the lead on the final lap. Level third, Herbertson fourth. And here comes Chase Collymore just ahead of John Buckle. Action all the way through the top six. Phil Dickens goes through in 7th place, Ed Peed in 8th, Aaron Sadler and Jamie Callan rounding out the top 10. But what a finish to the race there. Ben Lord round the outside of Ryan Tyers within sight of the checkered flag. Very difficult place to pull off a move, but Ben Lord did it. Ryan Tyers almost had that win in the bag. He made the move into the lead with half a lap to go. But as they approached lap traffic, Ben Lord making his way through. What a great race that was. So pit bike stock 140 draws to a close, and yet again action all the way through the field, all the way to the line. So we are starting to make our way through the programme here, heading towards our final race of the first block, I believe. I think it will be the Pro-Ams coming up shortly. And the race that a lot of people have been looking forward to, it's the Pro-Ams, some of the big names from British mini bikes, along with riders from the world of professional racing. We've got some BSB stars here, TTs there as well. Everyone enjoying the racing this afternoon. This is the final race of the first block. We've got one more block of racing to take you through the afternoon, and we'll run through the grid in just a moment. This, of course, is the group we were looking at lunchtime, doing qualifying. The Pro-Ams, and it was Kyle Ride that took pole position from Ash Barnes in second, Richard Coop in third, Jack Bednarek in fourth, Joe Dickinson and Lee Jackson in sixth position. Dane Blackburn seventh, Pete Hickman in eighth place from Lee Stevenson. Figure out who number 10 is in a few moments. Bjorn Esprint in 11th, Dom Herbertson in 12th, Paul Curran, James Ellenson and Tom Fisher rounding up this very competitive field. So Pro-Ams with a real mixture of riders here. Some of the top amateur riders going head to head with some of the stars of BSB professional racing. Pete Hickman, of course, is well involved in the series this year, on and off the track. This is looking after the Yobel race as well. So here we go. Kyle Ride lining up with Ash Barnes, Dom Herbertson in there as well. And Pro-Am Moto number 1 getting underway in just a few moments. And of course Bjorn Esprint in there as well, the South African, joining British Superbikes for 2020. Ash Barnes, another one to look out for as well. Final moments before Pro-Am Moto number 1 gets underway. Here we see 12 rider field, and it's set to be spectacular. Last few moments then, just making sure everyone's in position and ready to go, lining up on the grid. See as the drone settles in behind the field, ready to give chase. We get the green flag, and Pro-Am Moto number 1 is about to get underway. Here we go, and thanks to the drone we can join in on the action as we go into the first corner. I think Kyle Ride got the jump on the field there around the first corner from Ash Barnes. Richard Coop in there as well. I think that was Reece Stevenson with a good start as well. He was in the top 5. Very fast start to the race as Kyle Ride leads him through the hairpin for the first time. Barnes in second, Coop in third, Lee Jackson and Dane Blackburn also in there as well. Pete Hickman is in about 6th position. And into the hairpin, oh, down the inside, that looked like Richard Coop making the move on Ash Barnes. Yes, indeed it is. So Richard Coop up to 2nd position. Kyle Ride has been on great form today, leads the way down the start straight for the first time to complete the first lap. Cooper in second, Barnes in third, Stevenson fourth, Jackson from Hickman. Kyle Ryde getting away at the start then. The gap just under 1 second as Kyle Ryde tries to break away from the rest of the field. Cooper in second, Barnes, Stevenson, Jackman, Hickman and Dane Blackburn on the 1-4-1. Drops a couple of places in seventh on the first lap. So Kyle Ryde, one of the stars of British Superbikes for 2020. Real up-and-coming rider and leading the way. One something to look out for in 2020 when BSB actually gets underway. So Ryde goes through, Cooper in second, Barnes third, and Barnes looking to try and get back through to second. Now these two start battling for second position. This would certainly help Kyle Ryde to break away because we've got Stevenson in fourth, Jackson and Hickman close behind fifth and sixth. You just see him coming into shot there as Barnes has a look down the inside. Tries to make the move back through second. There we see Kyle Ryde just a little bit further ahead, 1.3 seconds the gap last time round. Cooper in second, Barnes still third, Stevenson, Jackman, Hickman and Dane Blackburn on the back of that little battle there as well. Very, very close indeed in Pro-Am race number one. As Kyle Ryde tries to break away, they're making their way back towards the final few corners. Ryde, Cooper still in second, Barnes in third, Stevenson, Jackson and Hickman. There's Pete Hickman on the tail now, the number 14. Oh, there's trouble on the first corner. Now was that Barnes or, let's have a look in a moment. I think that may have been actually Barnes hit trouble, or that's actually, no, it's Richard Cooper on the first corner, hit trouble. And another rider down. That's the number 14 of Lee Jackson going down in the second corner. So trouble there for the 47 of Richard Cooper and 14 of Lee Jackson. Two of our front runners. Both seem to be back on the bike, nothing serious, although I think there is still a yellow flag because the 47 is still on the side of the track on that first corner. Kyle Ryde gets the wave yellow on the finish line. So that's a bit of a shake-up at the front now. Barnes through to second place, Stevenson third, Peter Hickman up to fourth from Dane Blackburn. Bjorn Espen, the South African, now up to seventh position. Dom Herbertson and Paul Curran, so we've lost Lee Jackson. James Hillier goes through in 10th place. Now back under green, there's Hickman on the number 60. Trying to close up on Rhys Stevenson, who's been promoted to third now with those incidents. But Peter Hickman coming under a lot of pressure now from Dane Blackburn. Still a long way to go, 8 laps remaining of this Pro-Am race number one. Kyle Ryde charging around the final corner, leads the way, but all the action now is with Pete Hickman from Dane Blackburn and Rhys Stevenson. The 27 of Bjorn Espen going through. There's Pete Hickman. And of course Hickman with the outright lap record on the Isle of Man. A famous name amongst the ranks in the Pro-Am race, doing battle here with Dane Blackburn. Rhys Stevenson still there in third, Kyle Ryde still the rider to beat with 8 laps remaining, as Hickman now coming under a lot of pressure from Dane Blackburn on the 1-4-1. But Hickman in turn is closing up on Rhys Stevenson. So past the line they go. It's Ryde still leading from Barnes. Stevenson in third. Richard Cooper is back on the track up to 11th place as Blackburn has a look down the inside of Hickman but can't make the move stick. And Hickman closing up now once again on Rhys Stevenson, but not close enough to go for a pass. So Kyle Ryde and Ash Barnes settling down somewhat in first and second place, but Rhys Stevenson in third position from Pete Hickman. Dane Blackburn still in fifth. Hickman shadowing the back wheel of Stevenson at the moment. There he is, the 23. And of course Pete Hickman trying to make the move to get past Stevenson, but he can't be too aggressive and leave himself open because As you can see, the 114 of Blackburn is right on his tail. Round the first corner they go, this fantastic sweep into the second corner. As you can see from the aerial footage there, this third corner really does tighten in, and it's important to get a good exit out of the corner as they head towards the hairpin. Still Hickman in that position there, trying to find a way through past Stevenson. So Ride leading from Barnes. Stevenson still battling with Hickman. Blackburn 110. Stevenson also in there as well, number 110. 4 laps to go of Pro-Am race number 1. We concentrate on this battle between the 23 of Rhys Stevenson and 60, the man in shot now, Peter Hickman. Charging round the first corner, very, very close indeed, with Dane Blackburn just shadowing in there as well. All right, still leading from Ash Barnes. They make their way up towards the dog leg at the top. A very slow hairpin past the pits. Blackburn having a look on the inside momentarily of Pete Hickman, but can't find a way through. Hickman just trying to suss out this move here, trying to find a way through, because Stevenson looking very strong in that position on the 23. As Blackburn round the outside, not seeing many people do that today, but didn't quite come off. There's a big exit into that first corner, a lot of track to be used, so if you're brave you could try and move around the outside, and certainly there Dane Blackburn tried the move on Pete Hickman, but not quite enough momentum to make it stick. Hickman holds on to that position. It's still fine before his Kyle Ride leading the way with just over 3 laps remaining. The number 48 has been in great form today. Just seeing that at the top of the shot, making his way back towards the finish line. But still all the action, this battle here between Stevenson and Hickman. Ash Barnes still in second, Richard Coop rejoining him. Still showing on the lap chart here in third. I thought he'd gone off the circuit, maybe not. But Stevenson in fourth from Hickman, Blackburn in there as well. Bjorn Espeland a little bit further behind. Stevenson looking very strong in that position though, in fourth place, as Peter Hickman tries to find a way through. 1.5 laps to go in this Pro-Am race number 1, and Kyle Ride looking strong, but all the action here is with the 60 of Peter Hickman as he tries to find a way past Rhys Stevenson. Reputation counting for nothing here because it's on the track and it's all to do with Hickman to get past Stevenson. A great battle here. Blackburn still in there as well. The 106 in there as well. 2.6, sorry, as they make their way through to the last lap. Oh, it's incredibly close to this battle for third place. And Kyle Ride 1.3 seconds ahead. Oh, down the inside goes Dane Blackburn. Great move there on Pete Hickman. And after so many laps of pressure, perhaps Dane Blackburn has timed it well here. Perhaps he's looking to do a last lap charge through and get past Rhys Stevenson as well. Now it is indeed the battle for third place. Was Stevenson in third, Hickman, of course Blackburn now in fourth. As up at the front, crossing the line is Kyle Ride. Checkered flag goes out. Kyle Ride is the race winner, just ahead of Ash Barnes, who set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Stevenson still in third place, and he holds on to that position from Blackburn. Hickman just ahead there as well, but Dane Blackburn with his fastest lap of the race on that final lap, not enough to get past the superb Rhys Stevenson. But Kyle Ride leading, or wins the race from Ash Barnes. So nothing at all between these riders here. There we see the 23 of Rhys Stevenson, and Hickman dropping back slightly. Kyle Ride takes the checkered flag. Second place for Ash Barnes, not quite enough. Fastest lap of the race for Barnes. Stevenson making his way towards the final corner, and Blackburn trying again round the final corner. Well, it's not going to be enough. Stevenson holds on to third, Blackburn fourth, Hickman in fifth, And Williams on the 1-2-6, finishing in 6th place. Very close four-way battle for that 3rd place. But Kyle Ryde coming under some really late pressure from Ash Barnes on the final lap. Bjorn Espen finishing in 7th place from Dom Herbertson. And Lee Jackson on the 14. Where's Espen? I think just gone through Curran as well. And Lee Jackson recovering up to 9th position. Paul Curran rounding out the top 10. So that draws to a close our first block of racing. We'll be back very soon, of course, with some of the junior riders in just a few moments. It's the Ugly & Co Mini GP. 140s out for their 2nd and final race of the day in just a few moments. So from the experience of the Pro-Am racers, we go to the youth. In the Mini Supermoto, the riders now making their way out onto the formation lap. The 2nd and final race of the day for the riders in this category. Straight to the grid. We'll be back with these riders in just a few moments. The last few riders now leaving the waiting zone. And this time, of course, going straight to the grid. First race of the 2nd block, about to get underway. This, of course, is the 2nd race for the Ugly & Co MGP Junior Supermotos. Everyone appears to be out of the waiting zone and ready on the grid. Flag goes up, and away we go for our 2nd race today. Oh, trouble on the start there for the 56. Try to get a jump on the field. Oh, we got trouble here on the start line. The recovery marshals quick on the scene. There's another couple of riders stalled as well. So a difficult start to the race. Harvey Brooks it is that takes the lead. Trouble on the start line. Everyone seems to be okay. And hopefully they'll be able to get those stricken riders away and out of trouble. I think that was the 56. Luke Hutchinson, I think it may have been that hit trouble on the start. A good start, but got tangled with another rider. I think he's just on the side of the track, and it doesn't look like he'll be taking part in the rest of the race. Goes on nonetheless, though, with Harvey Brooks leading the way. Everyone else appears to have been clear. There is a waved yellow on the finish line, but the race still goes on. Waved yellows as we see them. There we go. Waved yellows on the finish line. Due to that trouble, there is an injured rider just on the side of the track, just over the tyre barriers, but there is a machine just on the side, so they do need to slow the bikes down until they get the course completely clear. Harvey Brooks leads from Peter Willis, Daniel Goodman, Lewis Funlin in 4th, Ty Butler, Luke Schofield in 6th position. Teo Collymore in there as well. Tricky first lap, but it seems like everyone's okay, and the racing continues to stay underway. This starts off the 2nd block of racing today. It's the Junior SM 140 and the Mini GPs. And as I'm sure you're aware, of course, we've got the restrictions in the paddock, and a lot of people will have to stay at home, unfortunately, be watching the live broadcast. So there's you, thanks, of course, for obeying the instructions to not spectate in person here at Ellough Park, but to enjoy the footage on Alpha Live. And it's great to see that the British Mini Bikes, in association, of course, with Rich Energy, is able to get back up and running like every other motorsport series. The coronavirus pandemic has really thrown plans into disarray, you might say, and a lot of dates and a lot of venues have been hastily rearranged to try and get the season back on track. And I don't really remember anything affecting motorsport so much since, well, especially with the foot-and-mouth outbreak over 20 years ago. Similar sort of trouble certainly for the motorsport scene, with so much of it being in rural settings. But this has been something altogether bigger, you might say, involving every aspect of society. But it's good that we're back here at Ellough Park, and we're looking at the juniors with the new race leader, the 151 of Peter Willis, leading now by 2.8 seconds from Daniel Goodman. Lewis Mullen in third, Ty Butler and Tayo Collymore currently in fifth place. Joel Gregg, who had such a good race in the first one, some close battles, currently in sixth place. Luke Schofield on the 64, currently in seventh position. James Cleary, Matthew Wood and Nathan Ellis-Ward rounding out the top 10. We just saw the 28 there of Mason Greasley trying to nip down the inside of Nathan Ellis-Ward. And this battle just on the edge of the top 10, Matthew Wood and James Cleary, as Peter Willis crossing the line to complete another lap. There's the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Had a difficult first race, but recovering well, and currently in 12th position. Lewis Mullen setting his fastest lap of the race, 52.948. Good weather this afternoon. It's certainly not the most attractive weather, you might say. We've got cloud cover all afternoon, though it's forecast to possibly brighten up as the afternoon goes on. Any threat of rain, fortunately, seems to have passed, and the track, which was very damp and slippery this morning, really has dried out. And as you can see, some very close racing out there. The lap times continuing to stay quite low. Peter Willis, fastest lap of the race, 51.627. So quite some going from the young riders. Still leading from Daniel Goodman, 4.6 seconds the gap between first and second place. Lewis Mullen in third. And as we look past the line here, we've got the number 10 of Ozian Thomas, I think, back to the lap there by Joel Gregg and Luke Schofield. James Cleary in 8th place, Matthew Wood and Nathan Ellis-Ward, all very close on the edge of the top 10. There's Mason Greasley in there as well as we head towards the second and third corners. Peter Willis continues to lead the way on the number 151. We had some trouble at the start of the race. Fortunately, it seems that everyone was okay. We all had some retirements from the race. At the front still Peter Willis leading from Daniel Goodman, Lewis Mullen, as we see the number 10 of Ozian Thomas in the midfield. Harry Pell going down the inside on the number 52, taking that place. 6 laps to go as they make their way towards the finish line. There we see, well, looks very much like the number 52 of Harry Pell. Ozian Thomas, number 10, in 17th place as Luca Wilkinson gets into the top 10 on the 76. So riders stationary on the track, actually, just by the pits. Should pick up who that is. Rider okay, I think it is just mechanical issues. So there is a wave yellow. The leading group of riders getting past that stricken rider okay. Unfortunately, it is out of shot. We can't quite identify who it is, but certainly the rider okay. Just seems to be some sort of mechanical issue, and certainly not bothering the lead group of riders, as Peter Willis completing another lap in first place. Jack Knights goes up to 13th position on the number 6, a bit further down the field. And there we see the 21 of George Bartle now up to 14th place. Rest of the top 10 going through: Joel Grigg, Luke Schofield, James Cleary in 8th position. Looks like it could be Harry Powell in there as well. That's the 08 of Nathan Ellis-Ward we just saw in shot there. Currently in 9th position from Luca Wilkinson. Peter Willis, meanwhile, continues to lead the way, charging into the first corner with 4 laps to go from Daniel Goodman, who sets quite set his fastest lap there, but still running in the 53s. We've got Lewis Mullen still in 3rd place, Ty Butler and Tao Collymore 4th and 5th. There we just saw Joel Grigg, Luke Schofield and James Cleary battling away for 6th position. There's the 25 of Cleary with the vest on, heading up towards the final couple of corners. Tao Collymore setting his fastest lap of the race with a 54.472. Schofield, Cleary, and just a bit further behind is the machine of Nathan Ellis-Ward, Luca Wilkinson going through. Track looking in great condition now, really has dried out well as Peter Willis goes through. Daniel Goodman still in 2nd place. And Lewis Mullen in 3rd, 11 seconds covering the top 3, so they are starting to settle down into a bit of an order at the moment. The race leader, Peter Willis, is lapping through the field quite well here. They're actually getting up to the 10th place, Luca Wilkinson, as it gets a bit tight going into the hairpin here with the rest of the top 10. There was James Cleary and Nathan Ellis-Ward in there as well. The number 3 of Joel Grigg coming round here with a whole train of riders behind there. There's Luke Schofield, James Cleary. One rider running a bit wide there as well. Nathan Ellis-Ward goes through in 9th place, just ahead of Luca Wilkinson. Final rider on the lead lap, because here we see the 151 of Peter Willis leading the way, going round the first corner. Looking very neat indeed. The next rider in front is the 76. There we see Luca Wilkinson, currently in 10th place, as Peter Willis starts to close up, now lapping into the top 10. And Peter Willis looking very smooth indeed. There we see Wilkinson in 10th place on the 76. Closed on all the time by the race leader, Peter Willis. Nips down the inside, going into the dogleg. And Luca Wilkinson going a lap down, but still in contention now, of course. Luca Wilkinson will try and tag on to the back here of Peter Willis, try and look at the lines and get a bit of a tow maybe to close up on the rest of the top 10. As Peter Willis squeezes through and will take the last lap forward. So 1 lap to go for the number 151, Peter Willis, setting a 53.776 last time round. It's still the 57 of Daniel Goodman in 2nd place, Lewis Mullen in 3rd. There we see Peter Willis taking a nice smooth sweep round the outside, and the 2nd and 3rd corners heading into the hairpin now. The back marker in front now, I think that is actually the 9th place Nathan Ellis-Ward, who goes a lap down. Peter Willis now lapping well into the top 10 as he goes into the dogleg for the final time. Really has been in great form this afternoon. There's 21 just in front, and that's George Bartle, currently in 14th place. As the 151 of Pete Willis coming in towards the final corner, and Peter Willis will take the checkered flag. Great ride there for Willis as he takes the win. Bartle a lap down, finishes in 14th place. Nathan Ellis-Ward 9th, Luca Wilkinson 10th, and the 2nd place goes to number 57, Daniel Goodman. Any moment now, there he goes. Lewis Mullen will come through in 3rd place. Ty Butler on the 97. Looks like we'll claim 4th place as Butler goes through just behind the number 10 of Ocean Thomas, who finishes in 17th place. And Tao Collymore coming around the final corner to finish in 5th position. Joel Grigg and Luke Schofield a bit further behind. So that's the conclusion of the 2nd race, and as was forecast, actually, it is starting to brighten up out there. Been pretty cloudy all day, but a bit of sunny or brighter weather at least forecast for the latter races today, and it certainly seems to be following true. Any moment now, though, of course, we'll be underway with the 2nd race of the day. Pit Bike Spares Stock 160s out onto the track. Here we are then for the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B, brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares, about to get underway. And for the first time today, it's really starting to brighten up. It's been a rather murky day to begin with down here, but it really is looking quite good. And Pit Bike Stock 160 about to get underway, of course, with Jake Whittaker on pole from Gaz Pearson, Kieran Boyd in third, Adam Jameson, Gary Carter in fifth, and Ben Ray, who ran so well in Moto 1, currently in sixth position on the grid. Rest of the top 10 made up of Joe Woodward, Oliver Riley, Matt Lockyer, Mark Jarrett in 10th place, Tom White and Ben Johnson in 12th position. 13th on the grid is Taylor Garner-Cook from Adam Pipes, Tommy Champion, Dean Quincy, Jack Wolf and Joseph O'Neill on the number 90. 18th position, Mike Smallbones in 19th, Connor Wyatt, who didn't set a time in qualifying, lines up at the back of the grid in 20th. So riders about to get underway for race number 2, and let's see, will the weather play any part in this second race, because it is starting to brighten up now. It's getting warmer out there as well. Track temperature may well raise. Sun really beating down on the central part of the track as well. And as we mentioned earlier, of course, it was very greasy this morning in places, a lot of rain overnight, but really it's changing, getting quite pleasant now. So good conditions for racing and plenty of grip out there. The track has changed throughout the day, and as we go in towards more favourable conditions, you might say, for the second race, the riders now in the waiting zone and will be underway very shortly. I think there is a brief pause just for, I'm just looking out onto the track, everything seems okay, so whether there's just a final delay in the waiting zone possibly, too sure what the hold-up is, but hopefully they'll be out on track very shortly for this second race of the day. And this race, of course, brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares, Stock 160 Group B. So here we are, they are ready to go now, and they're making their way out of the waiting zone onto the track. And of course it has been a full weekend for these riders. Effectively they've been at practice sessions, qualifying this morning as well. Of course, we hope you're enjoying this afternoon's coverage, courtesy of Alpha Live. I'm Chris Czora, taking you through the afternoon's action. Streaming service is always popular, of course, with British mini bikes, but of course with the coronavirus pandemic and the restrictions, there's a new emphasis, you might say, because a lot of you, of course, would have liked to have been along today to watch the action in person And thank you, of course, for heeding the requirement to stay at home. The event not able to run with spectators. The only people here are officials involved with the meeting and, of course, the riders, and limited amount of people with them as well. I think with some of the families there may be some exceptions on a case-by-case basis, but mostly it's a kind of a rider plus one deal. Not many people in the paddock compared to normal. So thank you, of course, for obeying the instructions of the British Mini Bikes officials, and we hope you're enjoying the footage here from Alpha Live as the pit bikes are about to go underway. Green flag goes up, and away we go. Good clean start for Pit Bike Stock 160 race 2 as Adam Jameson gets a jump on the field. They pile into the first corner, everyone through cleanly, track looking good, nice and dry. And as we said before, it really is a well turned out circuit here at Ellough Park. It's the first time in many years there's been a bike meeting here. So really is a coup for the British Mini Bike Series to be here, and certainly it's a new track for a lot of the riders, new challenge for everyone, and everyone does seem to be enjoying the track as well. It does lend itself to some good racing. It's a medium speed track, you might say. There are some pretty quick parts of the track, but no real out and out straights, you might say. It's very much medium speed, but plenty of overtaking opportunities and some good technical parts in there to deal with as well. No real areas to rest either. It is quite technical and medium speed, you might say. There's always a corner coming up, So it really is a challenge for the riders. Adam Jamieson is that leads the way. Pick up second very soon. Matt Lockyer in third. Dean Quincy in there as well. Ben Johnson, Taylor Garner, Cook in there as well. Fastest lap of the race, 56.554 that first time round for Adam Jamieson. Jamieson just trying to break away at the front of the field. Here we see some of the midfield action here. Ben Johnson, Taylor Garner, Cook in there as well. Tommy Champion, I think that was as well, number 23. Currently in 14th place from Connor White. Mike Smallbones in there. Adam Pipes. And a little bit further back, Jack Wolf rounding out the field. There's the 74. Oh, it's getting close there in that midfield battle. I think that may have been in there as well. Chris Edwards, as Adam Jamieson leads them through. Jamieson leading the race now, and fastest lap of the race for the 59 are 54.868. Pick up second and third as soon as we can, but the 56 of Matt Lockyer in fourth place, Dean Quincy and Chris Edwards currently in sixth place from Ben Johnson. It is battle for second place, and third now here's Matt Lockyer, 56, currently in fourth. Dean Quincy in there as well on the number 287 from Ben Johnson. Very, very close indeed here as they battle for fourth place. Lockyer having a look, and there you see Lockyer, the number 56, currently in fourth place. Dean Quincy, 287 in fifth. And starting to get involved in this is the 23 of Chris Edwards. Make their way back to the finish. Oh, down the inside, and down goes the 287 of Dean Quincy. Rider is okay, and we'll get back on the bike, I believe. It's just the wave yellow, so the rest of the field make their way through. But that's bad luck here. We see Dean Quincy again down the inside. Oh, it wasn't quite going to work out there. Already committed to the corner, and down he went, but nothing serious, and he's back in the action, although 23. Chris Edwards starting to close up and goes down the inside, moves up another position. Adam Jamieson still leading the way on the number 59. Fastest lap of the race, 54.198 from Dougie Craven. And Chris Edwards on the 23 as he makes his way past the pits is on the move. There's Taylor Garner Cook on the 467, Joseph O'Neill, rest of the top 10 going through. There's Tom White and Mike Smallbones. But Joseph O'Neill, setting his fastest lap of the race, is on the move, starting to make his way through the top 10. Adam Jamieson still leading the way and setting the pace at the front. There we see Jamieson looking strong. Dougie Craven on the 74, still in second place. Just trying to enter that 46 in front. I think that just on the edge of the top 10. That's certainly Jamieson looking strong at the front, and as you can see on the footage, it really is starting to temperature starting to pick up here as the 59 of Adam Jamieson charges into the first corner. Looking strong at the front. Dougie Craven still in second place, but Jamieson looking strong, and incidentally Chris Edwards has set his fastest lap of the race. Edwards up to fourth place. Matt Lockyer still in third. Dougie Craven. Fifth place for the number 79. We saw in action earlier, Ross McCartney. Had that tangle with Dean Quincy earlier on. But Adam Jamieson still looking strong at the front of this race with 7 laps to go. There's the 88 of Jack Wolf up to 15th place now, but about to be lapped as they make their way back towards the finish line. So there's Jamieson round the outside over the finish line. Dougie Craven still hanging in there in second place, not too far behind on the 74. Matt Lockyer in third, but Adam Jamieson looking strong. They go down to 6 laps to go in this second race of the day for Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. Robin Kyle, meanwhile, in the 199, he's on the move now, getting up to 9th position as Taylor Garner Cook sets his own fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in 7th place. But Adam Jamieson, the number 59, there he is, looking very strong at the front. Dougie Craven keeping the pressure on a bit further behind. But here we see the battle now with the 56 of Matt Lockyer and Chris Edwards, who has slowly but surely been picking his way through the field. Edwards, incidentally, had the fastest lap of the race so far, 53.782. Now up to 4th place. And Matt Lockyer still there in 3rd though, but Chris Edwards looking threatening in that 4th position. Can't find a way through. There are some slower riders in front here though. So good line choice important as Edwards nips down the inside. He always got to get through there though to keep on the back wheel of Matt Lockyer, and he does so as they head towards the hairpin. And Matt Lockyer holds on to that 3rd position. Chris Edwards just on the rear wheel. Look again down the inside, but Matt Lockyer holding on to that 3rd place. Adam Jamieson still your race leader though, on number 59, Dougie Craven in there. And there we see a bit further back, I think that's the 900 of Adam Pipes battling at the back of the field with Jack Wolf. Meanwhile, Chris Edwards has another look on the inside of Matt Lockyer as they cross the line. But Lockyer's got the line into the 1st corner. Still Jamieson leading from Craven in 2nd place. Matt Lockyer, I think, knows that Chris Edwards is behind him, just running defensively into that 2nd corner, guarding the inside line. And Edwards has got onto the back wheel of Matt Lockyer, but can't find a way through at the moment. Has a look as they go into the left-hand corner. A fast left-hander at the centre of the track. Really good rider's corner. That really quick right-hand kink into the dog leg, and down the inside goes Edwards. Now, can he make that move stick? Not quite. Lockyer has got the exit as they go past the pits into the final hairpin. And these last 2 corners that lead us onto the start straight. This penultimate corner can be a good place to set up the speed. And let's see what Edwards can do. Can he get a good run out of that final corner? He's got to try and get underneath Matt Lockyer, but I don't think he's going to quite make it. Still Jamieson leads, Craven 2nd, Lockyer setting his fastest lap of the race in 3rd. Slower traffic moves to the left. Lockyer and Edwards make their way through. Ross McCartney, Ben Johnson and Taylor Garner-Cook having a close battle for 5th position. 3 laps to go and Adam Jamieson is still leading the way. Dougie Craven 2nd, Matt Lockyer, what we're looking at the moment, still in 3rd place from Chris Edwards. Incidentally, Dean Quincy, the rider who went down towards the start of that race, is picking his way through the field. He's up to 13th place, just behind Mike Smallbones. Connor Wyatt and Tom White are in there as well, but Adam Jamieson still looking strong. There's the 199. Robin Kyle, who's had a quiet race, moving into the top 10 now, up to 8th position. There we just saw Joseph O'Neill, Tom White, Connor Wyatt, Mike Smallbones and Dean Quincy just on the edge of the top 10, all very, very close indeed with 2 laps to go as Jamieson leads. And here we see the 79 of Ross McCartney. Ben Johnson just behind on the 22. Taylor Garner-Cook goes through, and there was the 199 of Robin Kyle, who's been moving through the field. Johnson on the number 22, trying to close up on Ross McCartney as we head towards the final part of this race. The race leader is now Dougie Craven, because we've had trouble here. Oh, that's Adam Jamieson that's gone. He's either gone down or hit trouble just by the pits. Let's have a look. I don't think he went off the bike. I think there's some sort of mechanical issue, so drama towards the end of this race, because Adam Jamieson, who almost had this race in the bag, has hit trouble on the penultimate lap, and Dougie Craven on the 74 has taken the lead, leads by 11.9 seconds from Chris Edwards, whose hard work has been paid off here, you might say, because he's going to get into 2nd place on the final lap. Matt Lockyer up to 3rd, Ross McCartney in 4th, and Adam Jamieson, I think, just trying to see what's happened to that bike. The chain's still on. I thought it might be a derailed chain or something, but all looks intact. It's Well, he's playing with the throttle. He's just off first shot here, moving into the pits. Meanwhile, onto the track, Dougie Craven has taken the checkered flag. There goes Chris Edwards in second place. So a race win for Dougie Craven, Chris Edwards in second, Matt Lockyer in third. And the unfortunate Adam Jamieson, well, there's some sort of issue with the throttle body maybe. Just looking out at the vantage point from the commentary booth here, was pushing the bike back to the pits and looking, playing with the throttle there. So I don't know if he had some sort of, evidently some sort of mechanical fault. Drops out of contention. Matt Lockyer will take third, Ross McCartney, Ben Johnson in fifth, Taylor Garner-Cook in sixth position, Robin Kyle, Joseph O'Neill, Tom White and Connor Wyatt rounding out the top 10. So here we go for the Pit Bike Stock 160 Race 2. John Buckle, JJ Cunningham in second from Jim Lovell, Reece Stevenson, Ryan Tyers, Chase Collymore in sixth position. Jamie Callan in eighth from Phil Dickens, Ed Peed, Richard Cooper, Sebastian Barron and Nathan Summers in 12th place. Andrew Jones 13th from Julian Gromit, Simon James Dean, James Moscow in 16th position. Daniel Gilbert in 18th behind the unidentified rider. Ben Rabicki, Dominic Herbinson in 20th, Scott McGibbon and Nathan Smith rounding out the 22 rider field as they go to the line. We've got Dervin Aline on the mic alongside us. He had a bit of a tricky time in that first motor. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm in one piece. Bike's not so good, but I am all right. Yeah, good.
It seemed to be that the front wheel seemed to wash out on that third corner. Was that correct?
Yeah, I just lost the rear and took the front basically, and just ended up taking a nice slide across that nice tarmac.
Oh, that's good. So good to see you're okay though, because you were down for quite a while.
Yeah, it was a good roll. I made the most of it for the TV, obviously. But I'm all right now. I'm all good.
Well, that's good news as they get away. It looks like John Buckle with a good start. One rider stuck on the line.
Going now.
All underway. So it looks like John Buckle with the lead, and this track, of course, quite new for pretty much everyone, really. It seems to be going down well.
Yeah, it's a really fun track, actually. As you can see, John Buckle who's pulled the lead there. A lot of the corners are really pretty fast. You've got to be really committed to them, so you can make up a lot of time through the corners.
And it looks like one of these, it does seem quite a demanding track, because there doesn't seem to be anywhere where you can really rest as such. It's what you might say is perhaps a medium speed track, and there's always something coming up by the looks of things.
Yeah, this passing's quite difficult on this track. You can see at the minute with Jim Lovell chasing John Buckle, who's at the lead at the minute. He's really got to line it up a couple of corners before, or get a real good run out of one of the straights, and really be committed on the inside to really make some room for himself. But it's a really difficult track to pass on.
Well, certainly does look that way as Buckle holds on to the lead. Jim Lovell trying to find a way through as they head into the second corner. He's done it now though on that third corner. And great move there from Jim Lovell to take the lead from John Buckle. Now it looks like Ryan Tyers in there as well.
Yeah, Ryan Tyers is chasing in third.
He's looking good. that third corner there just seems to tighten. The one where you went down, I think, was it just seems to tighten in on itself, doesn't it?
You can take quite an aggressive line, as Ryan Tyers just stuck it in there for second. Great, a little overtake on the third gear right-hander at the start. But no, it opens up and then it closes. You have to bring the bike back to the inside for the second part, the second apex. It's quite a lot of time can be lost there. You'll see Ryan Tyers on his thumb brake round there, keeping a real nice smooth line, where guys that don't run thumb brakes tend to run a bit wider.
So I suppose with the thumb brake got the advantage there as well, just to be able to perhaps hug that inside line, use less track maybe as well.
That's right, yeah, so he'll just hold his thumb brake there and he'll just take a nice smooth line, which means the bike's really stable. So that's why he carries, you see the guys at the front at the minute, they carry a lot more corner speed than the guys that are chasing at the moment.
Certainly seems that way, as we see. That looks like Rhys Stevenson in there. He's looking good. He's been on form. He gets past John Buckle into that dogleg hairpin, which now that to me looks a lot tighter than it went on the entry. It doesn't look particularly tight until you get there. It seems a really technical exit on there.
Yeah, it's tight, and there's some nice cones right on the outside when you're trying to flip back left, which makes it very challenging to not clip a handlebar. But you see a lot of the young lads like Rhys Stevens and Chase Collymore, who's in 6th place at the moment. They're so slight, they're a lot smaller, and they just throw the bike around. They really make up a lot of time in there.
So I suppose as well, you're looking at, say, Chase Collymore is only a young rider. He's not much to him, you might say, compared to some of the adults. Is that going to be much of an advantage on some of these corners with the lighter frame?
Not so much. You do see more and more people now running the smaller frames, the Bambino frames. So if you look in the top riders here, you've got three out of the 4 or 4 out of the 6 bikes are the smaller frame. It just suits a smaller rider.
So we're just going to cut back to the Ryan Tyers, who's been in great form this afternoon, is starting to put Jim Lovell under some pressure as they make their way down the finish line straight.
Yeah, we'll do him here. Oh, it's tight.
Oh, he has a look down. Couldn't quite make it. It does seem quite a fast entry into that first corner. There's a lot of track you can use on the entrance and the exit as well.
Well, when you go into that corner, you have to be really committed, and then you tend to start to wash out, and you want to use all the track. I was finding myself running a little bit wide on exit there as I was dive bombing people in the last race. But again, the fast guys, they carry so much corner speed through there that very, very rare they would have a problem. As Rhys Stevens, I think, has just got into 2nd place. I think.
Yeah, he's the man on the move here. Ryan Tyers,
so fast for a young lad.
He's quick, isn't he? I mean,
yeah,
Ryan Tyers was looking to grab the lead of Jim Lovell, and Rhys Stevenson, out of nowhere, has just nipped there into 2nd place. And, well, I think Jim Lovell might have some work here as they cross the line to complete the lap. We've still got 7 laps to go, as Stevenson, again, has a peak down the inside. So perhaps he's just maybe weighing up the leader, trying to find a way to get through here.
Yeah, for a young lad, he's really patient, to be fair to him. I think Ryan Tyers just gone back round the outside of him on that corner again, where he's naturally fast around that double right-hander, and now Stevenson just took into a slipstream and probably be aggressive down into the tight right-hander.
Well, here they come. They're just coming into this dogleg hairpin now. As a quick look, can't find a way through here. Jim Lovell holds on to the lead on the 97, and Ryan Tyers trying just shadowing. Now this is where we're going to see him try to line up a move on the finish line straight. This last penultimate corner here, very important.
Yeah, as much corner speed around that right-hander as possible.
Ooh.
And you can see Ryan's gone defensive already because he knows that Rhys Stevens is behind him.
He had a look, didn't he, on that straight? I think he was trying to line him up there, but again, Tyers has a look. Now this is the corner, of course, that Tyers seems competitive through here, holding that inside line. Very, very close. You could almost throw a blanket over these 3 into the hairpin. Just under 0.2 of a second, cover them over the line. And this is where Stevenson looks quick down the inside. Ooh.
Ryan's never going to let him just go up the inside there. He's got to be a brave man to go up the inside of Ryan Tyers on that corner. But you know, he's a young lad. He's fearless, and he's doing things now probably way above where expectation is. He's really flying. He's come on this year, and he's definitely a superstar for the future.
It does seem to be in good form this afternoon as we head back towards the finish line straight, as Ryan Tyers has a look down the inside of Lovell. Oh, that was close. Tried to make the move, but Lovell shuts the door. And Tyres again having a look into the double right-hander. Stevenson is right on his tail through that double apex, heading towards the hairpin. And Tyres all over the back wheel, and there are a couple of midfield runners about to be lapped just a few seconds ahead.
Right. On this left-hander they're going through now, I got some really good advice from Richard Cooper earlier about how the track actually comes to you. You can be really aggressive through there, and you can really go for it, and your bike will stick. You have to believe in it.
It does seem that way, the central part of the track. It looks pretty tight when you're standing here looking at it. It looks really tight and twisty, but I think you'd almost surprise yourself there how much speed you could carry through that section.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit further down the order, I've noticed it. Gaz the Snail Pearson's beating Nathan Smith, my colleague from BR8. Nathan will not be happy about that, but he has already said, I have to mention he's changed his gearing, so if he does lose to Gaz Pearson, then he's got an excuse.
Oh, there we go. That's the midfield battle. Still lit at the front here, 4 laps to go, and Jim Lovell having a great ride here to keep these two behind him because it's so much pressure, and they are closing up on some midfield runners here about to be lapped. Oh, and that back marker saw them coming and let them through. And we always say, of course, it's slow riders should let the leaders through, but they're having their own race, of course. So
yeah, the thing is, they come at you so fast. Well, you know, they're carrying twice the corner speed, and for you to stop and check over your shoulder, it's so difficult. I mean, you try, but you end up causing probably more problems by hanging it out. Ooh, it's a tight
that's Whittaker there, wasn't it? The 1-2-1.
I think he's got him. He's used the back marker to perfection now.
Oh, that's good. That look at Stevenson as well there.
It's going to get tight.
And in fairness to Whittaker here, he's just, you know, he's holding his line. He's not obliged to jump out of the way here, so this is going to make things interesting. Oh, as Lovell again guards that inside line. Stevenson in there as well. On the exit, great move there from Stevenson. But, oh, and Tyres down the inside. Now, that was a brave move there. That's a very difficult place to make a pass.
You definitely can't say they're not committed.
Yeah, definitely. That is some superb riding there. Ryan Tyres in the lead. I don't think this race is over yet, though.
Stevenson's just going to...
Oh, that was brave.
Again, a super tight move.
What a great move there. It didn't quite come off, but he's going to set himself up here for the finish line straight. Lovell now in second place, coming under some serious pressure from Rhys Stevenson. Oh, he tried the outside as well. Like you say, he's a fearless rider, isn't he?
He is. Carries a lot of speed. So you see him coming up the inside now. Look, there you go.
Oh, that's a tidy move. He's got to try and keep it neat on the exit, though, because Lovell's going to pass him on the exit, but it's going to be a duel into the hairpin.
Lovell's positioned his bike really well. He's kept him to the outside. He's making him do the hard work, you see.
That's a double apex, really nice section of the trackers. Oh, down the inside goes Rhys Stevenson. Right, I think 2 laps to go, or 1.5 laps to go now. Wants to win this race.
It's going to be tight on the exit.
Lovell's got him again. Oh, this is a great duel for second place. This is all going to help Ryan Tyres, of course. If these two start scrapping for second, we've got just over 1 lap to go.
Back markers, I think, are going to help out now.
Yeah, definitely Ryan Tyres just looking over the finish line there. He's nestled in the back markers, nips his way through. Now got a relatively clear track. There's Lovell.
Last lap as well.
Yeah, 1 lap to go, and Lovell back up to second momentarily as Stevenson. Oh, sweeps around the outside into this double right-hander.
Don't think he'll hold that.
And Lovell will indeed get
back
him on
markers,
the exit.
it is Nathan Smith and Gaz Pearson having the battle I was telling you about, and Nathan seems to have taken him back here. So, honour restored.
Oh, it's going to be tight into the left-hander. Oh, and look at Stevenson. He went for the inside. Didn't quite come off, and Jim Lovell, he's determined to keep him behind here as Ryan Tyres at the moment looks like he's going to take the checkered flag, barring disaster. He's coming up to the penultimate corner, but all the action here between Lovell and Stevenson. So last lap for Ryan Tyres.
Yeah, Lovell's going to keep it. Stevenson with it. Absolutely amazing race, and even Chase Collingwood, he'd caught up somewhat behind. He wasn't far behind.
Actually, he came up
5th place, just behind JJ Cunningham.
I think he came up on the ropes there.
Really good ride.
He came out of nowhere, Chase Collingwood, didn't he, on those last few laps?
Flying on the last few laps.
Very good. So, yeah, that's Pit Bike Stock 160 Race 2 drawing to a close. And Owen, are you out again today, or are you retired for the day?
I'm going to try and go back out in the vets.
In the vet.
Where it all went wrong for me last time. and hopefully I can last more than 6 laps and not cause a red flag. That would be great.
Well, let's hope we see you out there again. You were looking very good until you went down, I have to say. So it's a shame that
if I can get off the line this time, that would help as well. So the bike's been checked over now, so hopefully I'll be out and put in a good performance.
Oh, that's good news, because we saw you. I don't know if you're trying to recall the rule book. So you looked like you're almost going to be taking part again, but it seemed to be.
I wanted to. Probably a bit silly for me to do that, but I did give the bike a kick and it did start. I thought, right, I'm going for it, but then it quite quickly then said, no, not today, and shut off. So I was like, they were like, can you please get off the track? Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. So yeah, so unfortunately that was that race over, but it was going all right until then.
Well, it's
lots of overtakes. So
at least the sun's out for you now, so the track looks good. It's I think it looks perfect for racing now for you.
I've changed my tyres at last, as people around me slap their head in confusion. But I put some super fast tyres on so I could try and keep up with Richard Cooper's pace.
Thanks for doing, Elena. We'll move on to our next race coming up in just a moment. Back to some of our junior stars now with the Mini GP race 2. Daniel Stevenson on pole from Arnie Carr, Luca Wilkinson and Jack Newton. Charlie Cunningham in 5th from Hudson Cooper. Top 6. Then we've got Brook Champion, Lee Soliu, Charlie Ward, Finley Hanna, Owen Tempest, Ollie Brooks in 12th position. And they're all lining up. We've got another guest on the mic. If you can please introduce yourself. It's been a bit of a quick, sorry, beg pardon.
There is Richard Cooper. Been out riding the 140, 160, Mini GP and the Pro-Am class, and I come up to commentate today on the junior stock.
Well, here we go. Daniel Stevenson getting a good jump, but Luca Wilkinson it is that leads them into the first corner. And I'm going to say touch wood. I really don't want to invoke the commentator's curse here, but this first corner is nice and wide. It does seem to have had some good safe starts today as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. All the starts have been fairly safe. Lap one's been pretty well behaved, shall we say. Just watching young Stevenson here is a young lad that I've been doing a little bit of coaching with on the Overley 110, and how much he's impressed me the past couple of weeks away from the racing scene, just on the practice days, has been very impressive, and he's shown that today alone, winning race 1 comfortably, and it looks like he's going to be set to win race 2 as well.
And I suppose for like top riders such as yourself, it's been a tricky year this year, and a lot of your attention as well now has been off the track, dealing with a lot of the younger riders and training as much as looking after yourselves this year.
It is, and it's nice to give the kids and the young adults some time, because I've been pit biking for 15 years, and what I've learned, it's nice to pass them on to the younger generation. And it only it shows now. I come here, and before, I wouldn't say it used to be a walk in the park, but now I have to ride pretty much as hard as I possibly can just to try and win. And it proves that these kids on the 90s and the 110s, some of the corner speed that they've got is so impressive, and it's so good to see, because this is what we need. We need another world champion, and it needs to come from this kind of racing.
And of course, this is the advantage. Of course, Daniel Stevenson, just over 1 minute. That's quick going for these smaller bikes. It's like I say, it's getting people into the sport almost. These younger riders. There's no getting away from the fact that motorsport and bike racing as well, it can potentially be quite expensive compared to, say, football, where you just sort of like go out into the field. So there's a lot of emphasis on this sort of like more grassroots, getting the young riders involved in it, and just giving them the chance in this environment to learn the racecraft.
Exactly that, and with these little bikes, they can use the same set of tyres pretty much all weekend. They don't use a lot of fuel. Alan and BMB do a great job as far as track time's concerned. We're riding all day Saturday, racing on a Sunday, and this is what the kids need. Track time is key, and cost-effective track time is most important, because we haven't all got endless budgets, and that's what we need to look at. We need to make it affordable for anybody to come and enter the race, but also give them the time to learn their craft as well.
Certainly, I'd say racecraft very important as well, because sometimes you say between one of the key differences between the pro riders and amateurs is the pros have that heightened racecraft, you might say, just getting the experience of knowing what to do and dealing with situations in a certain way. As we look at the 63, that was Tempest there, isn't it? But like I said, the racecraft is very important indeed.
racecraft is something that, you know, for us, let's say more established riders, we can pick up on Saturday morning practice and we'll be on the pace straight away. And you see with these kids, they just get faster and faster and faster as the weekend goes on. You know, that's impressive to see because they're constantly learning. Every time they get on the bike, they're going faster, they're changing things. So, you know, Stevenson there, he's down to, you know, 56.0, you know, on a Bambino 90. It's absolutely mental, really, and he just looks so confident on it. And he's going to jump off this now, and he's going to get on his Ovale 110, and he'll carry that confidence over. So not only is he riding the pit bike, he's also riding the GP style bike, and he's transferring the two over, which is, you know, for him, he's constantly learning throughout the weekend, not just a supermoto style bike, but also how to ride a proper little race bike. So him and his brother, you know, Reece Stevenson, they come on leaps and bounds, and for me they stand out because they both wear motocross helmets with the goggles, you know, and they look very much different to the other riders, but I guess we ain't always got to follow what everybody else is doing.
Well, it's the same for me because I'm from very much a motocross background, so it does stand out a mile, admittedly. And Stevenson looking very good, and like you say, these lap times really are starting to tumble. Admittedly, of course, the track is drying out as the day goes on. It's really perfect conditions now, you might say, but certainly 56.09 fastest lap of the race for Stevenson, and he's matching those lap times consistently. Arnie Carr on the 83 still in second, Luca Wilkinson in third, Jack Newton and Charlie Cunningham. And that's the 36 of Leo Soliu in shot there, with Hudson Cooper just behind. 46, maybe Brooke Champion in there as well. Looking neat at the moment. And we were talking earlier about this double apex right-hander. Quite a challenging course. It starts out quite wide, it just seems to turn in on itself as the corner goes on.
Yeah, you know, it's a tricky corner because it does tighten up on itself, and I find because I ride the bike with the 10-inch wheels, it's actually quite a difficult corner for us as far as stability is concerned. So when we're racing against the 12-inch wheels in the Pro-Am class, the stability that they've got mid-corner really emphasises against my smaller bike. But then again, at the slower corner, my bike is a little bit more nimble in the tighter stuff. So it's like, you know, it's a juggling act of getting the right combination. These kids are all on 10-inch wheels in this class. You know, it's a starter class, if you like. We've got a novice just there.
Oh, that's a bit there, isn't it?
Number 36. Where is he?
Oh, it's Leo Soliu currently.
And you know, I was talking to him actually walking up the paddock, and he the smile on his face, and I think this is his second ever race, and you know, he was absolutely beaming from ear to ear and just excited to go racing. And you can only think, you know, you're going to come back in 2 or 3 meetings time and he'll be a different rider because of what he's learned from this meeting, and he's going to just carry that on, and his confidence will grow. And you know, as long as he keeps smiling, I think that's the most important thing when you go racing.
Well, it's all about enjoyment as well. And just Daniel Stevenson using his head there, he got bulked slightly there by the 217. Hudson Cooper, of course, is racing for position, but just taking his time. He's riding cleverly here, because these midfield riders here that he's lapping, of course, they got their own race to run as well, so they're perfectly entitled to take the line. And it'll be very easy here for Stevenson to try and charge down and make the pass, but he knows he's got a bit of a cushion. Yeah. And just making sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
Yeah, it's good to see that, and he knows that, you know, the guys that he's riding against, you know, they're on a learning curve as much as he is, and to give them respect, even though you're the leader, is always key, because there'll come a time when they might repay the favour, and but he's got a wise head on young shoulders. He's an absolute tiny little lad, and you know, again, he's another kid that's constantly smiling in the paddock, and his dad is mad as a box of frogs, to be fair, and he collars me all the time for gearing and setup ideas, but I think it's clear to see he's not really struggling as far as getting that bike around this track's concerned.
Well, he's looking very smooth indeed. This is the man we're looking at the moment, the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson, who leads the race by just a shade under 4 seconds from Arnie Carr in the 83 in second, who's still charging away just behind this fantastic rider there. I think that's Carr there, isn't it, the 83. He's just gone around the outside of the 217 of Hudson Cooper. Luca Wilkinson a bit further behind in third. It's a few more seconds adrift, just going through the pit hairpin at the moment, as Stevenson, fastest lap of the race there, 55.70, so he's got this track dialed at the moment.
It's funny you mentioned Luca Wilkinson in third. He has got the cheekiest face in the paddock, and every time I see him, he's another little kid that's constantly smiling, and and you'll ask him how he's getting on, and he'll give you a very good description of what's happened during the race and after the race. He's a cracking little lad, to be fair, he is.
Oh, he's one of these. There's some of these riders, they're a bit shy to be interviewed, aren't they? But on the other hand, some riders, they're really...
And if you get a chance to interview Luca, you'll understand what I'm saying, because he definitely knows what to say at the right time. He's quite an amusing little kid. He's come on a lot since I've seen him. He also rides a mini GP bike, and he's going to make massive strides in the next couple of meetings for me, and they'll be one of them that hopefully he can challenge Daniel Stevenson and Arnie Carr come the next 2 or 3 rounds.
And that'll be interesting to see, because of course looking at this race, Stevenson has got things under control here, but not a great deal of difference between these riders. And of course we've got some different tracks coming up, the likes of Wilton Mill coming up a bit later in the year, and Teesside. This, of course, the Ellough Park circuit, it's well established on the karting scene, but new for the bikes for this year. It's been many years since a mini bike meeting's been held here. So this is almost like a blank canvas, I suppose, as Stevenson leads the way. All these riders have got a new track to contend with, and there's no real form to go on.
No, and I think if you asked any rider in the paddock about this circuit, they would pretty much tell you the same answer. And I think everyone is enjoying the track. They've done a great job in painting it and making it look pretty, as far as, and even the track conditions, the tarmac is real good. There's not so many bumps, and for pit biking, it's nice to come to a facility that's as well maintained and well looked after as this, because it's difficult to find the good big tracks, because sometimes they don't like the bikes riding around, so we end up going back to the same circuits over and over again. But Ellough Park for me is probably one of the best on the calendar. I mean, it's by no means close to anybody. I think it's 3 hours just for pretty much everyone in the paddock, but it's well worth the drive, and for sure I'll be coming back again to do the next round here when it comes back.
Well, I'll look forward to seeing you back here, and I think it was just to the 119. Was that? I think that's Ollie Brooks at the back of the field. 3 laps adrift at the moment. He's plodding around there, but like I say, he's having fun there, and he's learning all the time.
Yeah, he is. He's another lad that I actually see him walking up the paddock, and I thought he'd missed his race at one point. He was just sort of wandering up the paddock on his bike, pushing it along, and he didn't really look like he knew what was happening, but he just waited at the gate patiently for his race to start, and then joined the grid. So yeah, he was again another cracking little lad.
Well, he's at the back, and it doesn't really matter, to be fair, because he's completing the race in here, and there he is, the 119 machine there. As we cut back to Arnie Carr in second place as we move into the last lap. The top 2 or 3 now really starting to settle down. Looks like Stevenson here lapping another rider. Oh no, just pulls out of that one on the left-hander. That's the
30. You see the difference in lap times there. Stevenson on 55.7 and Arnie Carr on a 55.8. In lap time there's only a tenth or so in it, but clearly Stevenson's got race pace, which we mean by he can constantly do that lap time. Perhaps Arnie Carr can do that lap time, but his race pace is perhaps 2 or 3 tenths off that, which is given the gap to Stevenson. But that will come just from experience. And he'll know that if he can get a lap time within a tenth of Stevenson, all he's got to do is string 8 of those together, and then all of a sudden you're in the race and you're in the battle for the lead. So clearly Stevenson's got a good race pace, which is something that us riders always want to have. It's nice to be able to do a single lap, but it's also nice to be able to string 8 strong laps together. And you see Arnie Carr there delighted with second place, and that's what it's about. He can take a trophy home tonight, back to school tomorrow, and show his mates, and and improve from there. To see him so excited about finishing second there, for me that's what it's all about. He's waving to the marshals and acknowledging everybody, which is cracking.
Well, that's it. And now, like you say, it's the consistency is the thing that separates perhaps a good rider from a great rider, and that's the sort of thing, like, these kids are only young, aren't they? They can always pick that up now as the years go on, but they've got that pace and they've got that racecraft. That's the important thing, really.
Mm-hmm.
So that draws to a close the Mini GP United Race 2, and a great ride there for Daniel Stevenson to take the checkered flag by just over 7 seconds from Arnie Carr in second place, Luca Wilkinson third, Jack Newton in fourth, Charlie Cunningham, Hudson Cooper, Brook Champion seventh, and Lee Solly back to cross the line in eighth, Charlie Ward, Owen Tempest, Finley Hanna, and Ollie Brooks. So thanks a lot, Richard. Thanks a lot. It's been great having you along, and thanks for your insight.
Enjoy the rest of the racing. I'm off to go and watch it myself.
Thank you very much.
Right,
enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you.
Been. So here we go, the Mini GP 190s. It was Richard Cooper. I don't know if he's out in this one. I have to get changed quickly. If he does, he's on pole. Reece Stevenson, Louis Webster, Ash Barnes, who's run so well this afternoon in fourth. Lee Jackson and Pete Hickman. He's had another good afternoon. Currently in sixth on the grid from the morning qualifying. Seventh position was Jordan Rushby from Daniel Goodman. James Ellison lines up in ninth position. Dan Linfoot, Luke Hopkins and Tom Fisher, 12th position. Ty Butler, none of these riders sending a time in the qualifying, so they line up towards the back of the field. The riders go straight from the waiting zone to the start line for the second race of the day. This event sponsored by Race Fasteners Pro Light. Not Race Fasteners, that wouldn't be a very good racing product, I suppose, would it? But Race Fasteners Pro Light as they line up. Like we say, of course, this is a brand new circuit for most, if not all of the riders, and down here in deepest East Anglia, just on the Suffolk border, it's a long way for most of the people in the paddock, but that does seem like a common sentiment. It's well worth the trip. Actually, considering how rural it is, it's quite easy to find as well. It's just off the roundabout, so no excuse for getting lost. As the flag drops, and away we go for the Mini GP 190/70 race 2. We've only got 4 riders in this one, but we've certainly got some quality here because Reece Stevenson leads the way. The young star we were discussing earlier, he's having a great weekend so far. Now let's see how he gets on, because he's got another battle in prospect here with Peter Hickman. Jordan Rushby and Daniel Goodman in there as well. We've got some pretty big names here, some champion riders from the pro ranks who we've seen all weekend, and arguably amongst the general public you might say Peter Hickman is perhaps one of the most famous ones. Isle of Man TT in the world of road racing, always perhaps one of the more popular parts of motorcycle racing with the general public. And Peter Hickman, fastest man on the roads. He holds the outright speed record around the Isle of Man TT course, and the sort of rider amongst the general public you might say who's perhaps the most well known. And he's got a deal now with Reece Stevenson, the race leader on the 23, and he can't get near him at the moment. Stevenson with a 50.45 on that first lap. Hickman fiddling with the bike there. I don't know if he's had some issues, but he's back on it now. He's just ahead of Jordan Rushby on the 52. Daniel Goodman just shadowing in 4th place. And there's Hickman. Reece Stevenson just over 2 seconds ahead on the first lap. Stevenson going round the final corner onto the finish line straight. There's the machine of Jordan Rushby. Stevenson leads 49.26. He really is picking up the pace and pulls away by almost 1 second from Peter Hickman in second. Hickman seems to have picked up the pace a bit now. He pulls away from Jordan Rushby, who was right on his tail last time round. Daniel Goodman in 4th. There's the 52 of Jordan Rushby, currently in 3rd place. Now, he was on the tail of Hickman, but just seems to have lost maybe a half second or so somewhere. As Hickman tries to close up on Stevenson, but he can't do anything at the moment, because Stevenson going into the pit corner now is looking good as Jordan Rushby closes back on Peter Hickman. Hickman looking strong in that 2nd place, but Rushby trying to find a way through as they make their way down the finish line straight. And Rushby lining up Hickman as they go into the top corner, but he had a look. That was a brave move there. Didn't quite come off for Jordan Rushby. That, you would say, it's a medium speed first corner. It's a very wide entrance there, and if you're brave you can make a move down the inside, but very easy to get it wrong. And I think Jordan Rushby bailed out of that one. Certainly didn't want to end up in a heap on that first corner, so he has to back out, and we'll try again. This is all helping Reece Stevenson, the race leader on the 23, to pull away. It was 5.2 seconds last time round, but Peter Hickman looking good as Rushby goes down the inside, and this time he makes the move stick. Now, can he hold on into the penultimate corner? Guards that inside line. Hickman's going to try and get him on the exit going into the first corner. Down the finish line straight they go. And 52, Jordan Rushby holds on to that 2nd place as Hickman drifts wide out to the first corner, trying to get the momentum into this double apex, second and third corner. Squares the turn off slightly, tries again to line up Rushby down the inside, but Jordan Rushby parks the bike on the apex and keeps Hickman behind him. Daniel Goodman a bit further behind in fourth place on the number 1. And Rhys Stevenson on the 23 was 6.5 seconds ahead, but I think he's pulled away even further because these two, second and third, busy battling amongst themselves. Just saw Rhys there, he's just going out of shot there. Rhys Stevenson just had a quick glance as he left the corner just to check where the other two are, and he knows he's got a cushion. And, well, Jordan Rushby and Peter Hickman, let's have a look at the lap times here. As Hickman has a look down the inside of Rushby, doesn't quite find a way through. They have closed, actually, on Rhys Stevenson about a second or so. So this battle of a second, we see this sometimes. Riders sometimes are trading paint, blocking each other and slowing each other down. If anything here, it looks like Jordan Rushby and Peter Hickman are pushing each other on here somewhat. Closing back on the lead. There's Stevenson. We just saw him going out of the shot there. And he is being closed on by Rushby and Hickman. Here they come past the pit lane. Past that waiting zone into the hairpin. We've still got a bit of time to go in this race, so I wonder if there's a bit of tactics here from Peter Hickman possibly. He's tagging on to Jordan Rushby, knows he's quick, and they are both closing on the leader. Rushby with his fastest lap of the race, 50.34. Rhys Stevenson started off very quick, but he does seem to have lost some pace here. Peter Hickman using his experience here. I don't think he's pushing too hard to get through at the moment because he knows they're both closing on the leader and that we could be in for a three-way battle. Daniel Goodman on the number 1, just a little bit further behind. So only 4 riders in this race, but plenty of action going on here. And this is a fast... There's Stevenson. He is being closed on all the time by the second place 52, Jordan Rushby. Peter Hickman just tagging on to that back wheel. And I think Hickman is... He's not making a pass for the sake of it here. He's playing the long game here because he knows that Rushby's quick and he's closing up on the leader. So Stevenson coming under some pressure with 5 laps to go. Daniel Goodman crossing the line in 4th, just a bit further behind. And Rushby closing up on the race leader. So the 52 of Jordan Rushby catching up on the leader. Rhys Stevenson, your race leader. Hickman had a look down the inside there, couldn't quite make the move. There's your race leader, the number 23, Rhys Stevenson, as the 52, Jordan Rushby. Hickman down the inside. Now, can he make the move stick? No, he can't because and again he goes down the inside of Rushby. Those two battling for position, and now Hickman through to second, trying to drop Rushby in third. Jordan Rushby, of course, will not want to let Hickman go. 4 laps to go, and Peter Hickman has picked up the pace in second place. He gets past Jordan Rushby, starting to leave Rushby behind now. Rushby's still very much there, though. Daniel Goodman about 10 seconds adrift in 4th place. 4 laps to go. Rhys Stevenson started off the race very quick. He's picked up the pace again now, the lapping in the 50s. But Peter Hickman is closing up. He sat on the back of Jordan Rushby for several laps, made his move, and now clear in second. Rushby now on the back wheel of Rhys Stevenson. They charge around that final corner, down the pit straight. Rhys Stevenson, 23, your race leader. Peter Hickman, such a star rider, in second place. Youth versus experience here. Jordan Rushby just a bit further behind in 3rd position. He had a good battle with Hickman earlier on, and Jordan Rushby still hanging on in there in 3rd place on the 52. So, well, any one of these 3 riders could potentially win the race. At the moment it's Stevenson, and perhaps Rushby hoping that Hickman and Stevenson can start battling and holding each other up because he's only 2 seconds adrift. Still 3 laps to go. And I'm sure Rhys Stevenson knows who's coming at the moment as he goes through the pits hairpin into the penultimate left-hander, using as much of the curve as he can to get a good exit down the final corner and into the start straight. Very fast start here into that first corner. And Rhys Stevenson sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.03, 300th of a second faster than Peter Hickman. So these two riders, they really are pushing it. There is the race leader. He's picked up the pace again, 49.03. I think he's got the message because he needs to work to win this race. And Peter Hickman is not making life easy for him in second place. Jordan Rushby still there in third, but drops a little bit of time as the pace picks up amongst the leaders. There's Rhys Stevenson, Peter Hickman in second. Hickman not close enough for a pass at the moment though. Just over 1 lap remaining. Daniel Goodman still there in fourth. Stevenson goes round the final corner. So I think, well, the graphics saying the last lap. We'll keep an eye on this one. I think it may be an extra lap, but nonetheless, possibly 2 laps to go. We'll keep an eye on this one. But Peter Hickman in second place, less than 1 second covering the top two, and the pace has gone down again. 48.64 for Rhys Stevenson, just a few hundredths of a second faster than Hickman, who seems to have dropped back slightly. Stevenson pulls away. So Rhys Stevenson back on the power. Pete Hickman still there in second place. Stevenson pushing hard. Hickman making him work. Now we're going to look down by the finish line. I think this will be the last lap when they come round. There's Stevenson, and he gets the last lap board as they cross the line. So 1 lap to go. Stevenson leads, Hickman in second. The gap goes up to 1.9. Stevenson holding that pace with a 48.95. He just pulls a few tenths away from Peter Hickman. And Rhys Stevenson, it's been a good race for him so far. Now onto the last lap, and Rhys Stevenson pulls away from Hickman. And it looks to me like Peter Hickman is going to be settling for second place here. He's dropped the pace a bit now. Jordan Rushby still in third. Daniel Goodman in fourth, but what a superb race from Rhys Stevenson. Came under a lot of pressure from Peter Hickman, who pushed him hard, and Hickman settles for second place as Rhys Stevenson goes round the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and Rhys Stevenson is your race winner in the Mini GP 190s, race number 2. Peter Hickman brings it home in second place after pushing Stevenson hard for most of the race. He'll finish 4 seconds adrift in second place. Jordan Rushby had such a good battle with Hickman earlier on. He takes third, and Daniel Goodman just a little bit further behind will finish in fourth position. So only the 4 runners in that race, but certainly no shortage of action. Here we are then at Ellough Park in Suffolk for the first round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. After such a hard start of the year, good to see that we can get some sort of action back underway with the mini bikes. And here we go for what's always a popular class, the veterans, and their second and final race class of the day. It's Richard Rice on pole from Julian Gromit, Steve Booth, and John Bolsover, Ben Douglas in fifth. Dervin Allain in sixth, who we spoke to earlier. He had a crash in the first race, and he was in good spirits up here at the commentary booth earlier, so we'll be hoping for better luck this time round. Sean Betton, Ross McCartney, Gary Carter, Robin Kyle, Andy Williams, and Ian Wareham in 12th. William Horner 13th from Tony Reveley, Alan Brooks, Matthew Corbett, Mark Jarrett, Joseph O'Neill, Stu Bateson 19th from Mick Price, Dan Gill, Peter Ricks, Roy Marsden 23rd, Gab Tappenden, not a time in 24th at the back of the field. So the vets straight onto the line, sponsored by Simotos, about to get underway. The flag drops and away they go. Oh, one rider looping out at the start. Oh, and he collects another rider. I don't know if he had a... I wonder if the throttle stuck there, because that rider whose machine looped out seemed to have trouble, and that unfortunate rider at the back of the field took... I think he, took quite a painful knock. And the medics out on track, so I think the race has been stopped. So the red flag out, there was an incident at the start there. I don't know what happened, that one rider just seemed to loop the bike out at the start and had trouble controlling the bike. Almost we got away with that one, but just one rider at the back. We're not too sure who that rider is at the moment, but one of the riders towards the back of the field just collected the rider in trouble at the start, and that rider at the back of the field came off worse, definitely. So there's Julian Gromit and the 142 John Bolsover. All of the front runners in this race got through cleanly. The incident happening towards the back of the field. So red flag, trouble at the start of the race. Touchwood, I would say, has been relatively incident free. We're going to take a pause here whilst the injured rider gets medical treatment. Let's hope it's nothing serious. But in the meantime, let's go for an onboard lap of the Ellough Park circuit. Let's take a flying lap of the Ellough Park circuit. We've moved down the start-finish straight and into the first corner. This long right-hander, plenty of track to use here, so you really can carry a lot of speed around that first corner. Down the straight we go and into this double apex right-hander. Of course, it tightens in on itself here, and it's important to get the power down nice and early as we move to the first of the hairpins. It's really tight left-hander, good overtaking opportunity. Now the track speeds up into the spectacular left-handed corner, very popular section with the riders. Turning right now and into this dog-legged hairpin that's a lot tighter than it looks. Back onto the power, past the pits and into the final hairpin. This is one of the key overtaking points on the track. Back onto the power into the final left-hander. Nice big curve here. Really need to get the power down nice and early as we go into the right-hander. Flat out, down the finish line straight, over the finish line, and that's a lap of the Ellough Park circuit. Welcome back to Ellough Park here for the round number 1 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. We just took a lap of the circuit and saw some of the wide range of activities and action that we get from Alpha Live. We're going to have a restart here of the Vets race. I'm sure you were with us a few moments ago. You saw that the start had its problems there. One rider getting into trouble on the start, looped the bike out and trying to control it. Can't tell you unfortunately who the injured rider was, but one rider towards the back of the field clipping that out of control rider and went down. Needed some medical attention because he did take quite a hit at the start. But pleased to say, at least he got into we saw him get into the medical car of his own volition, so it looks like he's not seriously hurt. Let's hope that's nothing serious. Here we go again then for the Vets. This time it's a better getaway. Everyone gets away cleanly. Looks like Richard Rice would jump into the first corner. Steve Booth in there as well. Julian Gromit. John Bolsover, Dervin Elaine in there as well. And the 79 of Ross McCartney not too far behind as they go into the double right-hander. So track conditions brightening up. It's good conditions for racing, I would say, here, because it's not too warm. And it's a good surface here at Ellough Park as well. It's well maintained. and it was quite wet and slippery this morning with the overnight showers, but really has dried out well. Definitely a dry track. As Richard Rice leads the pack through. There was Dervin Lane, the rider who was sharing the commentary booth earlier from a social distance. And as true to his word, he's back out on track and he's looking good in the second race. There he goes round the outside of the 79 of Ross McCartney. Drops down to 6th place. So Richard Rice leads the way from John Bolsover. 1-4-2 in 2nd place, Julian Gromit in 3rd, and 4th place for Steve Booth. So on this restart, it's a good clean start. Oh, there's trouble there. We just didn't catch that in the middle of the track. Richard Rice just seemed to lose the front end. We'll see if we can get any footage of that. But it was a spectacular moment for the race leader, Richard Rice, who has lost the lead as we go into the pits area. Just right under our field. There he is, number 46, Richard Rice. He almost went straight off into the tyre barriers. Did well to save it there. But as you can see, he has lost the lead. Our new race leader is the 1-4-2 of John Bolsover. Julian Gromit in 2nd place, and Richard Rice after that hairy moment. Luckily for him, I think it was just out of camera shot in 3rd. Steve Booth in 4th. Dervin Lane up to 5th place there from Ross McCartney. And Sean Betton currently in 7th place. Robin Kyle, Andy Williams, Gav Tappenden rounding out the top 10. But John Bolsover leads the way. And this Vets race still very close indeed. So Bolsover, your race leader. Gromit in 2nd. Rice, having recovered from that hairy moment on the left hand the last time round, is back on the case now in 3rd position. Steve Booth in 4th, but it's turning into a battle between the top 3 here. Bolsover leads, Gromit in 2nd, Rice in 3rd, and Richard Rice starting to put the pressure back on Julian Gromit now in 2nd position. 7 laps to go in this Vets 2nd race of the day. John Bolsover looking strong. Gromit in 2nd, Rice in 3rd. Steve Booth in 4th as Richard Rice tries the outside line. Still Steve Booth, Dervin Lane in 5th place, Ross McCartney, Sean Betton and Robin Kyle in 8th place. 9th for Andy Williams, Gav Tappenden rounding up the top 10. So a fast start to this 2nd race of the day, and John Bolsover taking advantage here of that mistake from Richard Rice earlier on, and has pulled the gap. It was 1 second last time around. It's still pretty close. All the action now for 2nd place as Richard Rice tries to put the pressure on Julian Gromit for that 2nd position. But Gromit's got the line into the 1st corner. Rice has to try again, shadowing the back wheel of that number 75, John Bolsover. Strong at the front as Rice holds on to that 3rd place, trying to get back into the lead. So it's still Steve Booth in 4th, Dervin Lane, Ross McCartney, Sean Betton, Robin Kyle, Andy Williams in 9th, Gav Tappenden rounding up the top 10 as you were. Those riders still pretty close on the edge of the top 10, but all the action here is with Richard Rice. Now look out for Steve Booth in there as well in 4th, who is starting to close up. Not by very much, but he's still there. Richard Rice though putting the pressure as they go round that final corner onto the straight for Julian Gromit. Oh, as Rice goes down the inside into the 1st corner, but Gromit got the line. Richard Rice with the fastest lap of the race, 53.528. John Bolsover still leads the way. So Julian Gromit still there in 2nd, 5 laps to go. Any one of these riders could realistically win the race. Richard Rice all over the back wheel. This is where he got it wrong earlier in the race, Richard Rice. And has a look down the inside of Gromit, but he's got the line and holds on to that position. John Bolsover, just a quick glance over, you can see 2nd and 3rd battling away. 4.5 laps to go as they make their way towards the final corner. Rice on the outside of Gromit as they go towards the final corner, and Richard Rice slingshotting round the outside, but he messes up that final corner, and I think he had a bit of a tank slapper there. He didn't look too happy down the straight. don't think there's an issue with the bike. It was just a little bit of loss of control out of that final corner. He's certainly back on the power now. Is Rice in third. As they go through the hairpin, Julian Gromit holds on to second place. John Bolsover with a small gap, just a few tenths of a second at the front. Still Steve Booth in fourth, but falling off the pace a bit now from Dervin Elaine. Ross McCartney, Robin Kyle in seventh now. He's got past Sean Benton, who drops to eighth. Williams in ninth on the number 50, and running up the top 10 is the 13 of Gav Tappenden. Joseph O'Neill, Mark Jarrett and Tony Reveley a bit further behind from Stu Bateson and Matthew Corbett in 15th as Richard Rice tried to go down the inside on that final corner, and that would have been a move to come off, but no, he has to stay in third as John Bolsover now taking advantage and sets the fastest lap of the race with a 53.478. So John Bolsover, I don't know if he knows about this battle behind him for second, but he looks like he's putting in some fast laps here to try and break away, because Richard Rice looks threatening in third. Again has a look down the inside of Gromit, but that move not going to stick. He didn't quite get the front wheel in. Richard Rice looking impressive in this third place, really making up for his mistake earlier on. But Julian Gromit riding strong. These riders are going to close up on some of the tail enders in a few moments. John Bolsover leads the way. He's going to check the lap time when he goes through, because Bolsover looks quick. Crosses the line and again sets the fastest lap of the race. 53.221 for John Bolsover, the race leader. But Richard Rice doing all he can to try and get through. He's right on the rear wheel of Julian Gromit. Tries to sweep on the outside. He's going to cut on the inside out to the third corner and try to get the drive down the straight, but it doesn't quite come off. Gromit holds on to the second place. There's Bolsover just running out of shot there. 53.221 last time he set the fastest lap of the race. Julian Gromit in that second position. Richard Rice in third. Still can't find a way through. He looks quick, but we've had some comments from the riders saying that it is a difficult track to pass on. It's, well, you might say, it's a medium speed track, and you really do have to work hard to make the pass stick. It flows very nicely. We're into the final lap of this Vets race now, and again Bolsover with the fastest lap of the race, 53.152. So Bolsover working hard to maintain that gap at the front as Richard Rice again tries to get through. This Ellough Park circuit really is, it's a rider's track, but it's very tough to overtake on. You have to really work hard. Rice doing all he can to get through. You have to work a bit harder again. He has a look down the inside again on Gromit, but on that right-hander it's going to be a brave move as he tries into the dogleg. He's running out of opportunities here. Bolsover leads. He's bulked by the back marker slightly, Bolsover, but has got the cushion. Gromit in second. John Bolsover almost certainly going to win. Crosses the line, but all the action in second place as Rice goes round side by side over the line, and Julian Gromit holds on. So John Bolsover, your race winner. Julian Gromit in that thrilling second place battle from Richard Rice. Steve Booth and Dervin Elaine, who we spoke to in the commentary booth earlier, back on track, and he finishes in fifth place. Delighted to be joined by Peter Hickman now in the commentary box, because the Ovale bike, is it Ovale?
Ovale, it should be Ovale, you need to be more Italian.
More Italian, there we go. So the Ovale bike's about to go on, and of course we all know about your on-track exploits in like Superbikes and the TT, of course, but this Ovale series, this is a bit of you off the track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something I came to know about the Ovale bikes in early 2019 when I was over at Colin Edwards' place in Texas. One of the guys there, Brandon Cretu, who I've known for a good while, he's the US importer for them, and he brought them along to the on-track day that we do, and I was really impressed at how good the bike was and how much of a race bike it really was. You know, it might be miniature, but it's a proper race bike. So it then came about that there wasn't any UK importer, and you know, I felt that the future stars of the British talent that we do have need a proper platform. So and something in the last few years has always been two-stroke. I went over to, you know, the Ovales are a four-stroke, and I think, you know, for the young riders, I think the four-strokes are the way forward. You know, there's nothing now in racing that's a two-stroke anymore, unfortunately, as much as I like them myself, you know. So I went over to the factory in Italy. I met with all the guys and girls who are running the show, and their ethos about the whole O'Varley Championship is really about keeping it fair, keeping it as cost effective as possible. They're all got sealed engines, so they're all completely standard, and it's all about the rider, not about what's underneath them.
Just to cut then to the grid here, we've got Harley McCabe on pole from Luca Hopkins, Henry McCartney, Zach Weston, Ruben Bray and Arnie Carr. Very close battlers in that first race with Laken Payne in there, Daniel Stevenson, George Bowes, Ralph Croft, Izzy Carter and Cameron Ancliffe. Monty Hillier, Dan Deering, Kobe Garrett with no timelines up at the back. But like you say, the sealed engines is something you see a lot in the world of karting, and the sealed engine, it's there just to make sure that these bikes, even off the shelf, they can be competitive.
Yeah, exactly that. Competitive, everyone's the same. The rules are, they're fairly strict on that they can't actually really do anything to the bike. The bikes are pretty standard, so that just means that it's down to the rider now, and not about who's got the biggest wallet from the parent side of things or anything like that. It's about the talent of the rider. So that was something that really floated my boat, and when I brought it to Alan at the BMB, he was absolutely up for it straight away as well. So it's fantastic to see these out. I loved watching race 1, and I'm really excited to watch race 2 now.
Always trouble on the line. I think has he just lost the engine?
I think Monty at the back there, I think he stalled the bike, and George Bowes just in front had done the same thing.
So this is all tense moments now, of course, isn't it, when the riders are lining up? They've just got to make sure they're all clear, and I think he might have just lost the engine there.
Yeah, I think even Harley's now stalled it as well, or run out.
A little bit of trouble on the line here, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out in just a moment. These things do happen, of course, and well, I think we're all ready to go now. The riders ready. Green flag is about to go up, and O'Varley race number 2. First time, of course, for 2020 in the UK gets underway. Oh, it's a good start. They're all away well, and they charge into this lovely first right-hander, nice wide corner. And we were saying earlier to some of the other riders who've joined us on the mic, this first corner, touch wood, I would say, of course, you never want to jinx these things, but it is quite a good starting area, and they do seem to be riding well.
Yeah, it's quite a fast turn 1, which is always good for the start. Everyone's obviously very close together, and it's all quite tight. So always a fast corner at the start is good for racing. If it's tight, then that's where all the problems tend to happen. But everyone's nice and cleanly away like they were in race 1, which is great to see. And I think it's going to be a real good battle again between Harley, Luca, maybe Henry might be able to just sneak in and keep it with him this time.
Henry McCartney's got away well. He's trying to tag onto the back of Luca Hopkins. These two riders were hammer and tong in the first race. Here they come. It's this fantastic aerial shot of that tight final hairpin, the penultimate corner. Down the finish straight they go, and let's see what Hopkins can do. He sets the fastest lap of the race on that first lap, but Harley McCabe, who rode so well in the first race, has got the jump on the field. It's all still pretty close on that first lap. McCabe broke away in the first one, but couldn't quite break away from Hopkins, who certainly kept him honest in that first race.
Yeah, Hopkins, Luca really kept him kind of honest all the way through the race, and to be honest, watching from the outside, Luca looked like he had a bit more pace, and then when the back markers got involved and Luca managed to get through on Harley, it then kind of roles reversed, and Harley actually looked stronger than what Luca did. So obviously it's always a little bit easier if you're following the rider in front, or you can always use them as a bit of a judge. So it's interesting to watch. These guys are all still learning. They're all very young. They're all between kind of 8 years old and 12. Some of them have got some good experience, like these guys at the front. They've got quite a bit of riding experience underneath them, and some of the guys further down the field, not quite so much. But that's the whole point of the class, to bring these riders on and to teach them how to ride a proper race bike.
Well, Hopkins certainly looking good here. One thing I have noticed actually is during the day, sometimes it's almost better to be in second place sometimes and not make the pass too early, because a clever rider will just sit there, just watch this race leader, like we're looking at Harley McCabe at the moment. Perhaps Hopkins, he may want to perhaps just stay there in second for a while, just learn from McCabe and see what he's doing here and not show his hand too early.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that's what was really happening in race 1. It was only the fact that they caught a back marker and Harley got kind of caught up in it, and Luca didn't, so he just kind of took the advantage while he had it. But it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. I'm sure the back markers are going to come into play again, but that's all just part of racing, and the riders have been really clean actually. They've been really good with all the other guys they've been passing, so it's been really good to see.
Dan Deering, the rider in 14th place, holds his line as the leading group make their way through. And let's see, the gap just under 0.2 of a second as Harley McCabe sets the fastest lap of the race, but there really isn't much in it at all now. And interesting to see now, but look at the third place man, number 31, Henry McCartney. He seems to have picked up the pace here now. He couldn't quite get involved with the leaders in the first race, but he's got away well in this one. He's not too far behind that leading group.
Yeah, he's just losing a couple of, not even quite 2 tenths, just over a tenth on that last lap, so he's absolutely picked his pace up, so we'll see if he can pull himself up to them front two. Like I say, it's always easier to follow than it is to lead. It's very, very difficult to lead races, so you know, Harley's doing a great job, but it'd be great to see if Henry can get involved in this little fight as well.
And we're seeing the excitement here of what you might say is a stock-based bike, because they're all the same and it's all down to the rider. And this battle here, we've got, looks like Zach Weston's, Ruben Bray, Arnie Carr in there as well as we head towards the final corner now, the right-hander.
Yeah, I think that's Arnie Carr in 6th, just coming across the line just there. And then we've got Ruben Bray, sorry, Arnie Carr's in 5th, and there's Ruben Bray, Daniel Stevenson, Laken Payne and George Bowes all together, so that's a great little battle, midfield battle there.
Arnie Carr, he's got some pressure here now. He's got to try and break away from this little group of riders. Harley McCabe, Luke Hopkins and Henry McCartney are clear of this battle. Oh, we're switching down the inside. That looked like Ruben Bray possibly. Nice little move there, but doesn't quite come off. Harley McCabe incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race, 51.06, but Hopkins less than 0.2 of a second slower, so there's not much in it, and they're just going up towards the finish line now. Hopkins is back on the charge. Look at them go through, they really are charging. They seem to have broke away a little bit from Henry McCartney, but not by very much. And Hopkins sets the fastest lap of the race, so these riders equal on pace.
I think Henry had made a mistake on that last lap. He was quite a bit slower than what he was the previous lap, and the other two actually went slightly faster again. So Luca did the fastest lap on a 50.8, which is actually slightly faster than what they did in qualifying. Pole was a 50.89. Luca's just done a 50.85, and I think Luca's actually quite fast with this last section. You know, this last couple of corners and the run onto the start and finish. He looks a little bit stronger than what Harley does. So maybe he's just saving himself ready for the last lap dash.
And we've got some slow riders in front there, so they got that to contend with as well. One of the things we were looking at, one of the themes earlier, Peter, with the riding as well, is speed is one thing. Of course, lots of riders are quick, but then the racecraft sometimes is another. And this sort of grassroots youth series for these young riders, it's a great chance for them just to learn a bit more about how to race. Of course, pros like yourself, well drilled in racecraft, and this is the learning curve.
Exactly that, you know, and these guys have got much more of a leg up than what I had when I started. You know, when I was racing at this kind of age, although I wasn't even, you know, I was older than these guys when I started racing, so they were well ahead of where I was, but all we had was mini moto racing. So, you know, these guys are actually riding a proper racing motorcycle that's been designed properly and really just feel like a proper superbike. You know, that's why you find a lot of the professionals riding them, like myself, like Richard Cooper, like Lee Jackson, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins. There's loads of them going into the back markers just now, and all these riders are using them because although they're small, they're very, very much like a proper full-size racing motorcycle. So these guys really are learning their racecraft on a bike that feels like a superbike.
Well, that's quite right there. I mean, this is it's a new bike for me, really. It's the first time I've been to the mini bikes this year, and it certainly looks the part. And again, some more good racecraft there as McCabe and Hopkins nip their way through those midfield runners. I think it was Laken Payne and Ralph Croft possibly going a lap down, having their own battle. And McCabe pulls away slightly, but still not by very much. A small mistake from McCabe, and that would allow Hopkins right back in there. Just talking about racecraft, I was watching them lap the slower riders before, and really interested to see how well they're coping with the traffic, certainly keeping a cool head as McCabe still leads the way. Hopkins shadowing there in second.
Just want to give a little shout out as well to Kobe Garbutt. He should be here. He was signed up, ready to go. He's been really improving over the last few weeks, and unfortunately had a spill last week and broke his collarbone. So he's here watching today, supporting all his friends in the O'Varley Cup, but unfortunately only watching for him. Fingers crossed he'll be back sooner rather than later, so a big shout out to Kobe Garbutt.
Yeah, that's echoed there, Kobe Garbutt. Get well soon. We hope to see you on track later in the year. Still this battle with McCabe and Hopkins. McCartney still third, dropping the pace slightly from Zach Weston, Ruben Bray, Arnie Carr in sixth, and Bray up to fifth place now.
Luca Hopkins, fastest lap of the race again that last lap, 50.7, and it's over a tenth faster, nearly 2 tenths faster than the pole time from qualifying. So Luca's really on a charge now to try and get that gap back.
Not much in it at all then. Here we go, Ralph Croft and Cameron Ancliffe having a look as they battle on the edge of the top 10. And they are really scrapping. Some good footage here as they make their way through that dogleg hairpin. It really is a lot tighter than it looks. Still McCabe and Hopkins scrapping away, but further down, that looks...
Great little battles everywhere, all the way down the grid. It's great to see.
And the interest these riders we're looking at here, they were lapped by the leaders a few moments ago, and one of the things I always like to say is these riders for want of a better phrase, the back markers. They're still having their own race. It's just as important to them as the leaders, and they were sensible getting through the slower traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone's been really showing some great levels of maturity. So I'm really impressed with all the riders so far. They've been absolutely fantastic. Craig was just seeing people getting sat up all over. Cameron got sat up there as Arnie and Ruben went through. But it's no, honestly, all the way through, I'm not just saying it, but all the guys have been absolutely fantastic. So it's great to see. All the parents have been good, which is what I want to see as well. You know, it's all about the kids. It's not about the parents, and everyone's been behaving themselves so far. So far so good.
I'd say that's a good shout out because, of course, we've had this unique situation this year with the coronavirus where races have been put off for so long and everyone's been a bit stir crazy almost, you might say. I think that you almost have in your head that idea that it might have been all hell breaking loose at the first round, but everyone does seem to have been quite sensible today, touch wood.
Well, these guys have all been good, so we'll see what British Superbike turns out in the next couple of weeks' time.
Oh, yeah.
But no, it's really, really good. And again, Luca Hopkins, to close that gap, he's just gone faster again, 50.59. Absolutely mega riding by Luca there to pull that gap back to Harley.
Let's have a look at Luke Hopkins, and he is faster at the moment, but he can't find a way through. He tries, though, into the hairpin. That was a brave move there. Didn't quite come off as they make their way towards that penultimate corner. This corner here, it's an interesting part of the track. You've almost got to set the pass up 3 or 4 corners in advance as Hopkins again has a look onto the final lap.
It's going to be interesting now. You know, this is the last lap. Harley's not seen Luca all the way through, and Luca knows exactly where Harley's strong and where he's not. Where maybe he could make a pass or where he couldn't. So we're going to see now if Luke has been able to find a way through and make that lunge in.
Here we go into the tight left hand of the first of the real obvious overtaking opportunities here. This lovely left-hander carried a lot of speed through there and shouted all over the place now. Luke Hopkins trying to find an opening as they go into the dogleg. Looks like McCabe's got that line covered as they go through down past the pits, and this is going to be the last realistic. Oh, he almost stands the bike up there. Hopkins really going for it into the hairpin. Doesn't quite come off, so he's going to have to try and line him up now onto the finish line straight. Hopkins tries the outside, cuts to the inside, but it's not going to be enough as Harley McCabe takes the win. And I'll tell you what, Hopkins second place there, but certainly not for lack of trying.
Absolutely not, you know, and fantastic riding by both of them. Really hard for Harley there because he's out front. He's just got to keep doing his thing. He knows there's someone there. He'll hear them, but for him to keep his head, he didn't make one mistake the whole way through that race. That's a really impressive, mature ride from Harley. So absolutely well done. And Luca, just unfortunately, couldn't quite find his way through. You know, it's just one of them things. We've said it earlier, or you said it earlier. It's not the easiest track to pass on, that's for sure. But these guys, they're trying the best, and there was no last-minute lunges, and they all went wrong. So well done for Luca and also for Harley as well. And I think was it Henry that ended up in third? Yeah, Henry was in third. Zach Weston fourth, Ruben in fifth, Arnie Carr in sixth, Dan Stevenson seventh, George Bowes in 8th, Lakin Payne in 9th, Ralph Croft in 10th, Cameron Ancliffe, Monty Hillier, Izzy Carter, and Dan Deering's just coming across the line now. It's his first time on tarmac, so nice and steady away for Dan's, but done actually a great job, and yeah, absolutely great to see.
There we are. So Pete Hickman, of course, the man behind the O'Varley series in the UK, and perhaps just putting a rider's head on for a moment. What's it been like out there for yourself today?
It's been all right, to be fair. I keep getting beaten though. I don't like it.
What happened to that previous race was interesting. You were closing up on the leader, and then.
I actually lost my knee slider. I've got an excuse. All racers have got a good excuse book. I lost my knee slider on lap 1. I clipped the curb down here on one of the last corners, and that was kind of the end of my race really. You can't really ride properly without it, but I kind of dropped back to have a bit of a race with Jordan, and then Dan, I think, was thinking the same thing, so he was dropping back as well. So I thought maybe I could catch Dan unawares, Reese unawares. So, but he didn't. As soon as he realised I was close again, Reese was gone. So no, riding really good.
So here we go for our next race of the day. Thanks, of course, to Pete Hickman for coming along.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Here we go then for mini bikes 140 race 2. So as Pete Hickman makes his way back to the paddock, hope we'll see him later on today. Nathan Gardner is your pole sitter from Rob Shearer. Simon James Dean in third. He ran so well earlier on today. Pete Marsh, Matt Lockyer and Sean Benton running up the top 6. Jake Marsh in 7th from Stephen Tempest, Darren Coleman, Gaz Pearson in 10th position, Lewis Mackay, St John Richardson. Then it was William Horner, Darren Hall, Ian Kane, Stephen Blatchford, Matthew Corbett and Farhad Lada in 18th position. Adam Pipes 19th, and unidentified rider at the back as the green flag goes up. A lot of lap times over 1 minute in qualifying, but expect that to be a lot quicker, as this race brought to you in association with Parker Racing. It's the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B getting underway. So this, you might say, generally the slower riders of the field, but nonetheless it's still pretty confident out there and some good racing. These bikes, relatively low level of modifications allowed. It's all about grassroots competitive racing, you might say, and it's fairly straightforward to get a competitive race bike in this class as they make their way through. Another good start, I have to say. They all seem to got through that first half lap or so cleanly. Looks like Gardner still holding on to the lead. He started out well in the first race, but just seemed to struggle for pace as the race went on, but he's had a better start this time. Rob Shearer, Pete Marsh and Sean Betton in there as well. Oh, as we're looking at the final corner. Great move here. There we see, just saw them now going into the final corner. Side by side down the straight, and that was a lovely move there from Gaz Pearson. Now, oh, he's just about pulled it off into the first corner, made that pass stick. Gaz Pearson out of nowhere taking the lead, although fighting back now is Nathan Gardner. 254 back into the lead. Now this is interesting here because Gardner looked good in the damp conditions in the morning. Now things have dried out. A few of the riders starting to close in on him, but he's making that machine as wide as possible, riding smart, using the good lines, and there's a bit of a backlog of riders behind him now though. In that position, it's so hard as that race leader, just when you've got all those riders behind you coming under attack from all angles, you might say. And Gardner working hard as, oh, down the inside goes Matt Lockyer. Doesn't make the move. Gardner shuts the door on him. Down the finish line, straight they go. Lockyer having a look down the inside. Have to be brave to make it stick into the first corner, and he makes it work. So your new race leader is the number 56 of Matt Lockyer. Lockyer leads, Gardner second place. So certainly on a track where it's been said it's been potentially quite difficult to pass, but there has been some battles going on here. Lockyer takes the lead. Gardner's still holding on to that second place. Nobody can get through at the moment though. Gardner doing a good job of holding on to that second place, but Matt Lockyer made the move count the previous time around. There's Gardner in second place, 254. Look at that whole train of riders behind him. It looks like Stephen Tempest is the new rider to challenge for that second place. This will be a good opportunity for Matt Lockyer to try and pull away, put a fast lap in, as Gardner rides defensively, tries to keep that door closed into the first corner. He does so. That, of course, is where Matt Lockyer made the pass last time round, the fastest lap, 55.8, so you can see the race pace 5 seconds a lap quicker. So Matt Lockyer trying to break away from the field here as Nathan Gardner rides smart in second place, makes that machine as wide as possible. And with so many riders behind him, that means there's every chance of a battle behind him as well. Look at this, we've got the 837 of Sean Betton in there, Gaz Pearson, who rode so well on the first lap, Darren Hall, Pete Marsh and St John Richardson on the 65 getting involved as well. We've still got 9 laps to go in this one. It's going to be a long race for Nathan Gardner in second, who's holding off that train of riders. Matt Lockyer breaking away at the front. There goes the 254 of Gardner. And there he is riding defensively again. He's holding the middle of the track. Well, he knows, of course, he's perhaps vulnerable on that first corner because that's where Lockyer got through fairly easily. So Gardner, I think, has learned from that now and is just riding cleverly into the corners, just trying to stop the, of course, the obvious place to make a pass is down the inside under braking. So Nathan Gardner, there he is, number 254, does seem to be claiming the corner early to prevent anyone from getting down the inside. And as you can see, there's a whole jam of riders behind him. As the race goes on, it's going to get more and more tense behind him as they try to find a way through. Of course, there's so many riders so close together, you can't really go for broke on these passes, because if you make a mistake making the overtake, then here we see Gardner coming through now in second. Of course, any of these guys behind you, if they go for the pass and get it wrong, they're going to lose 3 or 4 places. So it's a tough one here. second through to I'd say about 7th, 8th position, only covered by 2 or 3 seconds. It is very, very close indeed. Meanwhile, Matt Lockyer is looking cool at the front, 5 seconds ahead now. It was 4.8 last time around. That gap has gone up. He got to the front early on and is making the most of this. He's pulling away as Gardner rides defensively, holds on to that second place. Of course, Gardner has picked up the pace from qualifying like everybody else, 56.8, but some of these riders do seem to have got quicker as the day's gone on, and they really are putting him under pressure, but Gardner riding well. Went down in the first race, of course, but nothing serious, and looking good in that second place. Tempest now in third, Benton fourth. 5th place for Gaz Pearson from Pete Marsh, Darren Hall, St John Richardson. In 8th position, Jake Marsh and Darren Coleman, but so close there. You don't need me to tell you how close it is between 2nd and 6th position. Marsh and Richardson just in there as well. 6 laps to go, and the 56 of Matt Lockyer matching his fastest lap, 55.432, so pretty much matching the fastest lap pace. Nathan Gardner really has settled into a rhythm now. He looked like he was vulnerable to attack early on, but he does seem to have found some good lines and is really looking comfortable in that second place now. It's still close behind him, but to me it looks like Gardner has pulled away slightly. He'll be hoping, of course, the ones behind him can have their own battle. This is a great little move for second place though. Nathan Gardner in second, still there in the 2.54 and pulling away now from Stephen Tempest. Tempest on the 0-2, coming under pressure from Sean Benton, Darren Hall, Gaz Pearson and Pete Marsh. 5 laps to go. Matt Lockyer looking good at the front, and the 35 of Jake Marsh has set his fastest lap of the race. If memory serves me correctly, if we look at 7th and 8th place, Pete and Jake Marsh, they were separated by 1 lap last time round, so closer this time. Better race for the 35 of Jake Marsh, getting more involved in it as well. And here we see how close they are between 2nd and 6th place. Still Matt Lockyer riding well. The 56 out of shot at the moment. He got to the lead early on, has charged away at the front, putting in some good strong laps to maintain that gap. Oh, we got trouble here though. Oh, and Gardner getting together on there's 3 riders down. Gardner goes down, gets back onto the bike. We've got the 7.23 of Gaz Pearson went as well, and I think that may have been the 1.81 of Darren Hall. I'll have to have a look at that again, but oh, that was such a close battle, and it's all ended in tears. Low, fortunately all the riders I think are okay. We're just going to have a look at that again. So it seemed like Gardner got it wrong on his own almost, and in the melee, Gaz Pearson and Darren Hall, a strange one that, but Stephen Tempest then up to 2nd. That shakes things up a bit now, because Tempest in 2nd, Benton 3rd, Pete Marsh up to 4th, and this of course really does shake things up. So I don't think there's any major injuries as such for that fall. There's 1 or 2 riders out of the race. It looks like Darren Hall's out. So Hall out of the race. I think the 7.23 of Gaz Pearson got back underway. 3 laps to go. And the man on the move in this late stage of the race is the 45. Look out for him. Pete Marsh, there he is with the fluorescent helmet in 3rd. On the tail of Stephen Tempest. He's been picking his way through the field. And Pete Marsh is looking strong in these closing stages. Oh, he's gone down right on cue. That wasn't my fault, but Pete Marsh, oh, let's have a look at that again. He was looking so good, and oh, the back end just seemed to wash out on him. Maybe more sensible for him there just to lay the bike down rather than risk a high sider. It's a relatively slow speed tumble, and let's have a look when he comes through. I don't think he's lost that much time actually. So Stephen Tempest, let's have a look down the field as the rest of the field make their way through. Just looking at the leading charts, just to see where Pete Marsh is. Back on the bike, we've just seen him out of shot. He should be coming through now into your camera view. There he is. Pete Marsh, despite the gravel rash, has recovered to 5th position. So and there's Nathan Gardner. He had trouble as well, of course, and he's recovered he's made up 2 places last time round. He's up to 6th place. He's gone past St John Richardson on the 85, and Darren Coleman, number 737. There is Rob Shearer. Ran very strongly in the first race, but not quite there this time round. But meanwhile, Matt Lockyer, 56, starting to make his way through the field. There was the number 38 of Farhad Lada in 15. He's moved up to 15th place, gets past Gaz Pearson, who hit trouble earlier on, of course. Lada up to 15th place and just been lapped by Matt Lockyer. There he is, the race leader, who takes the final lap board. There's a quick glance over the shoulder, and he's oblivious, of course, to all the action behind him. It's all been kicking off behind him there, you would say. But Lockyer's had a pretty serene race. He got through into the lead early on, got past the early pace hitter Nathan Gardner, and has run his own race here. Setting some good times. He does seem to be taking it easy on this last lap, just staying out of trouble as he goes into the dogleg for the last time. There he is, Matt Lockyer. Again, just checking where the other competitors are. He knows he's got the cushion at the front, so nice and gently around that hairpin for the final time, into the final left-hander before that final corner, and the straight line drag to the finish line. He knows he's done it. Matt Lockyer takes the checkered flag. Pit bike stock 140, Group B draws to a close. There goes Farhad Lada, the 38. He will finish in 15th place. Stephen Tempest just ahead of Sean Benton. There goes Pete Marsh, who gets up to 4th on the final lap, getting past Jake Marsh. Nathan Gardner, Jake Marsh, actually, I'm just going to look down the track, seems to have gone missing somewhere. Yellow flags, well, that's just the slow down lap, but we've had trouble on the final lap there because Nathan Gardner recovers to 5th place. And St John Richardson, he's been picking his way through. Richardson up to 6th from Darren Coleman, Lewis Mackay, Rob Shearer 9th, William Horner 10th position, Matthew Corbett goes through, Stephen Blatchford and Ian Kane. So, I think Jake Marsh had trouble on the final. The rider, I think he's on the 4th corner of the hairpin, I think. But Jake Marsh, late charmer, drops all the way down to 14th place. Next race underway in just a few moments. And as the pit bikes make their way off the circuit, we will get things underway in just a few moments with the Super Minis second race for these machines. Kyle Ryde, of course, was the man to beat, and he took pole earlier on with the 47.4. Joe Dickinson, Ash Barnes, Dane Blackburn in 4th. Jack Bednarek, Richard Holmes Williams in 6th position. Gaz Roberts in 7th. Lyndon Leatherhead in 8th. Lawrence Wardle 9th. Jonathan Lee, Paul Curran, and one of the newcomers in BSB, Bjorn Espen, the South African, 12th position. Dom Herbertson, Simon King, Callum Ricketts, Jordan Pritchard, Luke Bithell and Lee Thompson was 18th in the qualifying. Mike Smallbones, Howard Taylor, Darren Barker with the 56.2. Tom Lewis, Simon Chambers and Austin Brooks, Dean Bednarek, Gary Butler, James Hillier, all lining up at the back, having not set a time in the qualifying. All manner of bikes in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And this Super Minis class, I would say, very much almost like a miniature supermoto. These bikes derived from youth motocross machines. Very, very quick bikes indeed. And we've seen some great lap times from these Super Minis. About to get underway as we see again the fantastic drone footage. Just shows how good this Ellough Park circuit is, just on the outskirts of Beccles in Suffolk, not too far from the East Anglian coast. Really is a very well turned out circuit. Everyone's commenting on how good it is as the Super Minis get underway. Good clean start. Everyone gets away well into the first corner. Oh, and down the inside goes Richard Holmes Williams into the first corner. Very aggressive into that first corner. They all get through the first corner cleanly. So here we go for 12 laps of Super Minis. And what was a great first race. Joe Dickinson getting a good jump, and Kyle Ryde, I think, opting to start a bit further down the field again. So he's in about 6th, 7th place. Bjorn Espen in there as well. And into the hairpin by the pits for the first time goes Joe Dickinson. Ash Barnes in there as well, but I think Dane Blackburn, yes, he has gone through to 2nd place. So Blackburn up to 2nd. That's all the field. There was Howard Taylor rounding out the field as they go through past the finish line for the first time. Dickinson leads, Blackburn second from Barnes, Holmes, Williams, Leatherland. Ride in 6th place from Wardle. Bjorn Espen 8th, Gaz Roberts 9th, and Paul Curran rounding up the top 10. Clear first lap, everyone staying out of trouble. And plenty of action throughout the field as Joe Dickinson on the 40th, there he is, just going out of shot, tries to break away from Dane Blackburn. Ash Barnes in 3rd. Holmes Williams still in 4th. You've really got the 2 and 4 stroke mix here. It's the 2 strokes leading the way, mostly the Husqvarnas at the front. KTM in 3rd, and the first of the 4 strokes, the 1-2-6 of Richard Holmes Williams, battling away with Kyle Ride, who nips down the inside. 2 strokes in this race being the 85cc 2 strokes, battling with the 154 strokes, the Hondas. Dickinson leads, Blackburn second, Barnes, Ride up to 4th. And Joe Dickinson trying to break away at the front here because Dane Blackburn fending off 3 riders here, got through to 2nd place nice and early, but he's got work now because Kyle Ride is trying to fight back as they make their way in towards one of the more technical parts of the track, this difficult right-handed hairpin. Very fast entrance into the corner. And it looks like Ride has made the move stick, that dogleg hairpin just before this section. It's such a fast entry but a slow exit, which goes against everything you want to do on a short circuit like this. Of course, they have got quite a bit of power, these super minis, but it is still all about keeping the momentum going, and a corner with a slow exit like that really does test the rider's skill, as does this double apex right-hander. It's really fascinating part of the track there, and different ways of taking that corner. The first of the hairpins there, and we see Kyle Ride starting to close the gap again on Joe Dickinson. This is almost a repeat of race number 1, how things turned out there. So Joe Dickinson leads the way, Ride in 2nd, Dane Blackburn in 3rd, Ash Barnes in 4th, and Ride is starting to close up. Leaders crossing the line, over the finish line. Here we see some of the midfield runners in this Super Minis race, and there's Blackburn in 3rd, Ash Barnes now in 4th. Oh, Richard Holmes Williams went straight on there. There's trouble out of the corner as well. Well, I think that was Barnes involved as that as well, so trouble here. Let's have a look. There we go. Oh no, classic high sider there from Dickinson, and I think that was, or that's Blackburn. Barnes with nowhere to go, straight into the back, and also there Richard Holmes Williams in an unrelated incident went straight on in the first corner. So the race still goes on. That was Dane Blackburn, I think, the high-sided. Looks like Holmes Williams has got back on the bike. I think he may have outbraked himself. So Dickinson leads, Ride in 2nd though. Wave Yellows will have to slow down and maintain position here. But trouble on the first corner. Here we go past the fallen riders now. Wave Yellows, and that, I think that was Blackburn, just seemed to high side out of the first corner, and Ash Barnes with nowhere to go went straight into him. Both riders just in a bit of trouble there, so the red flag has come out. So Super Minis race 2 is stopped. We'll just recap things in a few moments. So a dramatic previous lap there. We saw the 1-2-6 of Richard Holmes Williams. I think he outbraked himself, went straight on the first corner. Whether he had some mechanical issues, I don't know. He was okay. But in an unrelated incident at the same time, we saw Dane Blackburn just at the back end step out on their 85cc machine, and the unfortunate Ash Barnes, nowhere to go, piled straight into him. And now we'll just have a general shot of the riders making their way back to the waiting zone for now, but the medics aren't there at the moment. They're on standby. There's marshals out there, I think, but both riders, I think, well, we'll wait and see, of course, but I think they both seem to be okay. But very fast part of the track there, 2 riders in trouble, and I think the organisers, the clerk of the course, just opting to bring things to a halt for the time being, with the amount of people just on that first corner dealing with the fallen riders. Quite a high-speed tumble there, but they do both, we'll wait and see, but they do at least appear to be sitting up and talking with the marshals. medic's not over there at the moment as well, so that's a good sign as well. I think it's just a case of settling things down on that first corner, very fast part of the track. And I think from our vantage point, I think we can see Ash Barnes just out of your camera view here, of course. He is pushing the bike back to the pits. It looks like he's out of action, but at least appears to be okay. And Dane Blackburn back on his feet as well. So quite a nasty tumble there, but thankfully no injuries in this Super Minis Race 2, brought to you with Brat Bikes. And there we see the stricken machine of the 114 Dane Blackburn being pushed back to the paddock. The rider himself, he was sat on the tyre barrier a minute ago, but he looks like he's just regaining his breath, getting his composure back. Took quite a whack, I think, from the following rider in that incident, Ash Barnes, who himself has gone back to the paddock. I'm not sure he might even take the restart. I don't know, he's back in the waiting zone, so we shall wait and see now. I'm just checking the track as well, whether any oil's gone down. Of course, make sure the circuit's safe. The marshal's down there just checking the track at the moment, just out of shot. 2 bikes going down, so whether any oil's been dripped or fuel, we don't know. Just giving the track the once over. Riders currently are waiting down by the final corner. They're still on the track with the red flag out, just waiting to get things back underway. Still a bit of time to go in this Super Minis race number 2, but things brought to a halt because of those 2 accidents. And Richard Holmes Williams, what happened there? Just seemed a very strange incident for him. He was running well, but just seemed to outbrake himself. So as we wait for the race to get back over there, it's what happened to Blackburn, and poor old Ash Barnes, nowhere to go. It's a classic high-sider. Fortunately, both riders have walked away. I think Blackburn is still up there, though. He's sat back down again. The medics have gone out this time just to double check. Done a great job this afternoon, the medics. Fortunately, I always say touch wood in these situations, because still got some racing to go, but haven't seen too much of the medical crews this afternoon, which is always a good sign. And that was quite a nasty tumble for Blackburn, the number 114. He's showing on 16th now in the race standings there, but I don't think he'll be taking the restart. Quite a nasty tumble for him there, but so hopefully he's just getting into the medical car at the moment, so hopefully that's just as a precaution. And hopefully Richard Holmes Williams will be back in action as well. Well, that was a strange one there for him. He just went straight on the first corner. Possibly just got the braking wrong for the first corner and opted just to sail into the gravel. Meanwhile, we're just waiting for the track to be made safe again. We've got the medics still out on track, just taking away Blackburn on the 114 after that high-sider, so let's hope he's all right. So here we are then, as we say, for the first round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes here at Ellough Park in Suffolk. And first time in a while, we just had a break in proceedings. Got a red flag situation for the Super Minis race number 2, because as I'm sure you're watching before, that high-sider with Dane Blackburn and Ash Barnes at the front of the field. Both riders getting together, and as we say, at the moment, just taking Dane Blackburn away for some further treatment. Although he did stand up early, he was walking about, so hopefully this is more just as a precaution. Still got a bit of action to come up as well. We've got the Stock 168 coming up in a few moments, and the Pro-Am race to round out this first round of the championship. Good to see, of course, that we are back in action for British Mini Bikes for 2020 after what's been you don't need me to tell you what a difficult start of the year it's been, and of course difficult year for society as a whole, really. So there's been some normality coming back slowly, and good to get the championship finally underway. A few race series, of course, have had to bring things to a halt this year, but British Mini Bikes still going ahead on the amended race calendar. We start things off here, of course, at Ellough Park. And next time out, of course, we The 2020 calendar has been amended, of course, due to the coronavirus pandemic. So there has been some changes, and then of course Alpha Live will be bringing you the official championship details in 2020. All the coverage will be with Alpha Live. Don't forget, of course, you want to catch all of the action with Alpha Live in 2020. Subscribe on YouTube for Alpha Live. Not only from the two-wheel counterparts of the British mini bikes, but also plenty of action with the likes of Club 100 Karting, Wilton Mill Karting Club, amongst many others. Plenty of action with Alpha Live in 2020 to get all of your action. The Super Minis making their way back out onto the track. Just to recap with the schedule for this year, this is round 1 at Ellough Park. The series returns to Lydd down in the southwest on the 8th and 9th of August. Wilton Mill, one of the staple tracks of British mini bikes near Daventry, Northamptonshire, at the end of August, 30th of August for that round of the series. And then to the fast, spectacular Three Sisters circuit by Wigan in Lancashire on the 20th of September for round number 4. Another famous track in the UK. Back to Wilton Mill on the 18th of October. And then all the way north to the spectacular Teesside Autodrome for the 1st of November, round number 6, final round of the championship. And Teesside, that will be a great way to end the season. Teesside Racing, of course, scheduled to be running the Le Mans 24 Hours today. As a personal note, I was going to be racing in that, but that's been postponed until September as well. Teesside running the British 24 Hours very soon, which I believe will be on Alpha Live. British 24 Hours in a few weeks. That, of course, is a big race on the endurance karting calendar. So look out on Alpha Live for coverage of the British 24-hour karting endurance race held at Teesside up by the shadow of Middlesbrough. One of the, if not the longest karting tracks in the UK, and it'll be great to see mini bikes there at Teesside. That's a great circuit to visit. Meanwhile, back here at Ellough Park, the Supermin is back on the line. It was stopped because of that accident earlier on. Medics are back in place. Everyone, I think, ready to go. Just making sure the circuit is safe and ready for racing as the riders get back into position. Supermin is 2 more races to go. After this, of course, we've got the Stock 160 Group A and the Pro-Am, which everyone is looking forward to seeing once again. Some big names here this afternoon for the first round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. So the action just down here on the start line as the grid officials make sure everyone is ready and in position. Machine's been fired back up, and the resumption of Super Minis race number 2, brought to you with Brat Bikes, will be underway in just a moment. Everyone lining up in the positions they were when the race was drawn to a halt. So Kyle Ryde on pole position by virtue of being the race leader. Green flag about to go up then, everyone ready for the restart. For the rest of the race here, Super Minis race 2, green flag goes up. Kyle Ryde on the 48 leads them away as they charge. Everyone gets off the grid safely into the first corner, and Joe Dickinson goes down the inside and takes the lead. Everyone through the first corner safely. So your new race leader, the 48 of Joe Dickinson. Kyle Ryde on his tail in second place. Ryde switching down the inside, tries to go down the inside. Lyndon Leatherland, a number 4. He was in third, I think he still is. There he is. So Leatherland third, Bjorn Esmond up to 4. Lawrence Wardle on the 4-1-4 in there as well. Gaz Roberts, Paul Curran, Jonathan Lee, Dom Herbertson and Jordan Pritchard running up the top 10. There was the 2-1-2. Gaz Roberts battling with Paul Curran. So Joe Dickinson getting the jump on Kyle Ryde as they make their way round the final corner down the Star Straight, and Kyle Wright having a look down the inside of Dickinson, but can't find a way through. Leatherland still shadowing there in third, first of the 4 strokes. So Dickinson leads with the black riding gear. Kyle Wright, Ill-Base Hawk Suzuki team issue, down the inside, there he goes, and the can he make the pass stick? Yes he can, he holds on to first place. Kyle Wright, your race leader once again. Dickinson second, Leatherland third, Bjorn Espen still there in fourth. Lawrence Wardle fifth, Jonathan Lee, Paul Curran, Gaz Roberts in 8th position, Dom Herbertson and Simon King rounding out the top 10. So Dickinson leads. Kyle Wright, of course, now into the lead on that previous lap. There's Bjorn Espen and Lyndon Leatherland battling for that 3rd position. So Dickinson leading the previous lap as Kyle Wright goes through, new race leader. Here we see the battle between Lyndon Leatherland and Bjorn Espen. Espen down the inside. Oh, great little move there from Bjorn Espen, moving up a position. One of the newcomers to BSB in 2020. Bjorn Espen up to 3rd position from Lyndon Leatherland, who drifts wide, and that allows Lawrence Wardle to go through. So Lyndon Leatherland on the 41 just seemed to outbrake himself there into the middle left-hander, and that allows Lawrence Wardle to get through. There we see Kyle Wright going around the final corner, the race leader crossing the line, using as much of the track as he can into that first corner. Nice wide entrance into that first corner, doesn't need to worry about anybody behind him at the moment, so he can run his own race, use his own lines. And here again we see the second corner. Starts out quite a fast left-hander, just gets tighter and tighter. Exit speed very important. The yellow flag a bit later in the lap as Simon King a bit further down on the 77 seems to have slowed down. Got some sort of mechanical trouble. I think he'd stopped momentarily, but the track is now clear once again as we look at Bjorn Espen, South African in 3rd place. I believe he's South African anyway. Lawrence Wardle in 4th. Leatherland dropping to 5th after that mistake a couple of laps ago, as we have the 35 of Jonathan Lee in 6th place. Kyle Wright, though, fastest lap of the race, 47.594. Joe Dickinson still in 2nd place, got the jump at the restart, but now back into 2nd place. Still Bjorn Espen, the rider we looked at a few moments ago, in 3rd position now, clear from Lawrence Wardle. Lyndon Leatherland in there as well. And there we see the number 47, a bit further down the field. I think it's Paul Curran and Dom Herbertson. There's Herbertson battling away. This is the battle for 8th position. Herbertson number 11 with the green helmet there, currently in 9th place. 35 just a bit further ahead there, Jonathan Lee in 7th. Gaz Roberts has made a move. There's Gaz Roberts as we move on to the last lap, and 2-1-2 Gaz Roberts, there he is, battling as we look back at the battle with 47 Paul Curran and Dom Herbertson as they cross the last lap. Kyle Wright looking good at the front, but plenty of action further down the field as Dom Herbertson tries to get through past Paul Curran. Kyle Wright picking his way past the machine of Simon King, who's cruising at the moment. I think he hit some mechanical trouble. Number 07 also getting past Howard Taylor. He moves up a position as well. Meanwhile, Kyle Wright making his way around the final left-hander into that right-handed sweep down to the finish line, and Kyle Wright pops the wheelie slightly as he takes the checkered flag. Good day for the young star Kyle Wright. Joe Dickinson, 2nd place. Bjorn Espen just ahead of Lawrence Wardle. Gaz Roberts in 5th place. Lyndon Leatherland in 6th. Jonathan Lee, Paul Curran, Dom Herbertson in 9th position. As on the final lap, Jordan Pritchard moving into 10th place from Luke Bithell. A great ride there from Kyle Wright. He had to do it all again after that stoppage. On his way back through into the lead early on. So plenty of action here with the Super Minis. A few BSB stars out there as well. Some riders from the pro ranks as well, enjoying themselves out here on the track. And it'd be interesting to see the thoughts of some of these pro riders as to why they take part in these more like pro-am events. It is refreshing to see as well, because of course when you're looking at any sort of car racing or motorcycle racing, when they turn pro, it's a bit of a different game altogether. They have sponsorships to have to contend with as well, and names behind them as well, so a lot more pressure in the pro ranks. But it just goes to show they still enjoy the essence of riding a bike in competition, because they're turning out at these events at different tracks and having a go. So in association with Parker Racing Pit Bike Specialist, our final mini bike race, as it were, for the BMB British Mini Bikes round number 1 here at Ellough Park, brought to you in association with Rich Energy. The Pro-Ams are coming up after this, but before that, of course, we have the big matter of the Group A pit bike race, which is always a big one. It's Ben Lord, with the red plate, the champion at the front. We'll have a look at the riders in a few moments when they line up. Just in the waiting zone now, waiting to get back underway. So here we go, Lord leading them out. Ben Lord was the fastest rider in the qualifying earlier on today from Ryan Tyres, Jim Lovell, Dom Herbertson. Any one of those could take victory, really. Mick Lord and Phil Dickens as well. The riders going for a full, exciting lap. John Buckle, Ed Peed in 8th place. Jamie Callan, Chase Collymore 10th. Simon Patterson a bit further behind in 12th position. 13th for Scott McGibbon in qualifying from Dougie Craven, Reese Peacock, Adam Jamieson, Sebastian Barron, Aaron Sadler in 18th place. 19th for Chris Edwards, Dan Merrion, Joe Woodward, Shane Hopkins, Nathan Smith. 24th was Ian Blatchford. And as we say, the lap times really have gone down since earlier on today. It was quite wet in the morning with the qualifying, a lot of overnight rain. The track was quite damp this morning, but it's a well-prepared track here at Ellough Park. It dried out quickly, and now looking like it's starting to, as forecast, the afternoon sun starting to break out, and it's quite a bright track at the moment. So as the riders are lined up, we are joined by a special guest, Nathan Smith from, I've got it right, BR8 Media.
Yeah, BR8 Racing Media, yeah.
So Nathan, tell us about how you found the racing today.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good week, and like I said, the weather this morning was difficult. I think it's always difficult when it's a little bit, in between. You either want it full wet or you want it full dry. And this morning was stupidly greasy. So yeah, as you just said, perfect conditions now.
Well, we did worry actually at the start of racing today. Was very little forecast of rain, but there did seem to be a bit of dampness in the air. But of course, the riders having to cope with the changing track today as well. They've gone from pretty much almost a full wet circuit to this lovely weather as the flag drops. And let's hope for another clean start. Here we go. Ben Lord leads them away. Let's have a look. They all seem to have gone away cleanly into the first corner. And a bit of a wobble in the middle there, but everyone again seems to come through cleanly. This, of course, a new track for the mini bikes. It's the first time they've had bikes here for quite a while. It does seem to have gone down well with not only people, the officials, but the riders as well.
Yeah, it's an amazing circuit. I mean, the facilities as well as the actual surface. You can tell that it's a pristine karting kind of circuit because there's no big holes, there's no big grooves, and as you can see now, the times that the riders are putting in, these boys at the front of the 140As are really quick, really quick.
Fair to say, of course, all the tracks that the BMB series goes to, they're all top quality. Oh, we had trouble a bit further back there, just trying to identify who that is. Just a bit of a drop at the back. Picked it up on the lap charts in a few moments, but Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres very close. It's Tyres that leads, Lord in second, Jim Lovell third, Mick Lord in fourth, Dom Herbertson, John Buckle, Chase Collymore up to seventh. One of the midfield runners just dropping the bike with nothing serious. Everyone else gets back underway on that second lap. Full course green, so nice and clear. I think it might have been the 46 that went down of Joe Woodward. He's back on the bike. In terms of you saying, Nathan, the track, they're all good tracks, of course, the mini bike go to. It just goes through these sort of karting based tracks. They're the proper deal, aren't they? They're well turned out. They're like miniature car racing tracks, effectively, in terms of the preparation.
Yeah, for anybody that's never been before, I think people sometimes see the mini bike thing and see it as a bit of a don't think it's going to be that serious. But again, as you can see, the circuit here, the condition, the surface, the facilities, everything's amazing. It's well worth coming down. And some of the riders, as you can see at the front here, with Ryan Tyres and Ben Lord, Jim Lovell, these guys are as good as the BSB boys that are turning up. You've got Dom Herbertson, the TT winner. He can't even keep up with these boys at the front. So it just goes to show the kind of quality that the amateurs, if you like, have got.
Dom Herbertson still there in 4th place, but like you say, the top 3 breaking away now. Ryan Tyres, Ben Lord and Jim Lovell, but there really isn't anything to speak of between these 3 riders. They had a great race earlier on today, and this looks like an action replay. Trouble in 3rd place, a big spill there for Jim Lovell. I think we just caught that on the corner of the camera. Just the front end seemed to wash out on him. He seems okay, he went into the banking, but Lovell I think is okay. Well, I think that was Lovell, just confirm that. Yeah, definitely was. There's Tyres from Lord, just 3 down to 2. And just out of shot, Lovell is okay. He's getting back on the bike and it kicked her, but he's well out of contention. There is a waved yellow at the moment, but 3 becomes 2 now as Ben Lord battling with Ryan Tyres for the lead.
Yeah, Ben and Ryan, you can see how competitive they are. They're good friends off the track as well, but as you can see, they're very, very close. This will be decided probably by half a second. I'd be shocked if it's any more than that. As you can see, they're both really, really quick, strong in different areas of the track, and I think that's what makes the kind of good racing. You can see that Ryan's tends to be a little bit quicker on the tighter stuff. As soon as the fast-flowing corners, Ben comes into his own on the Parker bike. The Parker bike is running absolutely amazing. Obviously, the Simoto as well, and you can see absolutely on each of his tail, way clear of 3rd place, probably got 2 or 3 seconds.
Well, we just saw Ben Lodge having a quick glance to check his progress because Herbertson is a bit further behind, 3 seconds adrift in 3rd place. Mick Lord 4th, Chase Collymore, the young rider, in 5th place. Great start for him in some very strong company. I just made the point actually before this race got underway. When you're looking at pro riders, as soon as you turn pro, it gets a bit different because you got the pressure from sponsors and the media and so forth. There's a lot more. It's not just fun anymore, but it shows the riders do enjoy their racing and their riding because they come to events like this, sort of like pro-am setup, and just off their own free will, you might say, for want of a better phrase, come out and enjoy the racing.
Like Richard Cooper, Kyle Ryde, Lee Jackson, Peter Rickman, they're all here today. The skills that they can learn and the skills that they develop on these bikes, it's very transferable to the big bikes, and it goes to show the kind of emphasis to put on riding these bikes. Lee Jackson, who's been riding today, he's got a BSB British Superbike test tomorrow, so it's kind of worth the trip down for him to race at these events because there is a lot that they can gain from it.
And of course, looking at Pete Hickman as well, it's a great coup for British Mini Bikes to get Pete Hickman involved in the Vale class, and a bit of a corny phrase, but giving something back, you almost might say, because it's something business interest involved in off the track and something to bring the next generation of riders through as well.
Yeah, you can tell when Pete's in the paddock and he's around the kids and he's around the parents even, you can tell that he's got a real passion for the bike racing. It's obviously his business, but at the same time, you can tell the passion really comes through, and the emphasis and the coaching he puts through the kids, it is amazing to see. Like I said, TT winner, British Superbike front runner, and he really does put the time into the kids as well.
And I was saying a bit earlier on, perhaps the TT, that's sort of like the road side of things. It's maybe the sort of side of the sport that's most famous with the general public. So Hickman is quite a big name, not just with people into racing as fans, but even like the general sporting public. So it is nice to get people like that along.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, when you go into the paddock and the guys are just walking around, the TT riders, the BSB riders, they're very, they integrate with the amateurs like myself, and they walk around, they'll speak to people, and it's good to be around them kind of guys. You see them on the TV, and they're kind of, you watch them week in, week out, but then you're racing against them today. But great to see.
Looking at this battle here, looks like Ed Peed and Chris Edwards, they've been battling away just on the edge of the top 10 for most of the race.
I think Chris does very well. I know Chris quite well, and he's not the lightest of guys, and he really does go well, and he's come on leaps and bounds. It is it's difficult when you're a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, but Chris it really does make it pay around here.
Here we go, this midfield battle still battling away, and Ben Lord, incidentally, fastest lap of the race earlier on with a 50.679. The top 2 riders almost identical on pace, so still a long way to go, 5 laps left, and still anything could happen. As we look a bit further back, Sebastian Barron in there, Dan Merrin battles all the way through this Group A field. It's always very competitive. And of course, the pit bikes, they're relatively even on power, not much between the bikes, so always close racing.
Yeah. The power is very even. I mean, the Parker bike at the front is an amazing piece of kit. It's so light, and I think that helps as well. And it has got, you know, it's really well set up. But the bikes themselves are, you know, there's one horsepower, 1.5 horsepower maybe in it, and so you can see why you get the close racing. As you can see with Ryan and Ben, this is you know, it's going to be building up to a lovely finish.
There's another good. Oh, sorry, just to interrupt. There's another good battle just coming into screen now with Chase Collymore and Mick Lord. Very much a case of youth versus experience here. And Collymore doesn't care of any reputations here. The number 7 having a look down the inside of Lord, who shuts the door on him. And of course, people like Chase Collymore, of course, he's come through from the youth ranks, and he's nothing phases him, it would seem.
Chase is amazing. Chase is one of them young lads that kind of takes everything in his stride, and you can see how like you say, he's battling with Mick Lord, who's been doing it pretty much from the start of the British mini bike. So Chase isn't phased, and he's really, really quick. I've been on track many a times when Chase has come past, and he can smash you like he stood still. He's got a lovely style as well, and you can see him here coming onto the start finish straight, and yeah, he's very good on the brakes as well. Very good rider.
Well, he's keeping Mick Lord honest in 4th place, and there he is once again. We've got the number 20 of John Buckle just behind this battle. Meanwhile, Ryan Tyers has gone back through into the lead. The leader's now heading towards the dogleg hairpin by the pits. Well, once again, Ben Lord right on his tail as we see Chase Collymore down the inside of Mick Lord. And here we see the leaders once again. Just see how close it is. We've got 2 laps to go next time round. Ryan Tyers with Ben Lord all over the back. So I think this could be a bit of a strategy here. These 2 riders staying together, but what Ben Lord's going to do here, if he's going to make a pass too early, or just keep on the back of Ryan Tyson, keep the pressure on going into the final lap. It's a close one.
Yeah. It's a very difficult circuit to pass as well. It's one of them circuits that if you get one corner wrong, it sets you up really, really badly for the next 2 or 3. So any move that you make, it's got to be clean, it's got to be accurate, because you know, if you have to be heavy on the brakes and you don't pass, you lose a lot of momentum. You can see Ben just kind of following Ryan through, and he'll have an idea in his head of where he wants to pass Ben. As I said earlier, Ben's stronger in certain areas than Ryan is, and he'll have an idea of where he wants to pass him. You can see there Ryan looking behind him, probably panicking more than you can hear the bikes as well. So they're quite loud, these things. You can hear the bikes when someone is behind you or chasing you, so Ryan will be fully aware of that Ben is right on his tail.
So let's have a look down by the finish line. The last lap board goes out as Ben Lord has a peek down the inside, but not close enough to go for the pass around that wide right-hander, and things will tighten up now as you go into the second corner. Tyres holding the inside line. Now let's see if Lord can switch down the inside as the corner tightens in on itself. Tries to get away under acceleration, but Ryan Tyers holds the line into the hairpin. 2 back marks in front here though as well.
Yeah, he's probably got 2 more places to pass here. This is one of them. It's going to come up in a minute. The right-hander has switched hard on the brakes, and they're going to come round into the hairpin.
Dogleg
yeah,
corner
so it's
here.
not going to be there, so it's got to be this last corner. If it's not going to be here, it's not going to be anywhere.
Let's see what Ben Lord can do. Sweeping around the outside, Tyers guards the inside, so Lord perhaps is going to try and set him up into the left-hander here towards the final right-handed sweep. But I think Ryan Tyers may have done enough here as they make their way around the final corner. Lord having a try. Oh, that was close, but by 6/100th of a second, Ryan Tyers takes the check. What a fabulous race that was to the line.
Yeah, I did say it'd be less than half a second, and it was a lot less than that as well. You know, these 2 at the front are amazing riders. They're very close. A lot of respect as well. They know where they are on the track. A lot of racing room given, but really, really hard riding. Dom Herbertson coming in 3rd. Chase Collymore with a lovely 4th. Like I say, a young lad coming, making his way in the racing. Mick Lord in 5th. John Buckle's run really well this weekend. He stepped up a little, another gear, and he's run really well. So yeah, an amazing race, and I think 1 more race to go, and be an end of an amazing weekend.
Yeah, it's been fabulous, of course. Don't need us to stand here on the microphone and say what a tough year it's been, not just in racing, but in society as a whole. And even this first round, of course, there's been caveats in that of course, it's not so inclusive as normal. You can't come here and spectate. So thank you, of course, for watching this live stream. But a lot of work behind the scenes to get things underway, and it's nice that with these precautions we can at least get on the track and get some championship racing underway.
Yeah, at one point, like, we've said over the last couple of weeks or so, we definitely we didn't think, last couple of months, should I say, we didn't think we'd be racing. So to be here today with the full grids that we've got, it's been an amazing turnout. And like I say, the only downside, as you've just mentioned, is the fact that spectators haven't been able to, you know, come and watch, and they can watch it online. But you know, if you ever get a chance to come down to these events, they are amazing, and hopefully we get back to a little bit of, you know, more normality, I suppose. That should come along with it. But yeah, amazing to be at back racing.
Well, quite right there, Nathan. Thanks for coming along from BR8 Media.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers, mate.
And like Nathan said, of course, it's a real shame that spectators can't come along this afternoon. But keep an eye out on the British Mini Bikes website and on the social media, of course, as the situation develops. We're going to just go to our final race of the day. And here we are with the Pro-Am. Kyle Ride qualifying fastest from Ash Barnes, Richard Cooper in third, Jack Bednarek in fourth, Joe Dickinson and Lee Jackson in sixth. Dane Blackburn was seventh, Peter Hickman eighth, Rhys Stevenson, Bjorn Esmond 11th, Dom Herbertson a bit further behind in 12th place. And a bit further back, Paul Curran, James Ellenson and Tom Fisher rounding up the field in qualifying. It looks a little bit depleted as we go into the final race. One or two riders having to drop out of contention, but I'm sure that there will still be some great action. A lot of the riders have stored the bikes away safely and coming down trackside to come and have a look, of course, preserving social distancing. Got to remember to stay safe. As we said, though, of course, no spectators this weekend. The only people here, officials of the meeting in whatever capacity, along with the riders and supporters of the family members and so forth, mechanics, very limited number. So if you're just watching on the stream instead of spectating in person, thanks for your cooperation. Keep an eye out for the British Mini Bikes social media, and hopefully we can see you in person later in the year. Just have to bear in mind, of course, the government specifications, which must be adhered to so we can get this racing underway. So here we go, our final race of the day. It's the Pro-Am Race 2, and leading the way is Kyle Ride, and well, let's see in second place that might have been Joe Dickinson in second. Looks very much like him. Ash Barnes third. Cooper in fourth, I believe, as they make their way around this tight hairpin, immediately back on the power, round the sweeping final corner into the finish line straight, and Kyle Ride leads. Joe Dickinson in second place, Ash Barnes in third, Hickman fourth. So Peter Hickman, who on the track has had a bit of a difficult day, on paper you'd say perhaps the favourite, but he lost the knee slider last time out, so didn't have the best of rides last time on the bike. But certainly looking at the O'Varley series he's involved with, mentoring a lot of the young riders, he's enjoyed himself here today, and now trying to get up with the leaders as Kyle Ride maintains the gap at the front. 89 in there as well. I mean, the Stevenson's in there also. Kyle Ride keeping the pressure on as they make their way around the final corner. And Ash Barnes now, as they go into the first corner, back into the lead. There's Ride on the tail of Ash Barnes. So Dickinson in third as they go into the double right. A lot of speed into that corner. Track in perfect condition. There's Ride, number 89, trying to find a way through as Barnes takes the lead. Ride second, Dickinson third. Looks like Hickman still in fourth. Into that dogleg hairpin. It's a difficult exit, very tight exit of the corner as Ash Barnes goes past the pits into the hairpin up towards the final corner, and Kyle Ride is right on his tail. 9 laps to go at the end of this one as Ride shadowing the back wheel of the number 8 Ash Barnes into the first corner. Those two breaking away from the battle of the third place slightly. We've got Dickinson in third with Hickman. There's Ash Barnes, number 8, the race leader. Looking good at the moment. He's keeping Ride behind him. Kyle Ride can't find a way through. Hickman comes under some pressure, just a little bit further behind. There he is. Dickinson still in third. Bjorn Espen a bit further behind, with Rhys Stevenson, the young star, in 7th place. Tom Fisher and Dom Herbertson, another one with some plenty of TT credentials at the moment, in 9th place. As, oh, trouble on the final corner. So, whatever happened there? Kyle Wright seems to just drop the pace. And there's a rider down, it's Ash Barnes has gone down just after the final corner. Just out of our view on the commentary point, but it's just on the final corner. Number 8 has gone down and the bike's still on the track, so I don't know what's going to happen here. There's waved yellows as the bike is pushed away from the final corner. So Ash Barnes out of the race. So quite a hefty, difficult afternoon for Ash Barnes. Another tumble for him, but it seems like he's okay. And here we are, we'll see it again. Oh, battling away there with the leaders. Just lost the bike on that final hairpin. Battling with Kyle Wright. So Ash Barnes is off the track and the race goes on. So Joe Dickinson, the new race leader, because Kyle Wright hit trouble there. Peter Hickman in second place. Ash Barnes dropping out of contention. 1-2-6 behind there as well, but Joe Dickinson, the new race leader. Peter Hickman now starting to put the pressure on in second place. Arguably the best known of the riders to the public, the fastest man on the Isle of Man. But he's having to deal with the pressure from Kyle Wright here. Here they come into the final series of hairpins and back onto the power. Joe Dickinson on the 85cc two-stroke machine, keeping them all behind him. Hickman has a look, oh, but Kyle Wright goes down the inside of Peter Hickman and makes the move stick. So Wright back up to second. He's recomposed himself after that trouble with Ash Barnes earlier on, and now is back into second place, having a look at Dickinson on the inside. Lovely move there from Kyle Wright, squaring the turn and down the inside under braking. Kyle Wright back into the lead. Oh, and Hickman round the outside. What a move there from Peter Hickman. Round the outside of Joe Dickinson, and Hickman through to second. So the two main names, might say, for victory now through to first and second. In terms of the favourites, you might say anyway, but any one of these riders could still win the race. Joe Dickinson dropping to third, but still very much a factor in this race. 5 laps to go. Kyle Wright pulls away slightly from Peter Hickman. Hickman in second place, but losing ground out of the first corner. Dickinson putting the power back on. Richard Holmes Williams, it is in fourth on the 1-2-6. There he is. And he's still very much a factor in this one, the 150 CRF. Bjorn Espen just watching a bit further behind. Rhys Stevenson, the youngster, in there as well. Anyone could, realistically, I would say any one of the top 6 could win this race. We've got 5 laps to go. Any kind of a mistake from the leaders and it would really mix things up. Although Kyle Wright trying to break away from this group now. Hickman back in second from Dickinson. Williams starting to get involved as well on the 1-2-6. Trying to make the move, but stays in fourth place. Bjorn Espen and Rhys Stevenson closing up on this group all the time. Oh, look at that, there's Espen there in fifth place. Stevenson behind him. So there at the front of this little group of riders is the number 60 of Peter Hickman. Around that fast left-hander, and then things start to slow up as we go into the dogleg corner. It's really tight hairpin. We just saw Kyle Wright racing away out of shot. The race leader, Hickman in second place, Dickinson third. As, oh, look at that. Rhys Stevenson tries down the inside of Bjorn Espen. Really is a fearsome young rider, Rhys Stevenson, and really care about the reputation. He's starting to get involved in this one around the first corner. As Hickman bends off a train of riders, Dickinson goes down the inside and makes the move stick on that double apex right-hander second and third corner. Richard Holmes Williams having a look down the inside of Hickman under braking. And, oh, look at that though, Peter Hickman. Great move out to the hairpin, really passes under acceleration, and this is all allowing Bjorn Espen and Rhys Stevenson to close up on this one as well. Second through to sixth place, all very close. Tom Fisher, Dom Herbertson dropping back a little bit now. Ash Barnes out of the race after that tumble earlier on. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. As Kyle Wright breaks away at the front now. He's all on his own at the front with 2 laps to go. All the action in second place though. as this time it's the 1-2-6 of Richard Holmes-Williams down the inside of Peter Hickman, and Holmes-Williams through to second. Hickman fights back, great move down the inside. The gap wasn't really there, but Hickman went for it, made it work, and holds the position under braking. Bjorn Espent on the charge, number 27, there he is. Now on the tail of Richard Holmes-Williams. 1.5 laps left to go. Kyle Ryde clearing away from this battle now. They just saw him going out of shot there. And Ryde, I think, barring disaster, has got this one wrapped up. He's got to keep his composure on the final lap. All of the action, though, for second place, as Peter Hickman holds on to second place. Right on the back wheel, though, is Holmes-Williams, Bjorn Espent, Joe Dickinson, and at the back of this one is Rhys Stevenson. 1 lap to go. Kyle Ryde looking clear at the front, but it's Peter Hickman in second place. Richard Holmes-Williams in there as well. 27, Bjorn Espent in fourth place. Joe Dickinson, Rhys Stevenson in sixth. All very close. Any one of these riders could take second place. Ryde looking clear still at the front. Peter Hickman holding off a train of riders. Here he comes into the right-hander, into this slow dogleg hairpin. Makes the bike nice and wide on the exit. Kyle Ryde, though, still leading the way. He will take the checkered flag. And there he goes, number 48. Kyle Ryde is your race winner of the Pro-Am. But all the action behind him as Peter Hickman goes into second place, just ahead of Richard Holmes-Williams, Bjorn Espent, Joe Dickinson in fifth, and Rhys Stevenson, a little bit unlucky, has to settle for sixth place. But what a fantastic fight to the line by all those riders, pros and amateurs in there as well. Dom Herbertson goes through in 8th position. He will be the last finisher because Ash Barnes will only completing the 3 laps. So what a great way to finish off the day with Kyle Ryde taking another victory. He's been in top form today, but Peter Hickman heading off a train of riders to finish in second place in the final race of the day, the Pro-Ams. So as we say, after a tough start to the year, it's been great to get back on the mic and back under action here at the British Mini Bike Sport Team Association with Rich Energy here at a new track for the series as well, Ellough Park. And as we say, action-packed day, relatively low amounts of incidents on the track as well, which is always good to see. And what I think is a popular track with both riders and officials alike. And we hope, of course, in the future that spectators can come along and join in the action as well in the future. Keep an eye out, of course, on the British Mini Bikes website and the Facebook page, of course, to the latest developments in terms of the spectators. We'll hopefully see you later in the year. And of course, look out for Alpha Live. Give Alpha Live a follow on social media. Back so very soon, of course, with a whole host of events. British Mini Bikes, the remainder of the series will all be on Alpha Live. The likes of Club 100 and the British 24-hour karting event at Teesside up very, very soon indeed in the next month or so. Follow all the action on Alpha Live. Subscribe to the digital channels. I've been Chris Czora and delighted to be here for British Mini Bikes' first round of the championship. We hope you've enjoyed the production here with Alpha Live, and we will see you very soon.